Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addicts live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case.
This is the next search on February 28, 2020, 7:44 p.m. How, does the FBI find people? And people's misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E. Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
Is that correct?
Oh, she found out. She found out. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion this morning. I feel like a man of many talents, and I don't want to go into the details, but got to play plumber this morning. Woo-hoo! Let's hear it for the DIY plumbers in the house. I know you're out there. Let's see. I think we got that going. That's going. My curtain is all messed up, but all right. We'll live with that. Happy Thursday. Good to have you here. Welcome. Special welcome goes out to Hold Your Horses, who was first in chat today. Beat our internet CEO by mere milliseconds. He was like, I needed an Olympic stopwatch to see the difference. But Hold Your Horses, you have won the internet, and as prize for your accomplishment. Not only does it go on your permanent record, but you are now the proud owner of everything IP related worldwide. So congratulations, my friend. Once again, you're in charge of everything in the internet all over the world. Thank you so much for that. I realize I led you down the garden path, and then I yanked the chain and pulled the rug out from underneath you. And I don't know what I was thinking yesterday, but there was a case that we talked about a lot that I'm really excited about following. And I told everybody that that's what we're going to follow, and it doesn't start yet. I don't know why I was so confused about that one. Scott Peterson is one I do want to follow. That is the case that is the Parkland shooter. Not the Parkland shooter, but the Parkland shooting incident with the resource officer who was there that elected not to go in, and he's facing 7 charges of neglect, child neglect, because of that.
Let no dead horse go unbeaten.
We have my cow is doing a stand. I think that's impressive. There we go. We'll put him on all fours. But we have a different trial that's starting today, and I don't think it's going to be too long. This is a trial that this particular gentleman has made the rounds in the news already, just a wee bit. He's sort of a well-known individual in the court system. Adam Montgomery, as you can see from the little well, as you could see, on our little thumbnail, he's listed as an armed career criminal on his on the info sheet from the court. This is a firearms case, but he is also facing a murder charge in the disappearance of his daughter. So he's going to be back later this fall for that trial, but we're just going to handle the firearms trial here in this one. So that's going to be fun. And this one starts today. So we have opening statements that start in mere moments, just 3 minutes. They're expected to start.
Is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you for that. That was perfect timing. Let me see if I can get everything pulled up just the way it needs to be.
I'm not a camel.
Of course, it didn't go where it needed to be.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Okay, wait for it.
Bring the jury.
There we go. All right, so I think we're going to try to bring it in this way, depending on how it works. Maybe on my computer. I'm confused as to how I was on my computer. That's where it is. So let's turn that one off. Turn this one on. Get rid of the ads. I think we're about ready. All right. Anyway, this trial begins this morning.
Subject matter jurisdiction.
Subject matter jurisdiction would be important. I can see Judge Darrow there in the background. You can see her as well. We'll get her off the screen here, right there. Sorry, I'll tell you the details, but this morning involved some plumbing.
I was kicked back, taking
and
it
the
easy.
worst type of plumbing. When things won't go down, they must come up, and they wouldn't go down. So anytime you're asking to get stuff back out of the pipes is not a good situation, and that's where we were this morning. So yay for me. Flobby Jobby, welcome to the gallery as a new member with the Green Courthouse. 3 months. Members, 3 months. Thank you so much. I think that's your second month with the Green Courthouse. Congratulations, my friend. Good to have you here. Let's see. We've got, where is the... Trying to get the right link going here. Don't want Wednesdays. And that was all pre-trial. Sorry, guys. I'm thinking here out loud. I'm trying to switch out of plumber mode. We're waiting for video to become available. Let me see if I can get it from another source as well. Oh man, yeah. I've ignored chat a little bit. I'm thinking about plumbing. It was semi-successful. I'd say 1 out of 2. As far as success went. Hold Your Horses just gifted a membership and it went to Toxic Orchid. Congratulations, Toxic. Thank you so much, Hold Your Horses. In addition to owning your internet, you're going ahead and making it better for other people as well. So thank you. Let's see. Everyone's taking a seat. We're all here. What's the difference between a blue and a green courthouse? Blue is see Nacho Mama. Let's see who Nacho Mama has a blue courthouse. This is month 1. On month 2, your courthouse turns a light blue, like NBR1 Grandma, and then on month 3, it turns into this light green courthouse, and then it progressively slows down on the changes, but eventually it goes through up the full spectrum and gets purple. That's the goal, anyway. We have a couple of people that are getting close to the next color, which is yellow. Tight. We're just getting everything in place. Trying to spell with the remote control isn't the easiest thing to do. There it is. Okay. I think we're just waiting for somebody to come in the courtroom right now. Audio's on. We have a signal. I think we're good to go. So we have this new trial. This is Adam Montgomery versus the state of New Hampshire, or New Hampshire versus Adam Montgomery. This is a firearms case, a rare non-murder trial. Scott Peterson. Let me tell you, Scott Peterson. I pulled up the schedule here a minute ago. Last night I pulled up the schedule. Jury selection began yesterday, and it's slated to continue in jury selection until the 13th. So they have 2 more weeks of jury selection, which seems like a lot of jury selection. I don't know how many. They must have like 500 alternates. And then trial begins on 6/15, but they have like days off here and there, and then they have like a whole week off. They just take a week off, the week of 7/10, 7/11, 7/12, 7/13, 7/14, that July, and then it runs all the way through the beginning of Sarah Boone's trial and continues into August. So it starts in trial on 6/20. Let's see, January, February, March, April, May, June. Yep, that's 6/20. So it starts the 20th of this month in 3 weeks. It ends in August. So we're probably going to cover that one a little bit differently than gavel to gavel all day long. RNH, welcome to the gallery. Good to have you here with that blue courthouse by your name. Thank you so much. Wonderful to have you here as a member. As you can see, this is probably going to be our camera view. The fact that it's panned over, I like a couple things about it already. A, we can see some of the gallery, so we might get to see some people in the gallery. B, it has motion, so we have someone physically there who's using it. Ooh, look, bailiff's going to let the bad guys in. Open the door. So it's another New Hampshire trial. Any words or thoughts on what was going on between Bleefnick and his attorney?
Correct.
There was nothing going on between them during the verdict reading, or sorry, the verdict. Yeah, I don't think they even saw each other, or at least she didn't see him. Did I make sound bites for those other sounds? I have not got them created. I might be able to do it here with the. Is that correct?
Is that correct?
I've got that. Is that correct? But the other two are. I think it's this one.
What more do you need to see?
That one and this one.
And do you know why there's not? Because he's the guy.
I want to get because he's the guy, and so that I'm going to edit out a little bit. But I can do that while we're watching here during opening statements if you'd like. I think I can do well. That's going to be tricky. Yeah, I can route the audio. Yep, I can do that. I can edit without you guys hearing it. So we'll get those sound bites going because he's the guy. And what more do you need to know? I think those are going to be triggerable. So excited, new trial. Yes, are we going to toggle between Peterson and Sarah Boone? No, Sarah Boone's going to be dedicated coverage. So any coverage of Peterson during Sarah Boone is going to be after the fact, end of the day, wrap up, catching up with what happened in the case. Here we go. Here's our guy. Because he's the guy, looking good, spiffy, white shirt. Clearly, from his gait, was that a fist bump to his lawyer? I think he went for it, but she didn't go for it. Clearly, he's shackled at the ankles. You can tell just from how he walks that it's very it's a little restrictive. You cannot run. Let's put it that way. Is he accused of murdering his daughter Harmony? Yes. That trial begins in the fall. This is not that trial. This is a first trial. He is, as a convicted felon, he's accused of stealing and being in possession of a couple firearms, and that's what we're going to handle in this trial here. Now, at this witnesses, I believe his wife is called as a witness, as well as the wife's jail cell inmate or jail cell cellmate. There's bizarre stuff going on. The wife is also facing charges of her own for perjury. This family is not a happy family. There's some major issues here. A little bit of a teardrop tat by the eye. I see that. The vibe on the street is that this is a bad dude, but clearly he's as he sits here in court, he is innocent unless proven guilty. And so at this moment, in our eyes as members of the jury, we need to look at this as just in the scope of the case that we're addressing. Okay, we'll handle the murder issues later, but in the scope of the case that we're addressing, is he guilty of the charges related to the firearms? Catatonic. The sad part is they have never discovered her body. She just disappeared in his custody. And it was a long time before they found out he was gone. We've got a nice close look at the shave. This view here is sponsored by Harry's Razors. You can go online. No, just kidding. They probably should. It's got a little neck artwork as well that I can see just the edges of. He supposedly killed someone some years back. He's got a prior record. We haven't gone into that yet, so we're not looking at any of his priors right now. Let's see. Muddy River News had D.A. Jones on. He defended the defense attorney. What a good thing for Jones to do. What a good thing. Oh, looks like Judge is here. We might be getting some audio here any minute now. And I'm praying that it's good, solid audio. Comes in both ears, stereo, no noise. Just tied into the microphone system, and everyone talks in front of the microphone. Is that too much to ask on a Thursday morning? Oh, left ear only. Great. Yay. Yay for left ear. Right ear gets a break, apparently. Let's see if we can fix that. For that clean, irresistibly murdery look. Phoenix Rising, I do believe he's guilty of something. There seems to be a lot of coincidences of things happening around him.
All right, jury.
And it's blown out too. Let's see if we can. Well, I've got my work cut out for me on audio alone today, so it might be a bit before we can get the sound bites running. I'm not sure if they're getting locking in a focus or doing the dramatic pan of the.
Please be seated.
The cameraman used to work for James Cameron, I believe.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
As I indicated yesterday, having given you my instructions yesterday, we're going to start right in with opening statements this morning. Attorney Ugadi, whenever you're ready.
Echoing.
Thank you.
That was good morning. Opening statements. No welcome, no case of, no defendant is seated. We didn't get any introductions. I believe this is prosecutor.
Good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Ben Ugadi. I'm a Senior Assistant Attorney General here at the EAG's office. And with me is Chris Knowles. I appreciate your attention today and I appreciate all the patience that you had going through yesterday and the ordeal process. What you're going to hear about in this case,
Thank you. You got my memo.
nobody likes to be told no. Right? Nobody likes to be told what they can do or can't do, especially a convicted felon. And when felons are told no, they are definitely told no when it comes to guns. If you are convicted of a felony, you cannot possess or have under your control in New Hampshire any firearm.
Got really quiet.
That's a right to guns that you gave up when you were convicted of a felony. And if you've been convicted of certain felonies, not just one, but 3 or more, then you really cannot possess a gun or have it under your control. But in this trial, you're going to see that for some people, because they wanted money, they wanted to project power, they wanted to get drugs, or maybe they just don't like being told what they can and can't do, those guns call to them. Over the course of the next couple of days, you're going to hear how the defendant, Adam Montgomery, certainly does not like being told what to do. Because you're going to hear how, despite living under the same rules that you and I live with here in New Hampshire, rules like don't steal, rules like don't hold on to property that there no when you know it's not yours, and rules such as, especially for a convicted felon 3 or more times over of qualifying felonies, do not have a firearm. He violated those rules in 3 different ways. Not only did he possess 2 guns, 2 long guns that belonged to a Manchester resident by the name of Chris Frayne, a rifle and a shotgun, but he obtained them. They came into his possession. He got that by stealing them. He maintained them. He held on to them in his possession when he knew that they were stolen. And he disposed of them. He sold them, moved them along. 3 different ways to be in possession or control of an item. He obtained, he maintained it, and he disposed of it. 3 separate decisions that he made for each of the 2 guns. A shotgun and a rifle. Any one of those decisions for either of the 2 guns, you will see qualifies for an individual being an armed career criminal. And you heard that phrase yesterday, right? You had your beginning instructions that were read by Judge Messer. Armed career criminal. It's the basic charge for the guns that we start with and that we're going to talk through today and you're going to see in this trial. So let's go ahead and take a look at all the charges, though, of what the defendant's charged with. There are 2 armed career criminal charges. The baseline, 1 for the rifle and 1 for the shotgun that were stolen from Chris Frayne. Then 2 counts of theft by unauthorized taking, for stealing, for taking those guns, obtaining those guns, and 2 counts of receiving stolen property. Again, 1 for each of the guns, 1 for the rifle, 1 for the shotgun, for maintaining them or otherwise disposing of them. Judge Messer will instruct you on the law at the end of the offense. You heard that in her instructions yesterday, how you're going to get all of the law that you need from the court. And part of what you're going to talk about and what you're going to hear are the elements of the crimes. The elements are what the state has to prove, beyond a reasonable doubt. The state doesn't have to prove every single fact of what occurred, but must come forward with the requisite proof that the elements of the crimes have been committed. There are elements for each one of the crimes that are in front of you right now: the armed career criminal, receiving stolen property, and the theft by unauthorized taking. Armed career criminal has essentially two elements that you will hear. The first, and when Judge Messer instructs you, make sure that you pay attention to this at the end. You'll hear how the crime of armed career criminal boils down to the essential 2 elements of 1, being a convicted felon 3 or more times over of certain qualifying felonies, and 2, then going out and obtaining, maintaining, possessing, or disposing of a firearm, any firearm, revolver, or here, rifle, and a shotgun. What you're going to hear is that the first element of that crime is not in dispute. You're going to hear a stipulation. That's that every one of these tables agrees that this defendant has been convicted 3 or more times of the qualifying felonies, and that had occurred before September and October of 2019. He is a convicted felon 3 or more times over of the qualifying felonies. He is one of these people that has been told, no, you cannot have firearms. That element, you'll see, has been met. Now, the next element is whether or not he possessed or had control over the firearm. Again, the court is going to instruct you on the law, and one part of that is this possession or control. You'll hear that that part of the law is built on some common sense. So when we think about possession, you can see the different ways that we can obtain, maintain, or dispose of. So, for example, I've got my little electronic clicker, for lack of a better term. I think it's technically a laser pointer, but it doesn't seem to work very well on that screen. I can obtain this. I take possession of it. Just like you're going to hear how the defendant took possession and stole the shotgun and the rifle from Chris Frain's house. Another way that I can have possession of this is I can maintain. I can hold on to this when I know it's been stolen, making sure it doesn't go back to the original owner, but keeping it for myself or to do with as I please. That's another way that I can have possession or control of something, not just in the taking, but in the maintaining. And then the last part is a way of dispossessing, is disposing of it. In this case, you're going to hear about the defendant shopping the guns around, selling the shotgun, moving the rifle off into the stream of commerce, as they would say, disposing of it, getting rid of the possession that I had. For someone like the defendant, any one of these three shows possession, whether it's obtaining, maintaining, or dispose of. And here, the defendant, you'll see, did all 3. He took, he maintained, and he disposed of later on. And he possessed or controlled 2 different guns. Let's talk about them for a moment. The first one is a Mossberg 500 pump-action shotgun.
It's a good gun.
Single barrel. It's got a thumb hole stock that allows you to put your thumb behind the grip. If you don't want to use it up at your shoulder, you can put your thumb in there. And you're going to have that explained to you later on today. And the second was a Stag Arms AR-15 rifle. This rifle, which was later recovered less than 20 days later.
Looks like a box to me.
Elsewhere in the city of Manchester. And you're going to hear the full details about where it was found and how it was found. So, what you probably want to know, now that we've talked a little bit about the law, is whose guns were these? How did the defendant get them? And once he had them, what did he do with them? What did he say about them? What is the evidence going to be? All of that started in late September and early October of 2019. The evidence you're going to see from different witnesses, and you're going to hear from the first witness this morning, a gentleman by the name of Chris Frayne. Chris Frayne owned that rifle and owned a shotgun, was living in Manchester. He was working construction at the time. Construction details where on a Sunday night you go out to wherever your work site's going to be. Maybe it's in state, maybe it's out of state, and you come back home for the weekends, but otherwise you're out working for the whole week. He worked on a construction crew, and for September into October 2019, he was working in Queensbury, New York. That's a little bit north of Albany. His crew would go out for the week, stay for the week, come back home to spend the weekends at home. So while Chris was away all week at the job site, who was at the home, where he kept the two rifles? Well, who was with him, you'll hear, is Kim Frayne, who was his wife, and their young daughter. When Chris's long guns, the Mossberg 500 pump shotgun and the Stag Arms AR-15 rifle, where would he keep them? He'd keep them wrapped up in some blankets underneath the bed. Now, Chris also owned two handguns, a .380 Ruger and a .45 caliber handgun. He kept those elsewhere. The .380 Ruger ended up going missing at the same time as the two long guns. The defendant is charged with the two long guns, the shotgun and the rifle. Chris only owned that rifle for a very short time. He had gone shooting with it at the range with a friend just the weekend before he went out to work. So when he came back from Albany after that week of work, that Friday night, he went to go get the long guns out to clean them so they could be ready for him to go shooting with his friends the following day. Sometime between when he left on Sunday, September 29th, 2019, and when he returned on Friday, October 4th of 2019, that shotgun and that rifle, which were wrapped up in blankets underneath the bed, had been taken. Chris discovered that on Friday. He did what any one of us might have done. When they called the police business line the next morning to report that they had been taken. So, next question. One of the things that you have to think about is theft by unauthorized taking, right? Obtaining. So, who had been at Chris's house while he had been gone? Defendant had. Adam Montgomery.
Wrong daughter is missing.
You'll see and you'll hear there was no sign of forced entry. The home wasn't disheveled or broken into. This wasn't something you see in TV and the movies where it's a smash and grab and people take everything that they can find that's valuable plus the silverware, right? Who else was in the house while he was gone? His wife Kim and his daughter. We talked about that. And Kim told police initially that no one was over there during the week. But Kim, you'll see, in the fall of 2019, was battling addiction. And she was friends with Adam Montgomery. And Adam Montgomery was a friend that she got high with. And Adam had been at her home that week that the guns went missing. And it took sobriety and a number of years before Kim was able to admit that the defendant had been in her house when the guns had been stolen and her husband was away. She'll explain, and you'll hear from her this morning, that their plan that night, that week, was to get high. Both of them were sitting on the couch, she and the defendant. He fell asleep at around 11. She fell asleep around 11 o'clock on the couch. Woke up about 9 o'clock the next morning. Woke up to find that the back door was left open, screen door was shut, and there was a crack pipe sitting on the table. And that the defendant was nowhere to be gone. House wasn't ransacked, wasn't in disarray, and it wasn't until her husband came home on Friday, who went looking for the two long guns to clean them, that there was any discovery that these two guns were missing. Now, Kim is going to admit to you that she never pawned or sold or gave away these two long guns that are charged here, the shotgun or the rifle. She will admit that she did pawn some of the household items for money. Items like her husband's jewelry, a watch, a ring. And she'll admit to you that she bought drugs from Ishmael Garcia before, another name that you're going to hear. And you're going to see corroboration of that. You're going to see pawn tickets showing that she pawned jewelry at that time period. But what you're not going to see is any evidence that Kim Frayne pawned those two long guns, the shotgun and the rifle. Instead, what you're going to see is evidence that it was the defendant who took the two long guns, taken from Chris Frayne the week that he was gone out in Albany, when the defendant was in person at Chris's house and went over to hang out with Kim to get high, and came out of that house at some point with those two guns. Because even though there's no evidence that Kim pawned or did anything with those two long rifles, would you guess who's suddenly looking to sell a shotgun and an AR-15 on October 3rd, 2019? I have something right now that you've been looking for a grip, bro. Hit me up ASAP. Response, yo, if it's metal, I want it. You're going to hear how this Facebook message exchange occurred between this defendant's Facebook account.
These texts are
and Mark Reed. Mark Reed is going to tell you that this is exactly what happened in these messages. That the defendant reached out to him, that he communicated with the defendant about the purchase of an AR-15 rifle and a shotgun with a grip. So this is Mark Reed on the left in gray, and you'll see the actual messages. You will see the images of the actual messages on the phone as we go through this trial. The defendant's response, it is, bro, the big boys. How much? Asks Mark. I can't hold it. First come, first serve, says the defendant. How much? I want. Well, which one do you want? Both of them? Or which one? I want the 12 gauge, but I don't got 3V. Then he texts back, cause 8, get a pick, and up and down. The defendant responds, I'll take it. How much? Asks Mark. I'll take a stick for the pump, but I also need like $80 in cash. You're going to hear Mark Reed explain that a stick refers to a stick of heroin or fentanyl. The defendant, a week that Chris's guns go missing, starts his communication with Mark Reed to sell those guns. Talks about the 12 gauge, and Mark Reed and negotiates a price for it. Mark Reed is going to tell you about those conversations he had with the defendant. You're going to see these Facebook messages back and forth from the defendant's account. Mark is going to tell you about what a stick means and what he thought he was buying from the defendant and what he was paying for it, for a stick of fentanyl and heroin. There's no game of telephone here, that a rumor mill goes from one person to one person to one person, something gets changed. You're going to hear from Mark. He was the customer that the defendant was negotiating with to buy the shotgun.
That's pretty good evidence.
But all good dealers have more than one potential buyer. So you're also going to hear from Kevin LaBelle. Kevin LaBelle, who's going to tell you how he went to the defendant's house where he was living on Guilford Street at the time, and the defendant offered to sell him the Mossberg pump-action black shotgun with a thumb hole stock to it, scope on the top. He also offered to sell him the AR-15. And you're going to hear how Kevin LaBelle bought that shotgun from this man's hands in exchange for drugs and cash, and then later on sold it back to him in exchange for more drugs. No game
back and forth
of telephone.
It's like
now, when you're listening to the witnesses in this case, you're going to have to decide for yourselves their credibility, whether or not they're telling you the truth. You've got to look at the whole picture. Ask yourself, does what I'm hearing from the defendant's customers, Mark Reed and Kevin LaBelle, does that add up? Is that corroborated? And the answer that we'll see is yes, what they're saying and what the other witnesses are saying is corroborated. Facebook messages, phone records, other witnesses will corroborate the fact that the defendant got these two long guns, the shotgun and the rifle. And on top of just possession or control, that he had stolen them from Chris Frain's house and he had moved them on. You're going to hear corroboration like corroboration from the defendant's then wife, Kayla Montgomery, who saw the guns in the house while he was trying to sell them, as she was watching the kids and he was peddling the guns in the other room. You're going to hear corroboration from a gentleman by the name of Michael Sullivan, who saw the defendant with one of these long guns sticking out of the back butt of the gun, sticking out from underneath a covering. You're going to hear corroboration from different sets of neighbors, because when you're told no, the one thing you apparently like to do is brag that you broke the rules. And he bragged to his later neighbor about dealing in guns, owning an AR-15 when he was living at that time back on Guilford Street, and owning and selling guns there. You're going to hear corroboration from Facebook messages that he sent others, which were later recovered by police, and corroboration from a phone that the defendant had his account logged into that he thought he got rid of, but still showed his information in it. All of this and more, corroboration from people that the defendant surrounded himself with. And when you hear these witnesses, keep in mind, this is who he was friends with. These are people whom he associated with, who he did business with, who he boasted to, who he bragged to. He chose them. The state doesn't choose the witnesses. Evidence leads to the truth wherever it goes. And the evidence here all leads right back to Adam Montgomery. In this room, you're going to see the truth of those people that the defendant surrounded himself with. And that's all sides of the truth. You're going to hear from Kim Frain, who's going to talk to you about when she was addicted to drugs in 2019, who's going to admit to you about having pawned her husband's jewelry at the time. But you're also going to see corroboration how Chris Frain's guns never went to a pawn shop, and that the defendant brokered his own customers. You're going to hear from Kayla Montgomery, the defendant's wife, who lied for the defendant to protect him initially. Lied to the point of perjury, sworn under oath, and she lied to protect him before. You'll hear about why or what she saw the defendant do with these guns and why she lied with them. Kayla Montgomery had a reason why she lied. She made a bad choice, an illegal one. She chose to help the defendant by not telling the truth when she was under oath, like she will be here, which is a crime called perjury. She's pled guilty to those crimes. She's gone to prison for those crimes.
And now she's going to tell the truth.
And just like Kayla Montgomery was held responsible for her crimes, the defendant should be held responsible for the crimes that are charged here. Possession, and on top of that, obtaining, knowingly maintaining, and disposing of the stolen shotgun and the stolen rifle. But let's keep addressing the full picture of what you're going to see. The defendant's customers, Mark Reed, whom he messaged and talked with, Kevin LaBelle, whom he sold the shotgun to. These men weren't talking to a customer service rep from Riley's gun shop. They weren't down at Bass Pro Shops. You'll hear how they too have criminal records. They too themselves had been told, no, you cannot own a firearm. That's who the defendant picked as his customers to quickly move newly stolen guns. You're going to see how his actions fed on the underbelly, the soft targets, the people who knew he knew were interested in guns and that couldn't just walk into a store to buy them, and how they are not proud of their current situation. They're not proud of the situation where they are. Some of them, I'm sure you're going to see, are not happy to be here and do not want to testify. But the full picture includes hearing from these witnesses so you can look at them. You judge their credibility. You look them in the eye and decide whether or not they are telling you the truth. Witnesses have to take the stand. That's what they do here. The state's witnesses must go and take the stand, and you have to look them in the eye and judge their credibility. And whether what they say corroborates one or multiple of the different elements of those crimes that you're going to have instructed on at the end, you will see that there is no reasonable doubt that Adam Montgomery possessed and controlled these two long guns between the end of September of 2019 and the middle of October 2019, including the moments when he stole them from Chris Frayn's house. He advertised them, showed them, peddled them as he held on to them, and when he sold or disposed of them to people who would knowingly buy an illegal firearm, a stolen firearm. The defense may ask you to believe some other witnesses about other guns, but you'll have heard by then some verifiable and corroborated facts. And in the end, you're going to believe Adam Montgomery. You're going to believe the defendant, because he's the one who told others that he had these two long guns. He told his customers, he told his spouse, he told his neighbor, he told his friends, the people that he showed and sold and bragged about these guns to. At the very end of this case, my co-counsel Chris Knowles will have an opportunity to come up to talk with you, to recap the different evidence that we're going to hear during trial, and to ask you to return a verdict of guilty. The process of this trial is incredibly important to everyone inside this room as well as everyone outside of this room, because it's important for a good and a functioning society to have facts be shown, proof be given, and that you people decide whether the elements of the crime have been proven. The defendant didn't like to be told no, but we don't expect you to just say yes. Not in here. At the end of this trial, we expect that you will say guilty, because the evidence shows that the defendant took these guns, had these guns, the shotgun and the rifle, when he had been told no. We expect that you will say guilty to hold him accountable for his actions beyond the mere armed career criminal, but also through to the taking and the stealing of those guns and the theft by unauthorized taking from Kim Frayn's home, and as well as the receiving stolen property, for possessing or maintaining these guns when he knew that they were stolen, for selling and disposing of them when you see and you hear from who he sold them to and who he shopped them to. The defendant doesn't like to be told no, but we don't expect you to just say yes. We expect you to hold the state to its burden, to examine the witnesses and the facts, and then to find him guilty on all counts. Thank you very much for your time.
See if we have some better audio feeds than what we have here.
Just want to make sure everybody's okay here. Okay. I assume you still remember me. I'm Caroline Smith, and
yesterday
I got something very, very different to tell you about. Chris Frayn came home from a shorter than normal business trip and discovered that his guns were missing. While he was gone on that shorter than normal business trip, his wife, Kim Frayn, was left home with her cravings. While he was gone on that trip, Kimberly Frayn did a lot of drugs. And at the end of the time that Chris was gone, she wanted more, and she had no money. And the guns ended up being the means that she used to get more drugs. They were not stolen from the Franz residence. They were taken with Kim's knowledge. They were taken with Kim's permission. And they were taken by Ishmael Garcia with Kim's consent. As Chris Frayn was talking to the police, Ishmael Garcia was reaching out to sell the guns. And one of the people he reached out to was Adam. And Adam reached out to others to help Ish. Adam tried to help Ish sell the guns. That's what he's called. Ishmael Garcia goes by Ish. Adam tried to help him, but he did not steal those guns. Ish did. Adam reached out to buyers for Ish, but he did not possess the guns. Adam tried to connect people interested in the guns with Ishmael, but he did not control those guns. Ishmael Garcia held on to those guns until the moment that he sold them to someone else. Unfortunately, the police didn't pay a lot of attention to those missing guns back in 2019. They didn't really pay any attention, or much attention, to those missing guns until 2022, when Adam was arrested and when they wanted to get Adam for more. People will give a lot of statements here in this courtroom, and you're going to learn that those statements changed over time. From 2019, when the original investigation into the guns happened, to 2022, when the police wanted Adam for the guns. People's statements changed dramatically in some cases and a little bit in others, but they substantially changed what happened in 2019.
Fix the audio here.
When Ishmael Garcia took the guns. On September 29 is when Chris left for his trip. It was a business trip, a work trip. But he didn't come back on October 4th. He came back on October 2nd. And he discovered that his guns were missing. And what he will tell you is before he went on his trip on September 29, he looked under the bed and he checked, and both of his guns were there. And he went to the drawer and he checked, and both of the pistols were there, the .380 and the .45. And he'll tell you that when he came back on the 2nd, he checked under the bed, and his guns were missing. And he checked in the drawer, and the .380 was missing, but the .45 was still there. So he's trying to figure out throughout October 2nd what's going on. He confronts his wife. I don't know.
It wasn't me.
He's got nothing to say. He looks around, tries to figure things out, cannot, calls the police on October 3rd. And the police arrive, and Chris tells the police that he was gone those days, that he checked before he left. He knew the guns were there. He checked when he came back, and 3 of the guns are missing, and 1 remains. And that was very strange to him. So he told him that he talked to his wife, Kim, and Kim said she knew nothing, must have been stolen. And he also had a list of other things that after he noticed his guns were missing, he went around the house more, and he found other things missing. His watch, that he thought was about $800 watch, a wedding ring, silver wedding ring, that he thought was about $1,000, speakers.
It's a lot of silver.
And maybe some other stuff, but that was what he could list for the police, along with the .380, the Mossberg shotgun, and the AR-15 assault rifle. And he said that he confronted Kim, and at first she said she didn't know the guns were missing. She hadn't noticed it. And then she said she hadn't left home in the entire 3 days that he was gone. Must have been stolen. And Chris said he didn't see any sign of forced entry. He didn't see any signs of things moved around as if somebody is looking for valuables. And he didn't know. And Kim was just like, must have been stolen. She did not tell Chris that she had pawned the wedding ring. $1,000 wedding ring that she pawned in August for $50 and hadn't been able to get back from the pawn shop in those 2 months.
$50.
She hadn't told him that she had gotten rid of his watch. She didn't tell him any of that. And when he confronted her with that list of items, must have been stolen. So then Chris called the police on the third, and he told the police all of his checking, and he said, and another weird thing is, the dog would not let somebody in here. The dog would be barking if somebody came into my house and stole items. The dog barks when people move around in the house. The dog made everything very suspicious. So Officer Brunelli spoke to Kim. She said, they must have been stolen. He confronted her with the dog and the condition of the house that Chris had told him that. She said she wasn't gone the whole time. She didn't know what happened. But as the officer confronted her more and more on the things that didn't quite add up, she said, well, she went to sleep on the couch with her 2-year-old daughter around 10. And then she woke up around 11 to take the dog out for nightly pee. And then went back to bed, and maybe she left the door unlocked. She must have left the door unlocked because when she woke up in the morning, the door was wide open. So that was her explanation. Must have been stolen. But she did not have an explanation for the officer about why the .45 is in the drawer and the .380 is gone. She didn't have an explanation, or didn't give one. There was an explanation. She didn't explain, actually all those things weren't really missing. I pawned some. I got rid of some. She didn't explain that. She was protecting herself with the police. And she couldn't explain how the dog didn't go crazy if somebody came in after she went to bed. So around the same time that the police are called and responding to this, Ishmael Garcia is trying to sell his guns, or the guns that he got. And he reached out to different people, and one of the people he reached out to was Adam, and Adam was not interested in buying the guns, but he knew people that might be. And so Adam reached out to people for Ish, and it was not a good thing to do. It was not the right thing to do, but that's what Adam did. But Ish had control of the guns, so one of the people that Adam was reaching out to was Mark Reed, and wanted to sell the guns, connect the two, but he said he acted as if these were my guns, and we're in a hurry. We need to move them fast. Let's go, Mark, come on. Mark doesn't move fast enough. Adam would like to have Mark, his friend Mark, have the gun, but Ishmael had sold it to somebody else by the time Mark and he were working things out for a price. Ishmael sold it to someone else. We'll address each bit of those text messages that you saw, because there was more to the text messages. Now, Ish also sold the AR-15, and that was sold before the communication between Adam and Mark was even done. That was gone pretty quickly. And after the report on October 3rd, Kim went to her friend Mike Sullivan's house. It's a place where she hung out. And she told Mike Sullivan that Ish and Manny had stolen the guns. And Mike went to Ish to talk to him about that and came back and was just shaking his head at Kim. And Kim started accusing other people of stealing her guns. One of the other people at Mike's was Adam. She accused him as well. And at some point she said, I got a video. That was laughed at. If there was a video, somebody would have been arrested. There was no video, and it was very clear at the time. But Kim couldn't own up to what she had done, because these people were somewhat friends of Chris, too. So, the police go back to Chris. Officer Brunelli wants this investigation to go on, but there's nowhere to go as far as what he has. What he didn't know was that on October 22nd, 2 weeks after the guns were reported stolen, the AR-15 assault rifle was found. But it was never connected to Chris's guns, so this investigation into Chris's guns didn't know it had been found. It was off the street, but as far as the Manchester Police Department knew, it was still on the street. But in November of 2019, the police decided to close the case. They couldn't go any farther based on what Chris and Kim had told them. December 19, 2019, Kim Fran is arrested for drugs. And she doesn't want to go to jail, and she wants to go home, and she wants to turn things around, and she promises to turn things around, and the officer there asks about the guns. And she's got another story here. She says, oh, and she still, in that story, did not talk about Ish. She then gave a story that she moved the guns behind the couch to be close to her daughter. Chris and Kim had a 2-year-old daughter in the house as well.
Had a daughter.
And in this story, she says, well, Adam came over that night and she fell asleep. And in this story, she woke up in the morning and Adam was still there. And so as she was leaving, she said in this story that she was going to work. And as she was leaving, she said, lock up when you leave, Adam. That was her second story. That wasn't true either. She didn't mention Ishmael Garcia. She didn't mention that she knew what happened to the guns. And then Mike Sullivan was arrested. He was arrested in January of 2020. And Mike Sullivan didn't want to go to jail. And Mike Sullivan did not want to have his kids taken away from him. And he will tell you he was threatened with that, with DCYF taking his kids. And he was promising, I'll do rehab, I'll give you whatever you want. And so they sat Mike Sullivan down to see what Mike knew about things that were going on in the neighborhood, that maybe if he could give them something important, they might work with him. And so Mike sat down with them and he told them everything he knew about, well, I can't say that. He told them about many different people in the area and things that they did wrong. And he said, Ish and Manny, that gun's from the house. When they followed up, what are you talking about? He said, Chris and Kim, I think he said Fran, they took the guns from the house. And he mentions Adam too. Pulls Adam in, give him as much as he can. And the police say, what guns? And he says the .380 or pistol, maybe, shotgun, and an AR-15. This is in January of 2020, where he identifies the people who used to own the gun, identifies Ish and Manny as people who took the guns, and pulls in Adam as well. And when they say, ask him, did you see a picture of the guns? He says, no, I held on to them. I held them. They did not follow up with the Frans after that. They did not reopen the gun case after that. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, they don't know that the AR-15 is safely in an evidence locker somewhere. As far as they know, there's still an assault rifle around Manchester missing. So then Adam is arrested on unrelated charges, and he's in jail. And the police reopened the investigation. There was a connection to Adam there, and they were gonna make that connection. They were gonna make it stick. Kim had said, Adam, we're gonna get Adam for the guns. On February 6th, they learned that the .380 was also recovered much earlier, back in March of 2021. The .380 was the pistol. So that was also safely off the streets, but they didn't know it until they ran another NCIC check and discovered that. On February 12th, they talked to Kim again, and this time Kim's story was that on the night before Chris got home, Adam came over hoping to get high with her. She was tired and he was too, so they went to sleep. And she said she woke up around 9 or 10 in the morning and the door was wide open and there was a crack pipe on the counter. And she said some of the guns were in the bedroom and some of the guns were under the couch. Ish Garcia's name came up during that interview, and she said she was somewhat familiar with him. She didn't say that Ish was her dealer, but she did say, well, maybe Adam and Ish could have sold the guns. But she was keeping Ishmael as far away from her story as she could, given that she had to answer the questions. On February 14, the police learned about the Stag AR-15, that it had been recovered 2 weeks after, give or take, 2 weeks after the guns had been taken from the Franz house. There was a switch on a number, on a serial number. They caught that, ran it through NCI again, and they had the gun. And it had been safely off the streets for a long time. On March 1st, the police went to Mark Reed. And Mark Reed said, yeah, he had wanted to buy the gun. Still had the Facebook messages. You can look at them. And didn't work out. It got sold before he could buy the gun. Then on March 11, they talked to Kayla. This is Adam's estranged wife. She was incarcerated at the time, too. And before the police talked to her, she had talked to her attorney about what they wanted to talk to her about. She already knew. She'd also talked to another friend, Terry Hebert, who knew that Adam, the investigation in the guns was going on. So she did not protect Adam. She protected herself. She said, yeah, Adam went over to Kim's. I remember the guns being stolen. Adam went over to Kim's, and when he came back, he said the door was wide open and Kim was asleep. And she also mentioned Ish and Manny. And she said, well, they were accusing each other of doing that. I remember, but I don't really know anything. I didn't see anything. I don't know anything. She was protecting herself, but she was willing to say, yeah, go for Adam. Adam was over at Kim's that night. And on March 21, after that, and she also recalled that Adam was gone for about 20 minutes when he went to Kim's. Not overnight. On March 21, Kim Fran testified before a grand jury. She started to give us similar events, but at this time, instead of being somewhat familiar with Ish Garcia, she had to admit they hung out, they did drugs together, and if she needed drugs, he would come by and sell her crack. He was her drug dealer. And when she was asked at that grand jury, did Ishmael Garcia ever hold, use, or fire any of Chris's guns? And she said, not that I saw. No. More questions on that. And she said, well, I like the .45 and I would take that with me. So if he ever held it, it was when I had it with me. He could have held one of the guns then, my .45. She said that while she was sober, under oath. She's recently admitted that she used to let Ishmael Garcia take her car and his .380 while Chris was out of town. on March 30 or 31. No, there is no 30. Anyway, the end of March, Mike Sullivan is arrested. That story that he had talked to the police about in January of 2020, that was supposed to take care of the charge, but Mike didn't do what he was supposed to do. And he fled the jurisdiction, or at least fled the court, would not show up in court. And he will tell you that he left because he was scared, because one of the people that he gave information on had been arrested, and he was afraid that that person would read through and discover he had given information, and he was scared, so he left. But because he left that jurisdiction, those cases stayed. And so when he was arrested, he wanted to give information so that he could get that deal back, so that this case could go away. And so he knew that the police wanted to talk about Adam, knew Adam had been arrested, and so he gave a different story from what he said in January of 2020. And he kind of implicated Ish, and he implicated Adam, but he definitely had Adam selling a shotgun. And he embellished that story a bit about the shotgun. And so the police say, great. And he describes how he knows that Adam sold this shotgun, because he didn't touch him or anything. But he was with Adam when Adam drove to this place where he did an exchange with somebody else. And yeah, I could identify who that person was. I don't know right now, but if you showed me a photo, I would know. And yeah, I know where that place was. Yeah, I know where that place is. So the police take him up on it. All right, let's go. Let's find that place. And they take Sullivan on a ride around. No result. Nope. You can't figure it out. They don't bother with a photo lineup with Mike Sullivan. So, Mike appeared for another story, or another statement after that. This statement was under oath, and his story changed again. And when he was caught in March into April, he was kind of in a bad way. He was a little bit better off mentally, off drugs, for that other statement. And he knew that the police wanted Adam, but he couldn't remember exactly what he had told him before. So he probably got a little bit closer to the truth when he was talking about Ishmael Garcia then. But he couldn't remember all that he said, so it became a different statement again. On April 1st, Adam was charged with stealing or receiving 2 of the 3 guns that went missing at the same time.
What more do you need to see?
No one was charged with the 3rd. On June 3rd, Kayla went to the grand jury as well, but she wasn't asked about the guns by the prosecutors at that grand jury. She wasn't asked about that case. And after she had given her statement to the police that she knew was coming, that she volunteered to do after talking to her attorney, she was charged with receiving guns. The 2 guns that Adam Montgomery was charged with, Kayla was charged with. And she will tell you, and has always said, she never held, never controlled, never managed, never disposed of those guns. And the police didn't have, well, she will say when she gave her story, no, none of this was. And throughout this time, she will tell you, I never controlled, held, owned, possessed, managed, disposed, nothing with those guns. I was in the house, and all I wanted to do was get high. But she was charged on June 3rd. And after she was charged, or knew she was June 3rd?
She doesn't
I think
know
I
what
have
it
that
is.
wrong, but I'll figure it out later. We'll get it as the facts are presented at trial. But on June 3rd, after she had been charged with that, she talked to the police and gave them a different story, giving them more of Adam. They want Adam, they get Adam. Other people have implicated Adam since. Kevin LaBelle bought the gun, bought the shotgun. You're going to hear how his story changed too, very much so, from when the police first spoke to him in 2022. And you can see why the state wouldn't want to just rely on these witnesses who keep changing their stories. So the police do send
I hope he takes
the
the stand.
AR-15, the Stag AR-15. They do send it to lab for DNA testing and for fingerprint testing. Let's get science to see if it can back this up. You won't hear anything about DNA or fingerprints connecting Adam to that AR-15. But there were results on the fingerprints for sure.
Prosecution went first.
Nothing to connect Adam. People can say after the fact what they want for their own reasons. But real evidence in this case is what was going on in 2019 when there wasn't this focus specifically to get Adam. And that connection to Adam was not made, except shortly after by Mike Sullivan when he talked about Ishmael and Manny taking the guns, and Adam there, a part of it. Adam's part was to help Ish either connect him with buyers or have somebody to buy the gun for Ish. At no time did Adam possess the gun. Ishmael held on to the guns until he sold them. At no time did Adam control the guns. Ishmael decided who would buy the guns. At no time did Adam manage the guns, and he did not dispose of the guns. Those were Ishmael's actions, and Adam did a very bad thing by contributing to it to the extent that he did. But he didn't steal the guns, he didn't possess them, he didn't control them, and he's not guilty of what he's charged with here. Thank you.
All right, so she's wrapping that up. She's going to go check her dates and get back to the jury on that.
Right, counsel, approach for 1 minute, please.
Counsel's going to approach. Ooh, God, our ear get a rest. I do have a couple more sound effects we built. We've got Moore and Guy. You might be able to use those just during this break here. Let's see, I'm also trying to update the commands button so you guys can know everything that's available to you as far as the Discord or the correct cow podcast.
What more do you need to see?
There you go. There's one of them.
Because he's the guy.
That one needs to turn down just a tiny bit. Audio. Let's try this one.
Because he's the guy.
Still loud.
Because he's the guy.
There we go. This camera does dramatic pan across the. This is funny. During the opening statements of the prosecutor, first of all, the cameraman zoomed in on the laptop on the prosecution's desk. Now I realized the laptop was showing the slideshow, but just the fact that they're zooming in on the lawyer's laptop on their desk, it just seems wrong.
Because he's the guy.
Why is it still playing that sound? Did I not put a timer on that one? Ooh, breakfast. Hang on, my littles just brought me breakfast. I've got scrambled eggs, 2 muffins, oatmeal muffins. Are these what they are? A fork.
Hold on, Attorney Gotti.
And a mug full of milk. Sorry, guys, I'm out of commission for a while. You're going to have to entertain yourselves as the food has arrived.
The muffins are date muffins.
They're date muffins? Like they have dates in them, or this is a date? Oh, they have dates in them. Awesome. Kids are amazing. Tell Mom thank you as well. All right. The guy, cool down.
Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct. Okay, we're all ready. Okay, so we've got a little bit of break right now. Let's see, are we sharing breakfast? No, Debbie, this one's all mine. I just have a little plate.
What more do you need to see?
Have some, I guess these are date muffins. I got a little pile of scrambled eggs behind those hiding. I'm spilling breakfast on my computer. But I have a mug full of milk as well, which is one of my favorite breakfast drinks.
I'm not a cat.
Put a whole chicken.
Gentlemen, in a minute we're going to begin the evidence, and the state will call its first witness. If this is a good time to stand and stretch, you're welcome to do that.
Oh, wow.
These
Lots
days
of
can be
yoga breaks.
long, and I do recognize that sometimes there are moments where people feel sleepy or a little more tired. I don't have any issue. If you need to stand for a moment and you want to do that, or even just stay standing, if you want to come down and stand by the rail, if you feel yourself getting tired, in the middle of testimony, you're welcome to do that, okay? So the most important thing is that everybody is alert and listening to the evidence.
Could be wandering around the courtroom stretching during the trial. I think that's what
I think the
she
state
just
needs
said.
just a minute. If you want to stand and take a stretch right now, that would be fine.
Jurors, at any time, if you just want to walk around the aisle or maybe wait around the well, take a look at some of the paperwork on the attorney's desks, or maybe ask your own questions from audience members, witnesses, or the defendant yourself. You're welcome to go ahead and do that during the trial. The most important part is you pay attention to whatever the responses are and that you're happy. We hope you're happy, because it's definitely not the pay that's keeping you here. Yeah, the judge is a little more relaxed. Help yourself to the snack bar, everyone. Yes, thank you, 6
When you're ready. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna begin with the evidence. The state will call its first witness. As I say, if you feel yourself getting tired and you need to stand down by the rail, that's fine.
I swear, the juror is already nodding off. Why else would she give this instruction? Cameraman's gonna be like, "Oh crap! Here comes the one juror. He's wandering around the courtroom again. Got to pan up to the clock."
Mr. Friend, when you get to the stand, you will remain standing just for a brief minute.
Please stand by the microphone. Please.
You solemnly swear the testimony that you will give this jury with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat.
I like his shirt. I approve of his shirt. I really do. Come on back.
Mr. Friend, I'm going to stand back here just because I want to make sure that the end jurors are going to be able to hear you. But if you cannot hear me at any point in time, please just ask me to speak up, and I'll be glad to do so, okay?
Okay.
All right. And Mr. Frayne, since we're being recorded here today, would you please state your first and last name and spell your last name for the record?
Chris Frayne, F-R-A-I-N.
And Mr. Frayne, where do you currently live? What city?
Manchester.
How long have you lived in Manchester?
My whole life.
Whole life. Okay, and how old are you now?
40.
All right. So been here for 40 years?
Yes.
All right. What are some of the different kinds of jobs that you've had during your
practicing.
lifetime?
He's covering the
I've been a
lens.
mechanic. I did
He's irising all the way down.
And now I work for a highway department.
Highway department.
The cameraman
And how far did you go in
He doesn't
school?
realize what he just did.
A little bit of college.
Basically,
Okay.
it's equivalent of closing your eyelids.
And what was that for? What were you studying in college?
Automotive repair.
All right. Ian, have you ever been married?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your spouse's name?
Kim.
Kim. Same last name, Kim
Yes.
Frayne? Are you still currently married?
No.
When
That
did the two
almost
of you
was
split?
followed by a thankfully. You can see that on his face. No, thankfully.
March of 20.
March of 2020? Okay. Back in 2019, what were you doing for work then?
I was working for Venture Construction.
And what type of construction work does Venture do?
Waterproofing, bridges and stuff like that.
What does that entail? What kind of, like, for your day-to-day, what does that look like when you were with them?
Usually the job site's at a different state. Drive there, and if they want us to work for the week, we stay the week, or however it works out.
Okay. And you stay out there, you stay at the job site or a hotel nearby, I take it?
Yes.
All right. In September and October of 2019, did any of your jobs there take you to a place around Queensbury, New York?
Yes.
Right. What was the job?
We were putting high friction surface on a couple of bridge decks.
A couple of bridge decks? Is that the top of the deck or top of the bridge or the bottom of the bridge?
Yes, to the top.
Okay. And what was your normal work schedule back then? Where were you on any given day?
On the bridge.
Okay.
In Queensbury.
And how about, and that was a bad question for me, I apologize. What days were you working?
We would leave from home on Sunday and work Monday through Friday and come home after work.
Okay. When you were gone at work, while you were working on this spot at this bridge, in Queensbury, New York, when you did that, who was living at home during the week? Who was at your home when you were not there?
Kim and my young daughter.
Okay. And did you have any firearms or any guns in the house?
Yes.
Right.
That was not the daughter that went missing. Different daughter.
I have a HK-45 pistol. I had a Ruger LCP. I had an AR-15 and a 12-gauge shotgun.
12-gauge shotgun.
So it wasn't his daughter that
Do you
went
remember
missing.
the brand of that shotgun?
Mossberg.
Mossberg. What color was it?
Black.
And did you have any attachments to that shotgun?
It had a scope on it.
Okay. So that's a scope for folks. Could you please explain for the jury what a scope is for people who might not be familiar with firearms?
Scope
It's
on a
like
shotgun.
a mini telescope that you look through to help focus on the target.
Okay. And did it have, what are some of the other features of the shotgun? So, for example, the grip or the stock that goes into your arm. Could you describe that for the jury?
It had a thumb hole buttstock. You could put your thumb through it and get a better grip.
And did it have any other sort of attachments on the side of it?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. And separate from that, do you recall whether it had the ability, how many rounds that it would hold?
I believe 4.
What kind of shotgun was this? Was this like one of the ones where you kind of pump it to fire one, or that's what it was?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And you said that you also owned a AR-15.
Yes, Stag Arms Model 2.
Stag Arms Model 2. That's the brand name, Stag Arms?
Yes.
Did that also have an optic on it or a sight on it?
Yes, a Romeo 7.
Romeo 7. Okay. And finally, you said you had a Ruger firearm as well?
Yes.
Is that a long gun or is that a pistol?
Pistol.
Pistol. I want to talk with you for a moment about the shotgun and the rifle. Where did you normally store those guns in your house?
They were under my bed, wrapped up in a blanket.
Wrapped up in a blanket?
Yes.
Okay.
Sounds safe.
And they were under your bed. How many bedrooms did you have in your house?
4.
4? Okay. And at the time, were you and Kim living in the same bedroom?
Yes.
How long had you owned the rifle?
Maybe a month. I just got it.
Where'd you get it from?
My youngest brother.
Youngest brother?
Yes.
What's his name?
Connor.
Connor. Your Honor, it's my understanding that the defendant's agreement, I'd like to strike the state's identification on State's Exhibit 6.
No objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
The ID is stricken on Exhibit 6. It's entered as a full exhibit.
Mr. Frank, I'm showing you what's marked State's Exhibit 6. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
Okay. How do you recognize it?
That's me holding my AR.
Okay. How long had you had the gun again?
Maybe a month.
Maybe a month or so? All right. And so this was taken, what, in that same frame, that same fall of 2019?
Yeah, that was the weekend before I had him stolen.
The weekend before it was stolen? Okay. Permission to publish to the jury.
Yes, you may.
So this is taken just a week before this gun is stolen from you? Is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that it did have an optic that was attached to it. I believe you said a Romeo 7?
Yes.
Is that a brand name or is that a style or?
It's a model.
It's a model. This time we'd also ask, with our understanding with the defendants, with no objection, we'd ask the ID be stricken on statement.
No objection, correct? The ID is stricken. Exhibit 33 is entered as a full exhibit.
Mr. Frame, you said that that was a Stag Arms Model 2, correct?
Yes, correct.
And
I wonder if he's going to get his gun back.
States Exhibit 33. Do you recognize that rifle?
Yes.
And with regards to this, what am I holding here from the rifle box?
A Sig Romeo 7.
Okay. Is that yours?
Yes.
So this was your rifle?
Yes.
Isn't it still?
Could you describe a little bit for the optic? You said that it was telescopic?
No, that is just an electronic red dot that helps you aim and focus on the target real quick.
The one for the shotgun, did it work the same way that this one works to be able to put a dot on something?
That was more telescopic.
That was more telescopic.
It seems backwards.
Was it
I would
bigger or
put the red
smaller
dot
than
on the
this one?
shotgun.
Bigger.
Bigger. Permission to publish the rifle to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes,
Just to demonstrate, I will leave it in the box.
Yes.
Excuse me. Mr. Frame, do you mind if I leave these here in front of you? Is that okay?
That's fine.
Thank you.
Well, we get a close-up. It's zip tied in the box, so it can't come out. I imagine it might during the trial, but for now.
When you went away for the week, Mr. Frame, on the week of September 29th, and you came back later that week, was that a full week of work or was it a short week?
Full week.
Full week? And when you came back, when did you realize that this was that this gun was stolen?
Shortly after I got home.
Shortly after you got home.
That night.
How did you find out it was stolen?
I went looking for them.
And could you explain to the jury, why did you go looking for them?
Because I was supposed to go target shooting with my brother the next day. I was going to clean them.
Okay. And you were going to clean them before going?
Correct.
Thank you very much for allowing me to use this space.
You're welcome.
What about your Mossberg shotgun? Was that there when you went looking for it as well that day?
No.
I don't have a shotgun defined to show you. Do you know if that shotgun was ever recovered?
I don't know.
You said that you had, one of the other guns that we talked about a moment ago was the .380, the pistol that you said you had. Was that also kept under the bed in blankets?
No, that was kept in a drawer.
Kept in a drawer? In which room?
My bedroom.
And was that there when you went to look the day you came home?
It was not.
A lot of times people think about things being burglarized from them, and they think about what they see on TV. How did your house look when you got home? Were things...
It looked pretty much the way I left it.
Okay. Did you see any sign of a broken glass or a broken door?
No.
Anything else that people might think about when they think about a a smash or a break-in or something like that?
Nothing.
Nothing like that. Did you discover that anything else was missing from the house?
Yeah, my watch and a few other miscellaneous things.
Unfortunately, lots of people keep
And
guns
later
under
on,
their
did you
beds.
find out what happened to the watch
Not
and the other
safe.
miscellaneous things?
No, I heard that Kim pawned some of it, but I don't know exactly what.
Okay. So, yeah, I just want to ask you about what you saw or what you know, not necessarily what you've heard.
Okay, I don't know.
Okay, all right. So, when did you call police after you discovered that these were missing?
I discovered it late at night, so I called the following morning.
And what number did you call for the police? 911, business
No,
line? Or?
I think I called the business line. It wasn't 911.
When the police officer came to your house, did he come that same day that you called?
Yes.
And did you share with him the details about what you knew about the guns, where you had last seen them, all of that sort of information?
Yes.
And did that include eventually making sure that they knew the serial number of your gun?
Yes.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor.
So that the firearm they showed in the box is similar to a model. Well, models like that are some of the most popular guns to own in the United States. There are like millions of them that are owned by private citizens. I realize that.
I want to recap, Mr. Frame, briefly. So with regards to that rifle and the black Mossberg shotgun, those two you found when you came back after a full week's worth of work?
Yes.
And did you ever find those two guns?
No.
In fact, until we looked at that there, when was the last time you saw that rifle?
When I shot it that day.
The week before they were missing?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Frayne. I have no further questions for you. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
I do own a firearm. It's kept in a safe. Remember,
Morning, Mr.
pickles,
Freed.
not
How are you?
politics, guys.
Good, how are you?
I'm good. I'm Robin Davis. So I just want to ask you a couple of follow-up questions to your testimony before the state this morning. So you indicated that back in 2019, you and your wife, Kim, and your daughter were all living in Manchester.
Correct.
On Russell Street.
Correct.
And as part of your work, you left your residence on September 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's a Sunday night.
Yes.
As you indicated, you leave on a Sunday and arrive on a Friday.
Correct.
So Monday, Tuesday, you were gone.
Correct.
And in fact, you returned on October 2nd, which was a Wednesday, correct?
I thought it was a Friday, but
Okay.
it was
Well,
4 years ago.
we agree that Sunday was September 29th.
Okay, yes.
Okay, that's when you left.
Yes.
And then Monday would have been the 30th.
Yes.
October 1st would have been Tuesday.
Yes.
And then October 2nd, when you said you discovered the firearms were missing, that would have been a Wednesday.
Okay, yes.
All right. And you indicated that you had utilized those firearms at the range with a friend on September 28th.
Correct.
And so on September 28th, you knew that both of the long guns, the AR-15 and the shotgun, were in your home.
Yes.
And in fact, you returned them to their location under your bed,
Correct.
wrapping them in blankets.
Yes.
And that's where you stored them.
Yes.
And you also checked the dresser drawer for the .380.
Yes.
and the 45.
Yes.
And those were also located in your bedroom,
Yes.
and they were in the same dresser drawer.
Yes.
And then you left on your trip, and when you returned on October 2nd, you again checked for those weapons, correct?
Yes.
You were going shooting again.
Yes.
And there were no weapons under your bed.
Correct.
Were the blankets there?
Yes.
The blankets were still under the bed,
They were
just empty.
empty.
And you then checked your dresser drawer for the handguns.
Correct.
And one of the handguns, the 380, that was missing.
Yes.
But the 45 was still in the drawer.
Yes.
And that caused a little suspicion for you, didn't it?
Yes.
Because you were told that those firearms were stolen.
Yes.
And yet the person that may have stolen one of the handguns left the other.
Yes.
And that was curious to you, wasn't it?
Yes.
And what was the value of those guns? Do you know? I know that you bought them. And who
Correct.
did you buy them from?
The 45 I got from Shooter's Outpost. The Ruger I got from a friend of mine. And the shotgun I got from another friend, and the rifle I got from my brother.
So 3 of them were private sales
Yes.
amongst individuals, and 1 was from Shooter's Outpost.
Correct.
And what was the value of the AR-15?
Somewhere around $800, I believe.
Okay. And how about the rifle?
Couple $100.
Okay. And how about the handguns?
Oh, the 45 was $1,000. The 380, I think I paid $150 for it.
Okay. So the 45 was actually the more expensive
Correct.
handgun, and that's the one that was left behind.
Yes.
Okay. And you've already indicated this, but these guns were just stored in your home. They weren't locked,
No.
and there was no safe,
No.
no safeguards on them.
No.
Okay. So anyone that was in the house could have located those guns.
Yes.
And you indicated to the police when you reported the guns missing that the only person that knew where they were was your wife, Kim.
Correct.
And at that time, Kim indicated to you that she knew nothing.
Correct.
And you had no knowledge that anyone else had been in the house.
No.
But you were still suspicious of Kim.
Yes.
And you knew that prior to this, items had been missing from your home
Yes.
and money.
Yes.
And had you approached Kim about that?
Yes.
And did she indicate she had taken them?
Sustained.
And was she able to give you any information about them?
At first, no.
Okay. And you also knew that Kim was using drugs at that time,
Yes.
and you were concerned about that.
Yes.
And when you located or discovered that the firearms were missing, you also discovered that there were additional items missing.
Correct.
Right? And you mentioned a watch.
Yes.
That was about $800.
Yes.
And your wedding ring?
Yes.
Okay. And you learned later that that had been pawned by Kim.
Yes.
The interesting thing, Julie, is it's not a fascination. It just seems normal.
And once you had reported it to the police in October, you didn't have contact with the police again until November, the next month.
Correct.
And at that time, they asked you if you had located the firearms.
Sustained.
They hadn't located the firearms at that point.
Right.
And they also indicated that the case was going to be closed.
I don't remember that.
Okay. Did you speak with the police again regarding the firearms
Yes.
in 2019?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember that your wife got arrested in 2019?
Yes.
And that was for drugs?
Yes.
And the next time you spoke with the police was February 14th of 2022, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was almost 2 years after your guns went missing?
Correct.
And on this date, you had learned that Kim had not been truthful with you.
Correct.
And the contact that you had with them in February 14th of 2022, they wanted to speak with you about the missing guns.
Yes.
And you indicated to them that you still didn't know who had the missing guns.
Correct.
And that wasn't true, was it?
No.
Because you had had contact with Adam Montgomery.
I did, yes.
And he indicated
Sustained.
you had learned that Ishmael Garcia
Sustained.
had you learned
This Ishmael, this hearsay, she really wants it in. She doesn't know how to do it. So here's our defendant here. So they're fighting about who stole these guns, really. The witness on the stand is the owner of the guns.
Sustained.
Sustained. He can't go here. She can't say, have you learned?
after you continued to speak with the police, you told them that you knew that Ish Garcia was the one that had the weapons.
No.
No.
On February 14th?
I told them, Adam told me that,
Yes.
but I didn't take it. I took it with a grain of salt.
So that didn't concern you?
Not coming from him.
Okay. But you never shared that information with the police, did you?
When I was interviewed, yes.
But before that, the conversation happened before that, a year
Right.
before that.
I did not. You're right.
So the conversation happened a year before
Yes.
you had this interview with the police.
Yes.
And you did not share that information at that time with the police.
I did not.
And it wasn't until they wanted to talk to you a year later in 2022 that you shared that information.
Yes.
And you told them the reason you didn't share that information, didn't you?
Yes.
And that information, you didn't share that information because you were actually scared of the person.
Yes.
You had met Ishmael Garcia,
Yes.
and that was not a pleasant interaction, was it?
No.
And you weren't looking forward to having a second interaction with him.
No.
And in fact, the word you used with the police was that you were scared of him.
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Interesting. Okay, so we're at the very beginning of this case. This was our first witness. This was the owner of the firearms that found out they were missing. Apparently, he was told by the defendant, who's on screen.
You can stay where you are.
Thank you. Just a couple quick follow-up questions to what you just asked a moment ago. I think that there's maybe a little bit of confusion that I have, and I want to make sure that it's clear. you testified on direct examination that you had worked a full week when you were gone out to that Queensbury job that week. And a moment ago, it sounded like you were saying you were back on Wednesday, October 2nd.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what day and time I got home.
Okay. But let me just ask, generally, without knowing the specific day, do you feel like that you worked a full week or that it had been less than a full week? Or, and if you don't know, you don't know?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Next question that I have for you is that you said that when you looked back underneath the bed, that some of the blankets there were still there.
Yes.
Were all of the blankets there, or just some of the blankets there?
Nope, it was only 2, and they were both there.
They were both there. All right, thank you for that. You were asked a moment ago by counsel whether or not at one point you were suspicious of your wife Kim on taking these 2 long guns.
Yes.
Are you still suspicious of Kim taking the long guns now?
No.
And you were also asked a moment ago about having conversations with Adam Montgomery. Is he in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Where is he seated? Can you point him out and describe what he's wearing for us?
He's wearing a white shirt.
If the record please reflect the witness is pointing and has identified the
The record shall so reflect.
Thank you. You said when he told you about where the long guns had gone, I believe you testified a moment ago that you took that with a grain of salt.
Yes, and not the long guns, the 380.
The 380. But you took it with a grain of salt?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
This is weapon trial only. So yeah, somebody mentioned earlier, he's also indicted on a 7-11
Mr.
shooting.
Frame, you reported the missing guns on October 3rd. Do you remember that now?
Cases.
Yes.
Okay, because there was a police report generated,
Yes.
correct? And did you get a copy of that police report?
Yes.
Okay. So if it says October 3rd, that would be the correct date?
Yes.
2019?
Yes.
And therefore, you had discovered the weapons missing on October 2nd?
Correct.
And it was late at night, so you waited to call the police?
Yes.
Okay. And the state had asked if you were suspicious that Kim took the guns, and you indicated you're not now.
No.
Were you suspicious that she knew who took the guns?
Yes.
And she may have been aware when the guns were taken?
Yes.
All set. We would ask this witness to be excused, please.
Step down.
I'm trying to find the
Any
data on
objection to
that
his being
on the
excused?
7-11 shooting thing. I'm not seeing it yet.
Maybe
I'll have to verify that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 10:35, so we're
Time to stretch again.
so this is a good time to take our mid-morning break. So we'll take a 15-minute break, and then we will be back to resume testimony. All rise for the jurors, please. Sorry. Counsel, approach for just 1 minute.
I don't know. This gentleman is blocking the shot. Oh, there he is. He's like, oh, sorry. I was kicked back, taking it easy. The cameraman asked the guy to move. He's like, by the way, just heads up, you're right in front of the camera. I believe New Hampshire is trying him for murder as well, for his daughter, in the case involving his daughter. I think it's New Hampshire. Yeah, it is. Because they have this trial listed as well. 15 minutes. Hey, Annie, welcome. Sweetheart, good to have you here. We have a little bit of a break here, a 15-minute break. The cameraman, I guess, is going to keep showing the courtroom, which is awesome. We'll see how that works.
Is that correct?
That's correct. Okay, the victim's true crime and thieves. The victim's name was Bruce. That was shot at 7-11, I believe, in Massachusetts. I'll have to dig on that one. So this guy's got a little bit of a record. Okay, he had a record before these firearms were supposedly stolen by him, which is what the state. Because he's the guy. So he had a record, and he was not supposed to have firearms, and that's why this is a problem. Camera zooms out a bit because we're not supposed to see or hear his voice, but we don't. This trial is in New Hampshire again, Debbie. We're back up in New Hampshire again. And if the DA looks familiar, it's because I believe we saw him during the the preacher murder trial. Same dude, because he's the guy. Did he use the witness's gun to shoot at 7-Eleven? I haven't heard anything about those guns being used. The only thing the state's alleging here is that he had them in his possession. He stole them, he had them in his possession, and he sold them. And then apparently had them back or something like that. It was a weird setup. There's a ton. Yeah, head over to Discord if you want all the information on this guy. There's a lot of stuff. What more do you need to see? No, there's more. There's more information. There's a ton more. So join us over there in Discord. You can see where that's at. I think they make you stand up at the witness stand there in Massachusetts for the whole time. You got to give a guy a seat, man. You can't stand for hours. He's going to fight the murder charge against his daughter all the way. He's fighting these ones. And, I mean, they've got texts of him offering to sell the guns, the boomsticks. Yeah, it's interesting. I realize shotguns can have a scope, and the guns themselves are designed so that they may... you want some water. They're designed so that they can be fitted with accessories like that, scopes, optics, lights, various different things. But it just seems weird that the telescopic sight is put on the gun that is designed as shotgun. Okay, that it has shot that is fired from the gun. Sorry, we're getting bars and tone here. It has shot that's fired from the gun, so it's a whole bunch of pellets that just spread out. And you generally just aim it in the general direction, and you have a good likelihood of hitting your target. Thank you, Eve. Appreciate that. So he has on that gun, he has the scope that zooms in, lets you see the target like a specific point. In theory, as long as the shotgun is close enough, everything in that scope should pretty much be peppered with pellets. If you're shooting dove shot or buckshot, or I mean just any type of shot is going to be all over the place. The whole picture is going to be filled. So it seems strange to have a telescopic sight on a gun that has a spread pattern for the shot. If he's firing a slug, which is a single round, then it's more like a typical gun where one bullet leaves the chamber each time you pull the trigger and fire a round. And then the scope makes a little more sense. But the recoil on a shotgun with a slug can be fairly significant. And it sounds like this gun is was not a huge one. So there's not a lot of mass of the gun to absorb the recoil. And you don't want a scope that you want right in front of your eye when there's a big recoil. Okay, it just doesn't seem like a smart setup. I would have swapped the sights. I would have put the red dot on the shotgun and the telescopic on the rifle. But I mean, the sporting rifle, a lot of them are fired rapidly anyway. Wouldn't want to scope on a shotgun because the recoil, says Bite Me. Yeah, we're having a little bit of flashbacks. We've got the firearms in the box. And nothing makes a black eye so quickly as when the relief is called the distance between the scope and your eye. When the relief is too short, there's not enough space between the scope and your eye when you fire a firearm, and the recoil gets you. Did they ever charge him with anything having to do with Harmony? Yes, Lil Miss, and he's going to be facing those charges in the fall. I don't know if we're going to cover that one. Obviously, I don't like covering cases with kids, and I haven't seen the details of that. But more specifically, BK is happening in the fall, and BK takes precedence over this one. The Brandon Castiglione preacher murder sentencing has been set for August 26th. So he's got about a month and a half, or almost 2 months. Well,
is that correct?
That's correct. You end up with a black eye and a broken thumb. The thumb grip is. I've seen shotguns with pistol grips, but I don't like the idea of a shotgun with a thumb grip. They never found her body. Harmony cases November 20th. We should be done with BK by then. see. I think I need a calendar. Who was it that said that? Ashley, put it on your calendar. I need a public calendar so you guys can see what cases we're looking at and what's coming up. That's a great idea. I have to work on that. Mary, as far as the daughter, Harmony, this defendant's daughter, he had her in full custody because the mom had some drug convictions that were, she was, I think, served time for. So he had custody of the daughter, and while he had her in custody, there was reports of abuse, some bruising that was observed by a social worker or something. And then during, while he had her, he said, I'm going to take her up to your mom's place up here and drop her off with her. And she never got there and never joined school and has not been found and is missing. Recurring to the case of Kelsey Small in relation to Adam Montgomery. Is that the 7-Eleven one? See, Kelsey Small is the girlfriend of Adam who was found dead. I believe that was not suspicious, though. She was found dead in Manchester. She was living in the car with Harmony Montgomery's father when he was arrested. And she's been found dead. I think she was found dead after he was arrested. But I didn't think there was a case there. I thought for some reason that was not suspicious circumstances. We're dealing with what may be a lighter case today. It may just be gun charges. We're in a break right now as we wait for the everybody to come back. You notice the camera lens here. They have a narrow depth of field, meaning the area of the picture that's in focus is very small. So the tissue box isn't in focus, and the box of masks behind it, you can't read anything on there, and everything just gets blurrier the farther out it is. And the hair of I guess it's the DA right there, is in very clear focus. So the amount of things that is in focus is very narrow, just a couple feet in focus. I like that. It's artistic. But it does require the cameraman to adjust that focus pretty well as he's aiming the camera around different places in the courtroom. Still weird on 12 gauge. I agree. How many crimes is he charged with? Looking at the docket here, let's see, State of New Hampshire versus Adam Montgomery. I'm finding a couple. I see there's a firearms and a second-degree murder charge, and then Kayla, his wife, has firearms and a perjury charge. Let's see if there's one more here. He's got several pages of documents out here. See the affidavit. It's about the daughter. Lots redacted on this one. So I think the two cases he's facing right now, unless there's one still outstanding about that the 7-Eleven issue, he may be indicted on that one. But the two cases I'm seeing are the firearms charge that we're watching now and the case about his daughter, which is a second-degree murder charge. You know what, DMB? One of the things people do, which is not smart, is they store their guns under their bed. They don't have a safe, but they buy the gun. I'm a big fan of having a safe for the guns and having them locked up when not in use, because they should not be able to be reached easily by someone who should not have them. That's just my personal belief. But it is common for people to store firearms in their glove box in a car and under their bed. That's why a lot of cars get broken into, and people are just doing it looking for guns. And people think, oh, it's safe. I've locked up my glove box. No, that can be pried open with a screwdriver in about 3 seconds. And suddenly you've got another gun out on the street. I have not made the Kickback Taking It Easy merch yet, Carrie, but we're working on that. I'm not sure if you guys want a mug or a wearable for that. Both parents have been charged with different things. I don't think Kayla was charged in the disappearance of the daughter. I think she was in jail when that happened. Total of 8 charges in relation to the firearms charges. Mr. Mann, a lot of states have these laws where as a gun owner, you are responsible for your firearm even when it's not directly in your possession. That means that if someone, if say a child was able to obtain your firearm, a legally owned firearm, and use it to harm someone or themselves or something else, you could be held responsible for that. The states require you to keep it locked up. Now, if you have it locked up properly, and they are able to defeat the lock, crack the safe or something and get in, you might be not held liable. You might not be held liable, but you should be responsible for your firearms. Many states are moving the laws like that forward. You saw a Walmart hat that says "Take it easy." A wearable. Grandma, you guys want T-shirts, hoodies, hats? What type of wearable? I'm talking specifically about Kickback Taking It Easy. And do you want the RA logo on it or something else RA related? You're Kickback Taking It Beezy. That's what you're doing. T-shirts. Okay, we'll do T-shirts. We might do the same pattern on a hoodie with an RA logo. Yes, RA logo T-shirts. It's not hoodie weather. I realize that. Summer's here. Can I do underwear, Stephen? For you, probably not. I can't. I'll try. Okay, let me get working on that. Eric, good to have you here. Welcome. Got a new case today that involves some firearms. Could use your expertise. Eric may have a little bit of expertise. We did hear about a Mossberg shotgun in this trial that was fitted with a telescopic scope, which just seemed interesting to me. Okay, I like the word cloud. Christy, I'm trying to find a way. I don't want to design the word cloud myself. Is there an app out there that does that? Sorry, we've got a phone call coming in. Let's see who we've got.
Trina Grant just sent a super sticker with 0.99.
Okay, that guy was insistent on. I should have put him on the air. He was insistent on sending me a report about coding, like how to write good code. Told him I wasn't interested, but he's like, "Well, I can send it to you anyway." Obviously, he gets commission. Okay, so hey, Shells, I'm a fluffy person. So, all right. Do you want the like our logo? Are you looking for like a logo like this logo, or something else, something smaller?
There's a lawsuit.
Is that correct?
Is that correct? Yes. As the person with gray hair, his defense lawyer. Yes, he has two at the table there, and the ones that both of them are defense lawyers. Cameraman is just giving us whiplash. I think the judge is about to come in here. Maybe the jury is, and so he panned away from that. Let's see. We're dollars to donuts. We're going to see the jury during this trial because of this cameraman. He's just all over the place. I probably should have played with him a little bit. I'm glad I had it off the air, though. He has a lot of my personal information from a previous job. I don't know who gave him that information, but I'm glad that wasn't put out over the air. Haley's comment, this is the defendant there in the white shirt. It's actually got blue spots on it if you look closely, but the defendant is charged with receiving, maintaining, or holding, and then selling firearms, and he is a convicted felon, is my understanding, so he should not have any firearms. That's a no-no. Trisha Grant, thank you for the super sticker. Looks great. Did I miss one earlier? I apologize. I was on the phone. Sorry, Trina. Did I say Trisha? We are all over the courtroom. Yeah, I swear, we are about to see the jury. This guy has no idea that we're live. Plenty of room. Oh, he's moving the tripod and everything. I think that's why he irises down. That's what it's called when the screen goes black. If he has to move the camera to see around a attorney, that's what they're doing. Plenty of room in the courtroom. If Lee, if you want to go visit, it looks like there's lots of space. Cameraman's just using everything he possibly can. Does look like his level's not quite on. Might need to adjust that level just a tiny bit. And we're going to see the jury here. I know we're going to see the jury. Yes, he's a 3-time felon. Career criminal is what they call him. Keychains, fridge magnets, etc. Okay, we'll get that. Kickback, taking it easy is going to be our next one. Jana, I think all of you could be better cameramen. We can do a 10-minute course on camera work and probably do better than this. Although I will say he's getting a nice sharp focus most of the time. He's a little off on that one.
I'm really afraid.
I was kickback, taking it easy.
Careful the wires. Be careful around here.
The masked witness. Will we know her identity? It's like the masked singer, only different.
Or you can stand and just raise your right hand and repeat for. I'm going to administer the oath.
Go ahead.
Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and the whole truth and the pains and penalties of the law?
Yes.
Okay, and then just some quick formalities. Can you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Kimberly Frayne.
Yes.
There's an objection. Can we approach? They're getting other masks. So who was it? The word cloud. Are there any tools out there that do word clouds? Because I would love to do one with pretty much all this little sayings we have. There's got to be an app somewhere that can put a word cloud together for me. So this is Kimberly Frayne. I believe this is the wife of the previous witness. It's called site called Word Art. Like bubbles. I'm thinking, think of like a crossword puzzle, but with different types of texture or different fonts and different size words and things. Ooh, they unmasked her. She did not want to be unmasked.
Thank you, Judge. So I just asked, can you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Kimberly Frayne, KIMBERLY FRAIN.
And, ma'am, I'm going to ask you to please keep your voice up. It's a big room and everybody needs to be able to hear you.
She does
Do you
not
mind if
want
I
to
call you Kim?
That's fine.
Okay. Is that what you go by?
Yes.
So, Kim, there's a microphone right in front of you. Everything that you say is being recorded. I'm just going to ask that you get a little closer to it because it's difficult to hear. Okay, that's much better. If at any point you can't hear me, let me know. I'm a little loud, so.
Okay.
Okay.
Iris down. The
Can you
tripod's
tell us
moving.
your date of birth?
6/13/86.
And how old are you?
36.
And just now you had a mask on that was taken off.
Yeah.
It sounded like you didn't want to take that off.
No.
Why is that?
I have a job. I wear a mask every day. I work in healthcare. COVID. I was just dealing with someone who had COVID over there 5 minutes ago. So.
Okay. Where do you currently live?
I live in Meredith, New Hampshire.
And who do you live there with?
My parents.
Anyone else?
My daughter.
How old is your daughter?
She's 6.
And prior to living in Meredith, where were you living?
With my ex, Chris Frayne, in Manchester.
What was that address in Manchester?
252 Russell Street.
How long had you lived there?
Probably 6 years.
You mentioned Chris Frayne.
Yes.
How long have you known him?
Probably 7 years, 8 years now.
Do you have a child with him?
Yes.
Is that the daughter you mentioned?
Yes.
And what were the years that you lived on Russell Street in Manchester?
I don't know.
Were you living there in 2019?
Yes.
And when did you leave that address?
2 years ago, maybe 3.
So back in 2019, and I want to focus on late 2019, September, October, who was living in that home with you on Russell Street?
Me, Chris, and my daughter.
Did you have any pets?
Yes, my dog.
What was your dog's name?
Jack.
And tell me about Jack. What kind of dog was Jack?
He's like a pit bull mix. And he's brown. He's a big dog.
Was he a guard dog?
Yeah. I'd say he barks.
He barks.
And let's talk about that. When people would come, would he bark, come to the house?
Yes.
Always or just sometimes?
Always. Like annoyingly always.
So, and you mentioned this briefly. What do you currently do for work? How are you employed?
I work in healthcare and I work at a hospital.
What hospital do you work at?
I don't want to say.
Okay. But you're in healthcare?
Yes.
How long have you worked in that field?
2 years.
Same hospital?
Same hospital.
And so I want to focus back on September, October 2019. Were you working in healthcare back then?
No.
Can you tell me what your life was like back then?
I was working at Dunkin' Donuts. Me and Chris didn't get along. We were both into bad things. We were in both bad places then. Wasn't a good time in my life.
So you said you were into bad things. You were at a bad place.
Yeah.
And I want to suss that out. I want to talk about it a little bit more. What do you mean when you say you were in a bad place?
I was doing drugs. He was doing drugs. Bad things were happening all around us.
When you say you were doing drugs, what drugs were you using?
Heroin and cocaine.
Those are hard.
Did you ever use crack?
That too. Yep.
And back then, how did you support that habit?
I was working at the time.
And you mentioned you were working at Dunkin' Donuts?
Yeah.
Which Dunkin' Donuts were you working at?
Beach Street.
Beach Street.
Beach.
Are there things that you did back then that you regret?
Yep.
Can you tell me about that?
Everything I did, I regret.
Yes.
So you had an objection. Having a sidebar right now. Yeah, if she works in healthcare, she's probably clean now. Look at that nice, crisp focus, this cameraman. I think this is the same cameraman maybe Court TV used at the Lori Vallow trial, getting the close-ups that got us kicked out of court. This is too close of a close-up to be on a defendant in a trial. This is might be his
Objection
first day.
sustained. You can rephrase the question.
You mentioned you were doing drugs. Is that something that you regret from back then?
Yes.
Were you heavy into drugs back then?
Yes.
And you mentioned that back in 2019, your daughter would have been 2 years old?
Yes.
Do you want those things becoming public?
No.
How do you feel about having that time in your life, that dark time, becoming public?
It's the last place I want to be right now. It's right here, right now.
You don't want to be here?
No.
And you don't want this information coming out to your coworkers?
Right. All my friends, my new life I created. I moved away from Manchester to get away from it all. Now it's all back.
Are you ashamed of this period in your life?
Yes.
Are you currently sober?
Yes.
What did it take for you to become sober?
I went to rehab, and when I got out of rehab, I moved back in with my parents, my daughter, and I did like an outpatient program for like a year. I did meetings, then eventually got a job.
You had mentioned you took yourself out of the situation.
Yes.
That was being in Manchester.
Yes.
How long have you been sober?
3 years in March.
That's awesome.
So back in that time frame that we were talking about earlier, September, October 2019, who would you associate with?
Do you just want me to like name them?
Please.
Like friends? Well, I worked at Dunkin' Donuts with Kayla and Adam, and I hung around some not great people like Ish and Manny and Mike and Amber.
And so I want to follow up on a few of the names you just mentioned, but first, so you were working at the Dunkin' Donuts on Beach Street, is that what you had mentioned?
Yeah. Well, there was two of them. One was Beach Street, and then there was one that was in Irving Station.
Okay, and I think you mentioned you worked with Kayla?
Yes.
Who is Kayla?
Kayla Montgomery.
How long have you known her?
I don't know her like anymore, but when we worked together, we known each other for a couple of years. We were both pregnant at the same time together.
So you were working together, you were pregnant.
Yeah.
Did you have a drug connection with Kayla?
It turned into that, yeah.
You mentioned Adam.
And Adam.
How did you know Adam?
Work.
And who is Adam?
Adam is Kayla's ex.
Do you know his last name?
Montgomery.
Okay. And you said, I think you said you worked with him at one point?
Yeah, he worked with us too for a little while.
And is that how you knew him, or was it more through Kayla?
Both.
I'm sorry?
Both. Like, we worked together and I knew him from Kayla.
And so back to Kayla, how would you describe your relationship with her?
We hung out like a few times. Like, I babysat her kids like once or twice. We didn't hang out like a lot.
Okay.
I give them rides to work and home after work.
Do you know where they were living back then?
Yes, but I can't remember.
Was it in Manchester?
Yes.
About how far from where you were living were they?
Like 10 minutes.
And that's a 10-minute drive?
Drive.
Did you have a drug connection with Adam Montgomery?
Yeah, I'd call him and see if he could find anything.
Would you use drugs with him?
Yeah.
How would you describe your relationship with Adam Montgomery?
Just like acquaintances, drug friends.
I'm going to ask you.
Sorry.
You need to speak up. Okay, thank you.
Did you have items taken from your home back in 2019?
Yes.
Was that October 2019?
Yes.
Were you and your husband, did you go in to report a theft?
Yes.
So can you just tell us what happened that led to you reporting that?
Yeah, Chris went to work and he was gone for like a week. And when he came back, he noticed his guns were gone. And so he reported them. And then when the police showed up, Chris called me and had me also talk to them that day to report them.
So what items were taken?
3 guns, a watch, and I don't know what else.
Was a men's silver wedding band initially reported as being taken?
I think Chris reported it stolen, but it wasn't. I had pawned it like months before.
So it wasn't one of the items taken during this incident?
You've got different stories.
Did you subsequently clarify that with the police?
Yeah.
Do you remember when that was?
No. When they asked me, I told them.
Judge, I'm going to move to drag because it's been identified as Exhibit 7A through E. And mark is full.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right. Exhibit 7A through E, the ID is stricken and they're entered as a full exhibit.
And may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
And so, Kim, I'm handing you what's been marked, or I'm handing you exhibits 7A through
Just struck
E.
the mark.
Attorney Knowles, if I could just ask, is the ID not yet stricken on those?
No.
All right, so let me just ask for the monitor. If you would give them to the monitor first, you can strike the ID, mark them as full, and then I'll have you show them to the witness. Thank you.
This is the $1,000 silver ring that the defendant said was, or that Chris said was stolen. But she says she pawned with his knowledge, or had pawned months before
So,
for $50.
Kim, I'm handing you Exhibit 7A through E, and I just want you to look at each of those in turn and describe what they depict. So what are those documents?
The ring that I pawned. And that's me. That's my ID. And that's my signature.
Okay, and when did you pawn that ring?
August 5th, 2019.
And you said that that's you in the photo?
That's me.
That's the ring that you'd pawned?
Yes.
And I think you initially mentioned, or I think you mentioned that you had clarified that subsequently with the police.
Yes.
You can just set those aside for now. So we're describing this incident where items were taken from your home. Did that have an effect on your life at the time?
Yeah, it was like the worst thing that could happen because it created, it was a robbery at our house where my daughter lives, so DCYF got involved. They tried to take my daughter away. It was a nightmare.
Okay, and so I want to unpack the events that you described.
Okay.
You said that your husband was out of town?
Yes.
And can you just describe when he left?
I don't remember exactly when he left, but he always left for work and would come back a few days later.
And
he traveled a lot for his job.
What would you typically do when he was out of the home?
I'm sorry?
What would you typically do when he was out of the home?
2 or 3.
Work. I don't understand that question.
You'd continue to work?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hang out with friends, work.
And so on this occasion, did you hang out with friends at your home?
Yes.
Who did you hang out with?
Adam came over one night.
Do you know how he got there?
He drove.
And had he been to your home prior to that occasion?
Yeah.
About how many times would you say?
Maybe like 3 or 4 times.
And that night, did he come by himself or was he with other people?
He was by himself.
And why was he there?
Because we wanted to try to get some drugs together.
And was there more to that plan? Were you going to do the drugs together?
Probably, yeah.
What were you trying to get that night?
Crack.
Earlier you'd mentioned Kayla. Was she there that night?
No.
And can you just describe for us, how did he get to your home? So from the moment he entered?
Like I called him and he came, drove over, and I let him in the house.
When you let him in, was that in the front door or the back door?
Front door.
And what did you do when he arrived?
We went into the living room, and I remember just sitting on the couch, and we couldn't find. Do you want me to say that like the whole night?
So you're at the point where you let him in, you're sitting on the couch. What happened next?
Then I remember looking over at him, and he was like half asleep, and I had been up for like 3 days at that time, and I remember just closing my eyes. And when I woke up in the morning, he was gone.
Before you had Adam over that night, had you seen those guns?
Yeah.
Okay, do you remember when you had last seen them?
I don't.
But it was after Chris Frayne left, your husband?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. Do you remember telling officers that you had stubbed your toe while you were making the bed on the guns that week?
Oh, probably.
Do you remember
that though?
Remember?
No.
Do you remember who you contacted for drugs that night?
No.
Who was your typical connection?
There was lots of people. There was Mike, there was Ish, there was Adam.
Those are all people that you had bought from?
Yes.
When you say Ish, do you know his name?
No.
When you say Mike, do you know his last name?
Yes, now I do.
What is his last name?
Sullivan.
So at what point in time, I just want to understand the timeline, at what point in time did you contact individuals? Was it after Adam got there or before?
I don't know.
And did you reach out to Adam Montgomery or did he reach out to you?
I don't remember.
When Adam arrived, you said you let him in your front door. Did your dog bark?
I would assume so. He always barks.
Was your daughter home at the time?
Yes.
And what was she doing?
Sleeping.
She would have been 2 around that time?
Yeah.
How was Adam acting when he got to your home?
Normal self.
And do you remember around what time he arrived?
No. It was like late at night. I remember that, but I don't know what time.
I think you mentioned that you looked over at him and he looked like he was half asleep.
Yeah.
How long had he been in your home for at that point?
Maybe like an hour, 2.
I think you also mentioned that you'd been up for a few days, 3 days.
Yes.
Why were you up for so long?
Because that's what drugs do to you. Keep you awake.
So you'd been using drugs for the past 3 days at that point?
Yes.
At some point, do you believe you fell asleep?
Yes.
And what was the last thing you remember before that happened?
I just remember looking over at him and he looked tired and we had the TV on, just watching TV.
Where were you in the house at that point?
I was on the couch and he was in the chair.
And the firearms that we were just discussing, where were they in your home?
Under the bed and in Chris's drawer, I believe.
Did you wake up at some point?
I woke up in the morning.
We'll follow this case. It should be fairly quick.
And describe what you saw when you woke up.
I woke up in the morning, Adam was gone. I went out into the kitchen and there was a pipe left on the table with like drugs still in it, which was weird because we didn't have anything that night, so that was weird. Then I went out onto the breezeway and there's like a back porch and that door was wide open. And I thought that was weird, but I just shut the door and went on with my day.
And at that point, had you realized that anything was missing?
No.
At some point, did you realize that items were missing?
When Chris got home and he looked for them.
And would that have been the next day, or is that the day where you
I think it was a day or 2 later.
That Chris got home?
When Chris got home.
And describe Chris coming home and realizing the guns were missing.
He came home and he looked under the bed and he couldn't find them, and I helped him. We just looked everywhere around the house, and then he got really mad once he realized they were really gone, and he started throwing things down the stairs and throwing things across the house, and he was very mad. And then we went to bed. And then he called them the next day to the police.
He called the police the next day?
Yeah.
Were you there when he called the police?
I wasn't when he first called, but the police said to have me come there. So Chris called me and I drove over there.
Okay. And I think you said that when he got back, he realized the guns were really gone?
Yeah.
What guns are we talking about?
All 3 guns.
Okay. And do you know what types of guns they were?
The 2 big guns and then the 380. I think it's a shotgun and the AR.
So you weren't there when he initially called. Did you return home?
Yes.
And was that while the police were there?
Yes. They wanted to talk to me, so.
Was there another gun in your home the night that those items were taken?
Yes, the 45.
Where was that kept in your home?
He usually keeps the 2 handguns in the drawer and then the 2 big guns under the bed, but I had the 45 in my car during that time.
When did you return? At some point, did you return the 45 to the drawer that you mentioned?
I don't remember doing it. I could have. I wanted to say I handed it to Chris, but it was 4 years ago, so I really don't remember.
Needless to say, though, the 45 wasn't amongst the items that were taken.
Correct.
So back in 2019, when you were living at that house on Russell Street, did you have security cameras?
No.
Were the guns in a safe?
No, he had a small safe, but he didn't put anything in it. I don't know why.
So when you returned home that day, were the police there?
Yes.
Did you speak with them?
Yes.
In that statement, did you tell them Adam Montgomery had been to my house that
No.
Why not?
I really didn't think a friend of mine would do that to me at the time, so I literally thought we just got robbed. It's Manchester, it's bad. I thought we just got robbed by someone I didn't know.
At some point, did you become suspicious?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
I started hearing rumors from friends that Adam had taken them.
Sustained.
Its effect on the listener, Judge.
Approach.
So there was a hearsay objection saying I started hearing rumors that Adam had taken that. That's a statement by somebody else. He's saying that the effect on the listener is the exception. Got a zoom little telephoto here. This is not the time. I don't know. Court is not the time to get your close-up photos. Man, it's a nice shot, but this just seems too close, especially for a witness. The camera, I think the camera dude is a full-time news photographer. This is the type of shot you would get if you were shooting a news story, where you have an emotional statement being given, or they get close-ups. I mean, that's what sells on the news. They get the story. They get it's right up in your face. It's invasive. I don't think that belongs in court. She has beautiful skin. Yes, she does. I would say the cameraman is good at what he's doing as far as framing the shots, getting the lighting and the focus, but the method he goes about looks like he's a news cameraman. It's quick cuts, filming lots of different things, moving the camera around to get the shot. It's what I would do if I were shooting the news, because I've done that. But yep. Most courts don't allow you to get to have that quick movement of the camera. You're not even allowed to do that in the courtroom. You have to slowly pan so that like no one notices you're turning type thing. Yeah. I agree, Tower Hill Girl. This is exactly what Court TV was doing with Lori Vallow. That shot did show us that she was sober. I think she is sober. The eyes were clear.
Overruled.
Overruled. So we're allowing the hearsay in. That is a tall dude. Mr. Ichabod Crane was just walking through the frame there with the head.
So based on the rumors that you heard that the defendant had stolen your firearms, what did you do next?
So yeah, I heard from friends that he might have done it. And I was still working with Kayla, his ex-girlfriend, wife at the time. And when I went to work one day, I made up a lie to her about having the cops. I told her that the neighbors had cameras and I wanted to see her reaction because I was suspicious of them. And her answer to me was, "Which way do the cameras point?" And when she said that to me, I just had like a gut feeling that he had done it.
You didn't have cameras, though. That was the
But
lie.
we didn't have cameras, and the neighbors didn't have cameras, but I just made it up to see what she would say. And her response was, "Which way did they point?"
Did the defendant know you had those guns?
Yeah.
How?
I think I told him when we were leaving the mall one day.
Was that about the AR specifically?
Yeah, just the AR.
So I asked you about your first statement to the police. You didn't mention the defendant. And that would have been right after this happened, correct? So I want to move forward in time. We were talking about September, October 2019. I want to move to December 2019.
Okay.
A major life event in December 2019?
Maybe?
Were you arrested by the police?
Yes.
Would you consider that a major life event?
Yes.
Okay. What were you arrested for?
I had drugs on me.
And can you describe that incident?
I was at a gas station and I had drugs on my lap. And when the cops came, they saw them and arrested me.
What were you doing at the gas station?
Taking a nap.
So you were sleeping?
Yeah.
Were you outside or inside?
Inside the car.
Okay. So you got arrested?
Yes.
And did you, after being arrested, did you speak with detectives?
I think they asked me. I don't really remember that whole time.
Why do you think you don't remember?
Because I was on drugs.
Were you still using crack?
Yes.
Were you still using heroin?
Yes.
And I think you had mentioned cocaine as well.
Sure, yes.
So during the second interview, did you tell detectives that, or did you tell officers that you had said goodbye to Adam the next morning when you woke up?
I don't remember that.
So I want to fast forward even more. I want to talk about February of 2022. Did you meet with the detectives again?
Yes.
And is that when you told them the information about the pond items? Or the pond
That's
ring?
when they asked me about it.
You told them, I pawned the ring.
Yes.
Sustained.
Objection was leading, and it was sustained.
During your February 2022 interview, were you sober at that point?
Yes.
So you were living a sober lifestyle?
Yes.
Did you have any of the memory issues that had been associated with your drug use?
No, not anymore.
Did you have any reason to protect Adam in your initial statement to police?
No.
Were you afraid of him?
Overruled.
Were you afraid of him?
Yeah.
So, Kim, I'm going to ask you to look at the jurors now. The acts that you admitted to doing, having this man in your home when your husband's gone, using drugs for days on end, those are all things that you did?
Yes.
Pawning your husband's ring, that's something that you did?
Yes.
Lending out a 380, is that something that you did?
Yes.
The night that the guns were stolen, the big guns, did you buy those guns or did you sell those guns?
No.
Did you trade those guns?
No.
Did you lend them out?
Yes. Not the big ones, but the little one.
So I'm talking about the night of the theft.
Oh, no. None.
So you didn't buy them, or sorry, you didn't sell them?
No.
You didn't trade them?
No.
You didn't lend them out?
No.
Overruled. Go ahead.
So this is why they went into that.
And you had mentioned
difficult time
just
in their
now
life.
that there was one that you lent out. Can you tell us about that?
I did like twice lend them, but I got them back.
Which, was it them or was it one of the guns?
The 380.
Who do you lend that to?
Ish.
Yeah, and you don't know Ish's name, his full name.
I can't remember it.
The times that you lent them out, was that before or after the theft?
Before.
And you said you always got it back?
Yes.
Would you lend any other items out?
My car as well.
Did you always get it back?
Not always.
You were always able to get it back, though.
Yes.
Sustained.
If I could have just a moment.
Yeah, lending. It's probable that those things were done in return for drugs. Lending someone a gun in return for drugs. Not a good situation. Because the odds are that gun was then probably used in a not good manner.
So just a moment ago, I want to follow up. Just a moment ago, you mentioned them when I asked you if you'd lent the guns out. Were there other guns other than the 380 that you'd lent out?
The 45, I think, maybe once.
And who would that have been to?
Mike Sullivan.
Mike Sullivan. Any of the long? Did you ever lend the long guns?
No,
The big
I never
guns?
touched those guns.
Why not?
'Cause they're huge and they just lived under the bed. I'm not comfortable touching them.
The event that you described, lending out the 2 smaller guns, was that something that was public amongst that circle of friends that you had?
Public, yeah. Like they knew. Everybody knew.
Everybody,
Talked.
including the defendant?
I would, maybe.
The person that you were using drugs with that night, or wanted to use drugs with that night, had over at your home?
Yes.
You said that was Adam Montgomery?
Yes.
Do you see him here today?
Yes.
Can you point him out and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's right there in a collared shirt.
Your Honor, can the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant?
Record should so reflect.
He's
And,
right there.
thank you, Ms. Friend. I have no additional questions for you at this time.
This cross might be brutal.
I have to move the podium, Your Honor, closer to my desk.
This cameraman needs to not be in court. Definitely subpoenaed. She does not want to be there. I don't think she would be there unless she was had to be there. The questioning that even was embarrassing, covering things in her life she doesn't want out. That went to show the truthfulness. She's willing to be truthful about those things.
Frayne, right?
Camera goes dark
My name
for just
is
a minute
Caroline Smith.
while they move the
And
tripod.
would you prefer Ms. Frayne, or can I call you Kim as well?
That's fine.
Okay, thanks. So, a couple of things that I wasn't clear about on your direct. You said that you were not at home when Chris called you. You were not at home when Chris called the police, but you came home.
Right.
And you were at Mike Sullivan's when Chris called?
I believe, maybe.
Okay.
I don't really remember where I was, but I know I wasn't there and I had to come back.
Okay, and you knew that Chris was going to call the police?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that you said that your 45 was in the car when the long guns must have been stolen, the other guns, and that you put the 45 back.
I don't remember putting it back, but I could have.
Okay. But it's your recollection that the 45 was in the car at the time the other guns went missing?
Yes.
Okay. And let me see. I think you said you never touched the big guns?
Correct.
And okay. So on May 26th of this year, like a few days ago, that is when you told Attorney Knowles and Attorney Agati that you would lend the 380 to Ishmael Garcia and lend him your car, and you would do that in exchange for drugs, right?
Correct.
And you hadn't made that admission before, right?
What do you mean?
That's the first time you told him that, right?
I don't think so.
Okay, we'll go through. When you let Ishmael Garcia take the 380, it was when Chris was out of town, right?
Right.
And when you let Ishmael Garcia take the car, it was with Chris out of town, right?
No.
You'd loan him the car as well when Chris was in town.
Yes.
But the 380 would be when Chris was out of town.
Right.
And it would not be done with Chris's permission, right?
Correct.
It would not be done with Chris's knowledge, right?
Correct.
It would not be done with Chris's consent.
Correct.
And Chris would not have approved of that.
Correct.
And let's talk about who Ish and Manny are. You actually mentioned Ish, and that's Ish Garcia, right?
Yes.
And Manny is somebody who hung with him quite a bit, right?
Yes.
And Ish was generally your dealer.
I mean, no. He's one of them.
Okay. And often, if you needed drugs, you'd be able to call Ish, and he would bring you some.
Right.
And did Ish have the car that night?
I have no idea.
Okay. So it could be that Ish had the car while Adam was over at your place, right?
Maybe.
Okay. And you would let Ish borrow your car in exchange for drugs or money, right?
Yes.
And there was some drugs on your counter when
Correct.
you got up in the morning.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think you said that you didn't always get your car back.
Yeah.
And one of the things with that is you'd actually tell Ish, I need it back by a particular time, maybe for your daughter, maybe for work, and he just wouldn't bring it back in time, right?
Yep.
You got stuck more than once with Ish not bringing the car back in time, right?
Yes.
And Ish would kind of laugh at that, right?
Yeah, probably.
And you sort of let him get away with it because you wanted to keep that drug connection open with Ish, right?
Sure.
And I think that you said not only did you let him use or take the 380, but did you say also the 45 now?
I don't remember. I'm just putting it out there because I don't know.
Okay. Okay. But if Ish wanted one of the guns, you would allow him to...
It only happened, me lending the guns only happened twice.
Okay.
Tops. The car was all the time, but...
Pardon?
I lent the car out a lot, but the guns, no, only twice.
Okay. And Ish knew about the other guns in the house, right?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, do you remember talking to a grand jury in this case?
Yes.
And it was a place that was a courtroom sort of setting, right?
Yes.
And like you are here, you were on a witness stand and you were sworn in, right?
Yes.
And you swore to tell the grand jury the truth, right?
Correct.
And that was last year around March? That sound about right? About a year ago?
Yes.
Okay, March 21st, 2022. Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
And when you were talking to the grand jury under oath, you were asked, and you said that you thought Ish would know where the guns were because he was a friend of yours, so you were sure it came up. Is that right?
If I said it, yep.
Sounds right to you?
Yep.
So Ish did know where the guns were. I mean, that you had the guns, right?
I guess.
Okay. I don't want to put any words in your mouth, so would it help you to look at your grand jury testimony?
No, we were all friends, so what they saw in my house, I don't know. I'm just assuming they knew they were there, but I don't know.
Okay. So you were asked, do you recall that, did Ish know where the other guns were? And you said, I think he did know. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
And you were asked, why do you say that? And you said, because he's a friend of mine, so I'm sure it came up, right?
Right. They were in my house. Yeah.
And you had been sober for over a year before that grand jury testimony, right?
Yep.
And Ish didn't really come over when Chris was around, right?
He would.
Okay. Now, Chris was out of town from the end of September, September 29th he left, right?
I believe so.
And sometimes Chris was gone for weeks at a time, sometimes only a week, right?
Yeah.
But it was usually for the full week, Monday through Friday.
It was all random times.
Okay. And on this time, he came back less than a week, right?
Yeah.
He came back on October 2nd.
Yes.
And while he had been gone, you had been using crack for days on end.
Yep.
And you were able to, well, it caused you to stay up for days on end, right?
Explain next yoga break.
And when you wanted more, you would reach out for more, right?
Correct.
And Ish was one of the places that you reached out to more for.
Correct.
And when you said that Chris came home and he discovered his guns missing, you had a big fight. Or you had a fight.
He had a fight with himself.
Okay. So you weren't concerned?
Well, I was concerned, but we weren't fighting with each other. He was just mad at the world.
Okay. Well,
throwing things.
Chris was actually confronting you to try and find out what happened, right?
No.
Okay. And Chris discovered other items more than the guns were missing, right?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, he confronted you with the other items missing, like the wedding ring, the speakers, the watch.
No, I don't remember that.
And
I just remember looking for the guns in the whole house.
Okay. Well, you told Chris that the guns and the other items must have been stolen, right?
I don't know about that.
Okay. Well, let's talk about when the officer came. When the officer came, he also confronted you with the missing guns, right?
Yeah.
And he confronted you with the missing guns and the other items that Chris had listed, and you said they must have been stolen.
He didn't give me a list. We were talking about the guns. I didn't know Chris said anything about rings and watches, and I just thought he told it was just the guns to the police.
So you're saying the officer did not confront you about the other items missing? Okay.
Not that I remember or thought.
Okay. So are you saying that he could have, but you don't remember?
I guess.
Okay. All right. And
Chris said he was calling the cops to report the guns stolen. I said, yeah, we should do that. He did it, called me over. I said, yeah, they're gone.
Okay. So that night, you told the police that, not that night, I'm sorry, when the officer showed up, you told him that you and your daughter had gone to sleep around 10 o'clock that night, right?
Which night is this?
The night before Chris came home.
Okay.
Do you recall that?
It's 4 years ago. I'm trying to remember.
Okay. I actually have to ask you, and perhaps we can ask the officer as well later, but you told the officer that the night before Chris came home, you fell asleep at 10, right?
Okay.
Does that sound right?
Sure.
And that you woke up around 11 o'clock to let the dog out.
Okay.
Do you recall that?
No.
Do you think if I show you the officer's report, it'll refresh your recollection?
Maybe.
If she says no, they can't do it. So.
So before I show you this and see if it refreshes your recollection, I'm going to ask you a couple of more things about what you told the officer that night. You told him that you got up at around 11 to let the dog out, and you must have left the door unlocked. Does that sound right?
Possible.
Okay, and that the next morning the door was wide open. Is that right?
The back door was open.
Okay. So when you're saying that you didn't really know if things were stolen or not, that was sort of when Chris is talking about missing items and you're saying your door is wide open the night before.
We did a lot of drugs. The door would be open here and there, unlocked, so it didn't surprise me.
Okay. So now I'm going to show you a copy of the police report from October 3rd, 2019. It's a 3-page document, but I'm going to point your attention to a couple of paragraphs on the last page, those 3, but I want you to feel free to look at any part of that, and then I'm going to ask you some questions.
As she's reading this, the testimony that the defense has elicited from her is actually quite effective for the defense. First, that they had no drugs there when she went to bed. When they woke up, drugs were on the table, a crack pipe with crack in it, and the door was open. Also, that she lent out these guns to people, and that they were aware of these other guns. So it sounds like, even though she doesn't recall what happened, says she was asleep, it sounds like there was a transaction that took place, because it's not reasonable to think that someone would come over and leave drugs in your house and steal your guns. That seems a stretch to me. It seems like there may have been a transaction that she does not recall.
Okay.
Yeah.
So reviewing that, does that refresh your recollection about whether the officer confronted you about the items and you said you thought they were stolen?
Not really.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection about whether you told the officer that you went to bed on the couch with your daughter? 22, I think, is 10 p.m., right? Around 10, and then got up.
It says it, I just don't remember it. I'm just being honest, so.
So it doesn't refresh your recollection about whether you told the officer that?
No.
And does it refresh your recollection about when you say that you woke up around in the morning and the rear door was open?
That was the morning. That was a different morning.
Okay.
I'm so confused.
Okay. Did you tell the officer the truth when he responded on 10/3/19?
Yes.
I don't think she's been a hostile witness. She
You
doesn't
did
want to be
not
there.
tell the
She's not
officer
hostile.
that Adam was over when you
Nope.
talked to him on 10/3/19, right?
Correct.
You did tell the officer that you had been home all of the time that Chris was gone, right?
Yep.
And you told him that you didn't have anyone over that whole time, right?
Right.
So you didn't tell him the truth.
I told him the truth. I've always told the truth.
Okay.
My thing is, I never even thought Adam would do that. So when people ask me, I didn't think it was necessary to say if I had a friend over or not.
Okay.
Who cares?
And you didn't tell the officer that you had Ish over, right?
I don't know about that.
Okay. So one of the things that you talked about on direct was that whoever stole the guns didn't take the .45 because it was in your car, right?
Right.
And sort of you're assuming that if your .45 had been in the drawer when the guns were taken, the .45 would be gone today.
That's what I'm assuming, yep.
But because it was in the car, it was not among the missing guns, right?
Correct.
And yet the .45 was in the drawer when Chris came home, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Well, if Chris remembers that, Chris, you don't recall that the .45 was there when Chris came home, and you don't recall that the officer asked about the .45 and why it was still there. We were present under the bed on September 30th because you stubbed your toe while you were making the bed, right?
Hold on one second.
Sure.
Do you recall that?
Hold tight. I'm not sure why we just jumped back.
Grand jury, you told them that you had moved the guns behind the couch.
Why did that just happen?
Timing, there was no time, so.
Okay. And you told the grand jury that you did that because bad things happened in the area and you wanted the guns somewhere where you could grab them.
Sure.
Do you want to see your grand jury testimony?
Nope.
So do you know that that is what you told the grand jury back in March 21, 2022?
Makes sense, as I remember moving them.
And earlier on direct here in front of the jury, you said you never touched the big guns.
Well, okay, yep.
And you told me one of the reasons you didn't touch them is they kind of gave you the willies, right?
Sure.
And that they were too big for you to use, right?
Sure. By myself, but yeah.
Okay. But you told the grand jury that you put them behind the couch where you could grab them.
Well, anyone can just move them. I'm not picking them up to shoot them.
Okay.
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 They might still be behind the couch.
One of the other things that you talked to the grand jury about was where you slept. You slept on the couch while Chris was gone?
Yes.
With your daughter?
Yes.
Why?
Why not? It's my house. It's my couch.
Okay. So you have a bed in your room that you share with Chris.
We don't like each other, me and my ex.
So are you saying that even when Chris was there, you slept on the couch?
Yes.
Okay. So one of the reasons that you might be sleeping on the couch while Chris was away is that was where you normally slept?
Right.
Okay. And then your daughter normally slept in her room?
Yeah.
And she was 2 at the time?
Yes.
And you had her sleeping on the couch with you while Chris was gone?
Yes.
Just, you wanted to make sure she was safe.
Yes.
And being in the house without Chris there, you wanted her close to you so that she would be safe.
Correct.
Okay. And one of the reasons that you said that you brought the guns to behind the couch was because your child was there and you put them behind the couch where you slept so you could hear. Is that right?
Correct.
Hear if somebody came in and they would be close by to be able to use?
No, so they wouldn't get stolen.
Concern of yours that somebody might be interested in the guns, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and Ish, your friend, knew where they were, right?
I guess so, yeah.
Okay, because you had let him at least hold him before, right?
I don't remember that, but sure.
Did you?
I don't know. I could have. I could have.
Okay.
Good song reference there.
And I think on direct you said that you thought Adam was there a day or two before Chris got home.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But you know that the guns were under the bed on September 30th, because that's where you stubbed your toe while making your bed.
Yes.
Okay. And he came back the night of October 2nd.
Yes.
Okay. The wedding ring that you pawned in
Yes.
August, that was worth about $1,000?
Don't know, but maybe about that.
You pawned it for $50?
Yeah, I tried to get it back 6 days later, but it was a day too late, so he wouldn't give it back to me.
Okay. And it's one of the reasons that you pawn things is that you get less money for it for the option that they hold on to, for the option that the pawn shop holds on to an item so that you could get it back.
Correct.
And you had only gotten $50 for that ring when you pawned it, right?
Yeah, I don't remember how much, but...
I'm showing you Exhibit 7A through 7, is it 17 or 7? 7A through E. Does that, you identified that as the information about your pawning the ring, right?
Yes.
That showed that you pawned it for $50?
Yes.
And so you essentially, if that ring was worth $1,000, kind of threw away $950 by being a day late with the $50, right?
Yes.
So you mentioned also on direct Mike Sullivan, right?
Yes.
And he was somebody that you also did drugs with?
Yes.
You'd hang out at his house to do drugs?
Both.
Okay.
Houses.
Both?
Yeah. Mostly his house, but he would come to mine too.
Okay. And Mike was a friend of Ishmael Garcia's, right?
We were all friends, yeah.
Okay. And when Chris returned and was really mad, throwing things on October 2nd, called the police on October 3rd, and you're not sure, but you may have been at Mike Sullivan's.
Correct.
Because you wanted to get away from Chris.
Probably.
And Chris was there to watch your daughter, so you could.
Probably.
And so you went to Mike's probably to do some more drugs?
Maybe.
Maybe? And you talked about the missing guns with the people there, right?
Probably, yeah.
And you told them that Ish and Manny took the guns.
I could have, yeah.
Okay.
Debbie, I probably wouldn't have to do an
Mike
analysis on this
actually
witness. She's not on
talked
trial.
to Ish and Manny and came back to you about
trying to
what he
change her
said.
life.
I'm not.
There was a hearsay objection, maybe approach. Yeah, I probably wouldn't have Dr. G analyze this witness. There's a lot there. Recognize she's just divulged a lot of very personal, very painful memories in front of the jury. In a sign that she's telling the truth about the guns, she's exposed that dark part of her life.
Objection sustained. You can rephrase the question.
A little after she was accusing, you may have been accusing Ish and Manny, Mike had a conversation with you, right?
Yes.
And after that, you started accusing a whole bunch of people there, right?
I don't remember that.
You sort of accused everybody there, right?
No.
Okay. And you continued going to Mike's after that, right?
Yes.
And you would accuse different people while you were at Mike's?
No.
Okay.
That's crazy.
And while at Mike's, you talked about a video that you claim to have, right?
No.
And you said that with the video, it showed who took the gun, right?
No.
And nobody had been arrested for the gun, right?
No.
And it's pretty clear that if you had a video of somebody with the gun, somebody would have been arrested, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So your conversation about videos, wherever you had it, was just kind of made up, right?
I don't even know what you're talking about, but okay.
Okay. Well, you did talk about having a conversation about a video, right?
And I said that the cops were going to the houses around me looking at 4 video cameras.
Okay.
If they had them, to see who came in and out of the house.
Okay.
And Kayla's answer was, which way do they point?
Okay. So I just need to make sure that you are saying
I never had a video.
That you did not, while at Mike Sullivan's place, talk about a video.
I don't think so.
Okay. May have, you're not sure.
I don't remember.
Okay. Now, on December 19 is when you were arrested, 2019. Sound right?
Yes.
And I think you described napping at the gas station with drugs on your lap.
Yes.
And police came up and you got arrested.
Correct.
Very early morning hours, right?
Correct.
And they talked to you about the prior report of Chris about the missing guns, right?
Maybe. Maybe.
Okay. And you told them that you had moved the guns into the bedroom, right?
I don't understand the question.
We'll move on. So you told them at that time that Mr. Montgomery was over, right?
No.
Okay. You told them that you went to work the next morning and told Mr. Montgomery to lock the door behind on his way out, right?
I don't remember all that.
Okay. And you don't remember, will reading the report refresh your recollection?
No, because the last one really didn't, so.
Okay.
I love that answer.
And when you went to the grand jury, you were asked about that report to the police officers, right?
Yes.
So at the grand jury, you were asked about the part of the report where it says Frayne, I think they're Kimberly Frayne, said it made sense since Montgomery was there the night the guns were taken, that you were called that night and said that you had just moved the guns into your bedroom to be near your daughter when Montgomery was over, that you explained when you went to work in the morning, you told Montgomery to lock the door behind you on him on the way out, and that Montgomery was the only one home. And you were asked about that, and you said, well, that's not true.
Yeah, I don't
right?
remember that. I don't remember that.
And at the grand jury, you were asked if you remembered saying that, and you said maybe, sort of.
Sounds right.
Okay.
Maybe sort of.
That maybe you remembered some of it, sort of, but it wasn't true, right?
I don't remember that at all.
Okay. But you agree that you said it, just that it wasn't true.
I'm confused.
We'll move on.
Okay.
By the way, you never mentioned Ish to the police in December of 2019, right?
I don't know why I would have.
And you didn't mention Ish in October of 2019, right?
I don't know why I would have.
Okay. Now, when Adam stopped by that night, I think that you testified on direct that he was there and the two of you were trying to find drugs.
Correct.
So he didn't have drugs and you didn't have drugs.
Correct.
And you were gonna contact people to try and get drugs.
Correct.
And that maybe Adam would drive if that worked out.
Sure.
Which is why Adam is there with you, because otherwise you can both make phone calls, right?
Yeah. What?
Okay. So you called
He
Adam.
came over and we hung out. That's about that.
I think you said on direct you called Adam over because you wanted drugs, right?
Probably.
And so you called Adam over because you didn't want to leave your daughter? To get drugs?
Probably.
And you called Adam over probably because your car wasn't there to take your daughter with you to get drugs, right?
I don't know about that.
Why?
I don't remember.
Okay. But that might be a reason to call somebody over if you can't go and drive the drugs for the drugs when you find them, right?
They usually get brought to me.
Okay. As a matter of fact, Ish would bring them to you when you called, right?
Ish would, yeah.
And if he had your car, he would bring your car, return it when you called for drugs, right?
Correct.
And you talked about drugs being in the house in the morning, right?
Yes.
Okay.
She keeps looking up at the clock. Does not want to be there.
Sorry, Your Honor, I got ahead of myself. Before the grand jury, on February 12th of 2022, the police came to you to speak to you about Adam Montgomery, right?
Sure.
Do you recall that you spoke to the police the same year as you went to the grand jury, but before?
No.
You don't?
No.
Heard that. Her memory is bad. It may be a side effect of using a lot of heavy
Recall
drugs.
speaking to a Detective Rahill.
I remember the name, yes.
And February 13, 2022 is a little over a month before March 21, 2022, right?
Yes.
And you sitting here today, I think you said that your memory problems are so much better because you're not doing drugs anymore, right?
Well, they're clear now, but you're asking me to remember things from 4 years ago when I was in not a great spot, so I'm trying my best.
Okay. I'm actually asking about a year ago when you were saying that you were in a good spot.
Okay.
Do you remember talking to the police for a fair amount of time about a month or so before the grand jury?
Probably.
But you
kept
have no
calling.
recollection of that?
I remember talking to them.
Okay. When just, may we approach?
Yes.
Yeah, she's I think that's the fifth time she's looked up at the clock to her high up to the right. She wants to be done. She doesn't want to be there. She said, I have to work. I have to work. Or I have to go to work. She does appear to be in recovery. I don't know how useful this testimony will be for the defense. The history she's had and the things that she's done and that she's lied about before. Obviously, the jury gets to weigh all this. They get to say how credible is this witness and how believable is she, and goes to the weight of the evidence or goes to the credibility of the evidence. They're gonna make some decisions, and it may be possible. It's possible that some of the jurors look at this and say, I just can't take anything from this testimony, even though I think she's clean now. Maybe not sure.
All right,
She's
ladies and
getting more and
gentlemen,
more frustrated.
it's almost 12:30, so I think this is a good time for you to take a lunch break. So I'm going to have you come back at 1:25. We'll start again at 1:30. I'm going to ask the witness to please remain on the witness stand for now. Then we'll release you, and you'll come back to complete the examination.
To go to work.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain. And ladies and gentlemen, you can go ahead and take a break. All rise for the jurors, please. We'll see you back at...
The jury's leaving.
Please come back at 1:25.
Jury's leaving for lunch. They have an hour.
I have to go.
She says, I'm leaving. I have to go. That's not the way court works, unfortunately. That's not the way it works. Oh, my goodness. As is, welcome to the gallery. Good to have you as a member. This is tough. She cannot leave. She's under subpoena.
Right. Why doesn't everybody else come back at 20 after, okay? And we'll have...
Not sure if the judge is going to address this. This cameraman should be fired. Oh my goodness. She's leaving. She says, I have to go to work. She's trying to leave right now.
So that they can tell you what will happen if you are not back on this stand at 1:25. Okay.
We'll do that right now.
Thank you.
Oh, she's like, I'm leaving. I've got to go to work. And this cameraman, oh my goodness. Oh, I'm embarrassed to have ever been in the same profession. Okay, we have a runaway witness. She's headed to work. The judge did what the judge should do, which is say, if you're not here, we'll let you know what will happen, and the state is going to inform her what will happen if she's not back on the stand. So she has an hour to be back. Man, they can't. She can't just leave. Yes. If you recall, I did a short video on how employers cannot take punitive action. Sorry, we'll get off the bars and tone there. For complying with subpoena. Right, but she might need to inform them of that subpoena, and I don't think she's done that, Matthew. That's just my gut feel. I think, though, that she's turned over a new leaf. She's changed her life. She's changed her friends. She's changed where she lives. All her drug use and all that bad stuff she talked about is in her past. So she has this new life in this new area, and I think a lot of people in that new life don't know about her old life, and probably her work is included. Now, I'm pretty sure if she's in the healthcare field, they did a background check and they saw, and they should have done a background check and have seen that she has some arrests. They should have seen maybe the drug conviction where she had drugs on her lap and she was arrested for that. So there's some awareness, I think, but I'm not sure if they know, if she told them that I have to be in court today. I'm a witness. She's like, I have to go to work. Wow. Oh my goodness. So she has an hour lunch where she might be running away. She's worried about getting fired. Now, she can't get fired, as Matthew's pointed out. Nobody can do that. But she might have to tell them that she's being subpoenaed, and she probably should have told them sooner. The state can't inform her until they get outside the courtroom, and by then she'll be long gone. Yeah, they need to be sprinting for those doors. Don't think she's worried about the job. I think she's worried about the hours. If she isn't at work, she isn't getting paid. Picky, I don't know. It sounds like she's in a better place, and so the money might not be the same situation it was when she was spending every penny she had on drugs. Oh, I just unplugged Ivan. Hold on one second.
Call from
Mr. Ivan.
Hey, Ivan, how's it going, my friend?
Hey, pal, how you doing?
Doing well.
So, I switched over from Brandy's trial, and the first things I hear is, and I was passed out with drugs on my lap, and I was like, wow, he's got himself a new case.
Yeah. I've got Nicole calling in as well. Both want to talk right now.
Okay,
so,
I just wanted to...
Yeah.
What's that? I just wanted to quick say, whether or not she's sober, I don't know. That's a very subjective term, okay? Like, you ask 30 addicts what sobriety means, you're going to get 30 answers. And all I can say is, part of being sober and having a new life is acting different. And it's just hard for me to believe that a person that far deep into the recovery would be behaving like this in an open court like that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's all I'm going to say. That was like the one thing I wanted to point out, is that changing your life means more than just not using drugs. It's a complete, you act different. You feel responsibility different. All of the above. So I'll let you talk to Nicole. I just wanted to, make that point. And I hope she has changed. If anybody understands reforming your life, it's me. But you can't just because somebody says it, you have to, don't take them at their word. See what they do. See how they act. That's how you determine if somebody's changed. Anyway.
Yeah, interesting things to think about this witness, and the jury has to weigh those things as well as they're hearing this evidence. Thank you, Ivan. Appreciate you. Good hearing from you again.
Yep. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Catch you later. Bye. Nicole, give me a ring right back. Call me back. I'll answer your call. Ivan just beat you here. Let's see. There's Nicole right there. I think Recovery Addicts is correct about her not telling her employer she can't be fired for a subpoena, but she can be fired for the subpoena and not showing up. I think that's probably what you're speaking about. If you want to talk about it on the phone, give me a call back as well. We'll do that. Carol says that she works in a rehabilitation hospital. Okay, so they would be aware. They would be aware of her past and probably be okay with it. There's some benefit to having somebody who's been through the situation before, who's working to help other people get out of the situation. I had a good friend who was a drug addict, just about lost everything as well, including his own life. And he, as he made changes, and they were very difficult changes, he ended up becoming a support person for drug addicts. So he's the person they call. He's the one that helps people through it. And because of his experience, he can recognize what they're going through, and he can recognize when they're lying to themselves and when they're about, how close to the cliff they are, type thing. He can see those signs because he's been there himself. So that might be why she's doing that. But if that's the case, why wouldn't they tell her? Why wouldn't she tell her work? And I still feel that she didn't tell her work because she feels any job would say, you got a subpoena, you've got to be there. That's the law. You have to go. We can't hold you. You've been subpoenaed. But if she's just, I guess we'll see after lunch if she runs, and they'll put out a warrant for her arrest, just like they did for the witnesses in the football trial that Brandy's covering. Bite Me just gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Rebecca. Hope you're having a fantastic day counting mosquitoes. Let's see. Shara French has just got in here. What is this trial about? Proving someone stole 2 guns. Thank you for your response. All right, I want to join. Shara French, thank you very much. Yes, this trial is about someone stealing 2 guns. But there's so much more in this. First of all, the defendant has been charged with. Oh, we've got somebody calling. Hang on one second.
Call from. Yes, it's Charmaine. To accept.
Hey, Charmaine. This is Recovery Addict. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm a little bit shaking right here. About being an addict, I agree with Ivan to a point. I used meth probably 15 years ago, and I understand why this woman is, 1, she doesn't want to be there. 2, she's got to look at Adam. 3, she's trying to hide her past, and you do get shaky. Because I've been to court when it was probably 20 years when I did meth, but I had to go to court, and then when my son was arrested and stuff, it's like, you get embarrassed when you're sober and clean. You can't, because your past is going to catch up to you no matter what you do.
Yeah.
And
so I think Ivan was, a lot of people in recovery, they say that you can't just hide the past and just say, I'm just going to do something different from now on.
And it does come up, but I could see, when I seen her act like that, it kind of reminded of me when I was in court, probably like 15 years ago. And I was sober and clean, and I went through Oxford House and everything. But certain things in your past, like right now I'm going through a divorce, trying to get my son out of the mental health state hospital.
Right.
Dealing with a lot of things made me do drugs. And, my husband who's in California State Prison for murder, he's a gangbanger, and he keeps getting denied parole. It drives a person. And I'm strong-willed. I'm not saying I'm not strong-willed. I am. But it drove me to do drugs. And when you're in court facing a bunch of people who don't know you from Adam, you're trying to go on with your new life. Yeah. Some people will probably even say she's using drugs, and she's not. She's, like I said, you can't hide from your past.
There are some other factors, definitely. This wasn't a good point in her life. Okay, the people that are in the courtroom, the face she has to look at and the defendant, that brings back memories that she does not want to have. She's clearly has to talk about things that you saw when they brought up her daughter. That she got very emotional. That's when she reached for the water to. Yeah. She's like, there are things that she's like, this is raw. This hurts. This is very sensitive. I also feel that she's not high. She's not. I don't think she's high.
Yeah, she's probably. And you got to remember too, if you have a lot of times when people do drugs, they end up with mental conditions, and they don't go away.
Some lasting effects.
And a lot of people, like when I talk a lot of stuff, they think I'm on drugs, and I'm like, no, I have a mental illness. But I could see how she was nervous, and your voice changes and everything, and I feel really bad for her because she did make mistakes. She did what she did. But did you see the look she gave Adam when she was storming out? She doesn't want to be there.
No, she really doesn't.
She's under subpoena. Yeah. So I just want people to know that don't really, bag on her too much. She's going through a lot. People are going to see this all over the world. and it might be bothering her that she might lose her job, even, you know, because they'll probably drug test her now just to make sure. But, you know, I mean, people are going to see it, like I said. So I'm just kind of sticking up for the witness because I've been there, done it, and did it.
Yeah,
you know, and like I had a bad day yesterday. I wanted to drink wine and go find drugs because I'm going through a really horrible, messy divorce. And then I got Shane to deal with in the mental hospital. So it's just, I didn't want to live yesterday.
Oh,
so,
man, Charmaine, hang in there. One day at a time.
You know, your streaming keeps me going. So I have a family here, and I thank you for allowing me to be a member. And you could tell I'm really shook up because what I just saw her, I saw myself.
You saw you, yeah.
And it affects me. Yes, it does.
Charmaine,
really
hang in there. You're amazing. You have provided insights to things that so many of us just don't have the insight to, don't have the experience with. We appreciate you being a part of this community, and it would not be the same here without you.
I'm 71 years old too. You got to remember that. And I've been through a lot. I've been through a couple of blocks. A lot to deal with. I should write a book, but like me, I'm trying to hide my life, and it just keeps coming out. So, all right, Scott, thank you.
Charmaine, there's a lot of love for you in chat. Make sure you check out all the people who are wishing you support. Thank you so much. We'll see you.
Right.
Talk to you soon.
I thank everyone. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Charmaine is amazing. She's dealing with more on her plate than most of us put together. Just an incredible person, and I appreciate her being a part of the community and sharing that with us. This is Teresa. I leaving the court and not returning will make this much worse for the witness. Kimberly who's the witness, Kimberly Frayne. Sometimes when you're in the middle of a situation, it's hard to make a decision like that, and you can't see everything and weigh the options the way you should. And she sees what she needs to do, and maybe it's because she's providing for her daughter, she's providing housing for her daughter, or she's working towards a certain goal, or paying for car payments, or she has to pay for schooling or something, or babysitter. There's something that's pressing on her agenda, and to do that she has to work, and to work she has to be there, and to be there she can't be in court. And so it might seem like in this situation the easy thing is to not be in court. Unfortunately, that will just cause more problems. It could make things worse, which could affect her work. I mean, it's a tough thing. Hopefully, there's somebody. Hopefully, the state, because really, she is their witness, and I realized she was subpoenaed. She didn't want to be there. If she had her way, she would not be a part of this trial at all. But hopefully, they do get to her and say, "Hey, here's what we do. This is how it works. This is how the things that really are in the situation they are." And set them out. But so I'm hoping that she's here after lunch. Weird, we all live different hells to pain the same pain. Yes, we've so many of us have things we're dealing with. Let's see. We have a very diverse group, Carrie. We do, and that's why I appreciate you guys being so respectful, because we come in here and a lot of times it's easy to jump to a conclusion when we look at somebody. And sometimes we have a little bit of fun and hopefully keep it at a fun level, but just be mindful that there's somebody that sees this from a different vantage point than us. I've had coworkers in the same place, good people, but some permanent side effects were obvious. Keep your head up. Love this community, says Petrified. She wants to leave and get as far away as possible. I completely understand that. I will say that I think the defense could be harsher than they are. Not that they should, but I think that it's capable. They have areas they could go into that they're not, and I think that's good, because I don't think it serves the court at all. Let's see, we're getting a whole ton of texts here. Let's see. Susan, thanks for the text. I'm not going to read that one on the air. It's an interesting association between between the witness and her being associated with some other things by guilt by association of the defendant and some of the things he's charged with. Okay, Lacey Sturg, welcome to the gallery. Good to have you here. Thank you so much. You've got a courthouse by your name. Your name is in green. You now have access to all the emojis, and make sure you type !seat to get a front row seat. Let's see, contempt, isn't it? Contempt is when I think that's something you're doing in court. Say you're sitting on the witness stand and you're asked a question and you don't want to answer it. You're like, I'm not going to answer that one. And the judge says, actually, you have to answer that. Well, I'm not going to. Well, the judge can hold you in contempt. It can also be for behavior during court. We looked at Darrell Brooks and his behavior. He could be held in contempt. Lawyers can be held in contempt for their behavior and what they do in court. So pretty much anything the judge is saying, I'd like you not to do what you were doing, or I need to punish you for what you were doing in court, I think that falls under the contempt umbrella. And lawyers here in chat, Matthew and Nicole, please chime in if I've missed anything or got it wrong. Has Adam been tried for his daughter? No longer be. Yes. Yes, he has been charged. That case starts in the fall. He's been charged with the fact that his daughter is missing and is not found, as presumed dead. The daughter Harmony. So that's the defendant. It's not the first witness and it's not the second witness. They were friends with Adam, or they knew Adam through drug connections, but different family, different daughter. Saviscan just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you for that. It's a great lunchtime to get a free membership. Jesse Charles, Gypsy Moon, Nettie, Shara French, and Nessie, all gifted memberships by Saviscan. Appreciate that. How did the daughter pass away? Ivan, she has not been found. He was the defendant was in custody of the daughter at the time, Harmony, and was, and then she wasn't seen again. It's really bad. We know that there was at least an allegation of some abuse because she had what looked like a black eye at one point by a worker that observed it. But we don't know all the facts. Goodman Law says, as I'm walking out, I hear contempt. The violation of any court order or judicial order is contempt. So the judge tells you to do anything, like order this, like do this or don't do that, and you violate it. That's contempt. Thank you very much. That's a quick synopsis of what contempt can be. Not sure if that would fit. I guess the judge told her to come back to court, and she didn't. If she doesn't, then she can be held in contempt. Can you give us a rundown of what the case is about, please? Yes, I started and then I got interrupted. And I apologize, Ashley. I had a squirrel moment. This case is the defendant, Mr. Adam Montgomery. The entirety of this case has to do with firearms. It has to do with the fact that he is a 3-time convicted felon that is not
face with heart, smiling face
that
with
is not
hearts,
allowed
red
to
heart,
be
red heart, rough. The devil is in the details. My human says so. Red heart, smiling face with hearts, smiling face with hearts. I love everyone. Smiling face with hearts,
Rebecca,
smiling
thank
face
you very
with
much.
hearts.
And yes, rough. Give the rough pat right back to our favorite mascot. Thank you, Rebecca. Going back to the what this case is about, there are 3 firearms charges. Well, no, he has 3 felony convictions related to these 2 firearms that he should not have owned. He should not have had in his possession. He should not have stolen them. He should not have kept them. He should not have sold them. And he's being charged for doing that with these guns. The state is saying that he did this. The defense is saying that, hey, these charges, you guys had this gun for months, the AR. It was brought in on some other thing. You've had it in evidence for forever. But you were just digging up more dirt on my client after you tried to charge him for murder. So you're like, what can we get him with? And now you found this and way back in the history. And so this is why we have a 2019 case for firearms, which has taken this long to come to court. So the defense is saying this is just like you're just adding on because you're not sure if you're going to get a conviction on the murder case. Anyway, so the whole thing has to do with whether or not he stole the guns, had them in possession, and sold them. There's going to be evidence. There's text messages that he definitely did try to at least sell them. But the defense is saying that, hey, yes, he did. He was trying to help out a friend who had the guns. He's like, hey, I'll help you. I know some people who might want to buy them. And so he did some texting that way and was working on the price. But defense says it never happened. We couldn't get the two to meet. And it turns out the guy sold him before his buyer was ready. So this is where we're at right here in the middle. And we have, because of this environment they're in, with a lot of drug use, a lot of illegal activity, the witnesses are in this same pool of people. So we have some shady characters doing some shady things, and they're having to testify about it. And so we're going to hear from the defendant's wife, and we're going to hear from the defendant's wife's cellmate. And we're going to hear from these people that it's going to be a bizarre case, and a lot of testimony will probably contradict other testimony. That's what we're watching. But this case is just about firearms. It's not the murder trial. The murder trial is coming later in the year. Let's see. Feel sorry if this witness has to come back for the murder trial. I'm not sure if she would. I don't know when the time frame of that murder trial was, or when the events happened for the murder trial. It may have been after, like, this witness cleaned up and had maybe nothing to do with them. Suzanne says, sometimes you might not know who's already walked the miles. Many hearts have been broken due to drugs. My daughter, thankfully, has become a story of hope, and I'm beyond grateful for that. And Suzanne, that is wonderful. Yeah, walking the miles, it's you look at somebody, you have no idea what they've been through or what they're going through. That's true. Contempt of court, also referred to simply as contempt, is the disobedience of an order of the court. So if she does not show back up, it is contempt of court, I believe. So that'll be the contempt for not showing up, because the judge said, you got to be here. You've been subpoenaed. I have not released you. Who is this woman? The woman who was walking out was a witness. She is not accused of anything. All we know is that this witness at one point in her life, several years ago, was deeply involved in heavy drugs, cocaine, methamphetamine, crack. And while involved in that, her husband's guns were stolen from the house. And now, so she's testifying in relation to what happened, or what she remembers happening about that time that those things occurred, and who was over at the house and why. And the defendant was over at the house at that time. We need Brandy to do a timeline. I'm hoping it doesn't get that complicated. The wife pled out on the murder charge, as far as I know. I didn't think she was charged in the murder charge. For some reason, I thought she was in jail at the time this happened, on a drug charge when the daughter went missing. Because I thought that the defendant had sole custody of the daughter at that time. Okay. Let's see. You always give us great chases to watch. Thank you for that. We'll look for. Is there a chase happening right now? Did somebody say there was a chase? A lunchtime chase would be fun if we could squeeze it in. My phone's not charging. Okay, for some reason my Chase app does not update anymore. Yeah, I don't see a chase happening. What more do you need to see? This is everything. This is all you need. That was Grandma that triggered one of the new sound effects today by request. You guys requested that sound effect. We also have that guy. You can do exclamation point guy for that sound effect. I watched previous chases. So fun. We did show just the other day. We showed just a little bit. Here it goes. Ready? Wait for it.
Because he's the guy.
Because he's the guy. We did show yesterday a quick car crash. It was actually a body cam video of a police officer who had already stopped. They had already stopped a vehicle, and a tow truck was there. The tow truck was on the opposite side of the freeway. It was a flatbed, had the ramp up, and a car comes flying along, probably looking over at the police officers over on the other lane, and went right up the ramp and launched in the air and just flew. And it's all caught on body camera. We showed that the other day. It was crazy. Did you know that the prosecutor ran after her when she got off the stand? He was probably begging her to stay, at least telling her what's going to happen. I don't know if the prosecutor can help and say, hey, let me call your boss and just work this through. I don't know how much they can do there, but you'd think they would at least have somebody that could assist a little bit. Okay, Kayla is Harmony's stepmother. Her biological mother is the one that reported her missing. Danielle, that's not a good idea. Don't do it. Don't do it, people. There are enough crimes out there we have to follow. We don't need any more. Body cams and dash cams are much better than helicopter alone. One day, Savisgun, one day we're going to have all the footage. Like everything will be available live, and we could just watch any police officer's footage at the same time. This is my dream world, where I can just dial in and connect to any video I want. I'll have like a wall of screens. It'll be like watching, what was that show that has pre-crime in it? It'll be like that, where we can just see everything as it's about to happen, and we'll have an amazing live stream out of it. Okay. I get this text. Tell me if something seems wrong. I know this is a squirrel moment, but give me just a little bit. It says, Diana. Okay, first, that's my first indicator that's probably not for me. Diana, do you still recognize me? Call me if you are free. I hope we can have a cup of coffee together. Reply stop to unsubscribe. Oh, my goodness. So what we do on that one is just block. Don't even reply stop. Just block the caller. I don't even want them to know that the message got through. And report as junk. Delete and report as junk, and it's gone. We need an Arkansas chase. Those are the best ones. Okay, it's not fishy at all. Not fishy at all. Hey, Chris, this is an awesome place to be. Thanks for hitting the like button. Appreciate you. We've got 457 people who have done that today. I'm going to do a DNA test on the like button and identify each one of you and call out all those who didn't later on. So we will test every swab. All right, we've got a brief break. We have half an hour before we're coming back from lunch, and I'm dying. Part of me doesn't want to break because I want to see if the witness comes back from her I have to work, I've got to go situation. She was telling the judge, I've got to go. I have work. I need to go. I don't know. She's like, what are you going to do? Arrest me? Yeah, we might. Oh, Carolyn says, I helped search for Adam's daughter right after Casey Anthony searches. Adam was truly distraught. Believable. Very sad case. Matthew Harris just dropped a video right now. What is the fine print attorneys look for in contracts? This is why you pay attorneys the big bucks, because they find that fine print that you scan over and think, oh, it looks good to me. I'll sign it. And then later on, you're like, it said what? That's going to be a fun one to watch. Highly recommend that. I will do nothing interesting. How long's your video, Matthew? How long is the video? Do a quick check here. If it's a short video, I will do nothing interesting for that long while you all go over there and watch his video. Let's see. I watch Arkansas police chases every night. It's a 40-second short. Okay, so in 40 seconds, here's what I'm going to do. Somebody type exclamation point Matthew in chat. The link's going to pop up on the screen. I need everyone to click on it or right-click on the link and say open a new tab if you're on a computer, and go over and watch Matthew's new short. In that time, I'm going to go over and fix my curtain because my OCD has been triggered, and I need to fix that so it's not hanging over the shutters like that. And then you guys will all watch the video, and we'll all come back, and we'll be ready to go. Does that work? I think it's a deal. If you agree, hit the like button on your way out. Oh, there we go. Yeah, people are agreeing now. Okay, I'll see you in about 40 seconds. Go check it out. I'm going to fix my curtain. All right, curtain is fixed. And it looks like a lot of people went over there. That's great. The like button has been appropriately hit. Yes, I think now is a great time to get a phone call if you're able, Thomas. If you're able. We have about 20 minutes before we come back from court. That's a lot of Matthews. Can you ever have too much Matthew Harris, though? I mean, really. Let's see. I may be late to the party here, but did RA ever find a huge bug? I did. I found the bug. First of all, it was climbing up that curtain, the same curtain that I adjusted right there. That's when I first saw the bug. But when I found it, it was up at the top on my picture rail. And I found it, and it fell off the wall and landed on the back of my TV, and I sprayed it with lemon. I think it was lemon-scented Raid. Because right now I have lemon, I have lavender, I think I have original scent. Raid is actually the Febreze of the South, if you don't know. It's the Febreze of the South.
Is that correct?
That's correct. My wife would have a comment on that. Yep. Yeah, it was a big bug. It was a big bug, and it is no more. But we have a call. We have a call from Thomas from Weather Watch. He's on the phone. We're on the phone with a celebrity as we speak. Everyone, please take your seats. The video from Matthew Harris should be over here.
Because he's the guy.
Because he's the guy. That guy. The guy's here. He's on the phone right now. Thomas, what's happening, my friend?
We're on the phone with a celebrity. Who's the group call with? Who else is on the line?
It's you, my friend. It is you. Happy
Friday Eve.
I was going to say happy Thursday, but Friday Eve sounds so much better.
Always can throw an Eve in there.
Yeah, I'll take the Friday Eve. My day just got much better now that I've called it that. I wish I could change my computer so in the corner instead of saying Thursday it says Friday Eve. So it goes straight from Wednesday to Friday Eve and then Friday.
Really cuts the week short.
But we need that.
Absolutely.
What's happening?
So yeah, you and I had a great conversation last night. Mm-hmm. And for those of you that know, or for those of you that don't know, we have a podcast every Friday night. And it's a little bit, it's a bit more lighthearted, funny news stories, funny jokes and headlines. And obviously we share some of our personal stories in there too. But we have a little bit of a different idea for tomorrow night.
Yes.
And it hit me. I wish I remember what I was doing. I was somewhere in the middle of the kitchen. But I thought to myself,
chopping carrots.
You've shared yeah, that was it. Or onions. I might have been crying. Well, and it hit me. You've shared a lot about your personal experience and past and being unemployed before finding YouTube. And it led me to believe now look at some of the people that you've met or come in contact with and spoken to personally. Some of those being involved directly with murder trials. And so it just kind of blew my mind to think about how directly you are connected with these people now. So we're thinking tomorrow will be a little bit more of a Q&A style podcast, and a little bit of an interview where I've got some questions for you. And then we can let the chat, let's let the chat kind of jump in and ask some of those questions for things that we don't know about you or how YouTube and this career has now changed your life and affected the way you do things.
All right. That sounds awesome. I'm excited, first of all. I owe you an apology. You called, what time was it in Texas when you called?
I don't remember. Was it eight, seven?
Let me check
eight?
my messages because you texted me. Let's see. You called. So it was 8. It was 10:37 when you texted me saying, "Are you still up?" And I immediately replied with yes, because I was up, and I was not only was I up, I was like texting. I just had to hit one button and type yes. So I was awake. In your defense, I'm not sure if you heard this. I may or may not have snored just a little bit during the phone call, and I wasn't asleep. It was just like the pre-sleep as I was laying in bed talking on the phone, where I took a deep breath and it ended in like a sort of thing like that. I'm not sure if you heard that, but my wife like elbowed me. I was like, "Hey, you're snoring." I'm like, "I'm listening. I'm here. I'm not really asleep. I was just resting and thinking." But
that may or may not have happened more than once with me being on the phone with you and Mrs. R.A., for the record.
It's a very restful conversation. So I'm excited about it. I'm excited. Tomorrow podcast, it will be here on this channel, on the RA channel. And Weather Watch is running the show with questions from himself and from you guys, if you have questions about whatever, I guess. So it's open season on RA.
It is a little bit of an interview. I think we'll tie in a few other of our goofy things in there, but this one will be a little bit different. And the other important thing for everyone else, we know we started the Not Relevant podcast channel, but if you didn't tune in last week, we're going to kind of slowly let that go away and just maintain everything here on RA's channel. It was RA's idea, and it was great.
It was a bad idea. It was a bad idea, and I'll tell you why. I didn't realize that that we basically have the same people watching the podcast as watch this show. We have a lot of the same people.
Right.
And when you went over to the other channel, you lost all your green names. You lost your courthouses. You lost all your status symbols, and even the mods were different and everything. We would just have to recreate everything, and it wouldn't be right for me to say, now you have to join the second channel when you've already joined once. And so we thought, we don't want to do that to people. That wouldn't be right, and I just didn't think it through. I thought it would be easier to manage the two separately, to have a podcast channel and the other, but not so. Not so. So we're all going to be here together on the RA stream. I think we will also bring in the Facebook feed at the same time, so we'll be on both Facebook as well as on YouTube. For those that prefer to watch and interact on Facebook, and we'll be able to bring those comments in as well. The only downside is if you're on Facebook and you comment, you're not going to see the other comments on YouTube. And if you're on YouTube and you comment, you're not going to see the other comments on Facebook unless we highlight them. That's the only downside of having it on multiple platforms. But I do like that you can watch wherever. And Thomas, honestly, I'm super excited when you called last night with that idea. First of all, I was awake and I did hear everything you said. But second of all, it's awesome. I'm looking forward to answering your questions, all of your questions.
I'm excited for it too. And I loved Mrs. R.A. What kind of questions, Thomas? She wanted to do a little pre-screening there. She's questioning.
I'm fine without the pre-screening. I trust you. I trust chat. Let me know what you want to know, and I'll be as open as I can. So I'm not sure if you have to swear me to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalties of perjury, penalties and pains of perjury, as they do in North Carolina or New Hampshire. Sorry, but
that's right.
But we're gonna have a fun one, and I will Parrot Court. I will go back, Laura, and explain the rest of this case in just a minute. I got sidetracked, but
awesome. Well, thanks so much. All right, I'm excited, and for those of you that don't typically join in on the podcast, maybe give tomorrow night a try, because it will be a little bit different than ones you've maybe seen in the past. It's not something we're moving forward to permanently as far as the formatting and change, but Scott and I feel it's just great to kind of mix it up once in a while. So tomorrow's going to be that night.
Yep. If you are here in chat right now, you are on the right channel for the podcast. It is just treated just like another live stream. So we call it a podcast, but it looks just like another YouTube live. I think at one point we will probably transition so they will be available on an actual podcast platform, which YouTube has some ways to make that happen. So that'll be good.
Perfect.
Debbie
Love
already
it.
has.
Well, I'll let you get back to it.
There you go. So
Debbie's
Debbie's ready to
some
go.
Questions, so.
All right. Thank you very much, Thomas. I'll let you go back to work. Appreciate it, my friend. Thank you.
Sounds great. Have a great afternoon.
Yep, you too. Bye.
Bye.
Squirrel. Friday's going to be awesome. Okay, let me go back. Parrot, Laura, where did we leave off? Where did I leave off with the explanations? So we have the first witness in this trial. First of all, the defendant is Adam Montgomery, and he's accused of stealing, holding, and then selling firearms when he was a 3-time convicted felon. He shouldn't do that. The first witness was Mr. Frayne, Chris Frayne, and he was the one who owned the firearms. He had, I believe he owned, was it 5? Let's see. He had a shotgun, an AR, and 4. A shotgun, an AR, a 380, and a 45. The 380 and the 45 are both pistols. The shotgun and the AR are what we call long guns. The long guns he kept wrapped under blankets under his bed, wrapped in blankets under his bed, and the pistols he kept in a drawer. He goes out to work for a week, to work on a bridge, and he may have come back early. He may not. He doesn't quite remember. But when he came back, he checked for his guns because he was planning on going shooting the next day, and his guns were gone. He gets all upset. The next morning, he calls the police, reports his guns stolen. At that point, the wife, Kimberly Frayne, the current witness who was on the stand, who may or may not be returning, did not say, oh, by the way, I had this friend over. We did drugs together that night. She doesn't volunteer this information. It comes out later. That's been argued back and forth. But the wife was involved in drugs heavily, was involved with people who used and supplied drugs, had also previously used the firearms as sort of collateral for drugs. So they would give her drugs in return for letting, can I borrow your gun for a day type thing. And in return, I'll give you XYZ drugs. So that had happened a couple times. She had done the same thing with her car. She'd loaned that out to people in return for drugs. And then, so here the husband's gone. The gun is only loaned out for drugs when the husband's not there. Husband comes back, the guns are gone. But the testimony that really stood out to me and that really looks like probable, reasonable doubt in my mind, is that this wife, when she testifies that this is what's going on, this is what she did, she calls the defendant over, Adam Montgomery, over. She's been up for 3 days straight on a drug-fueled binge. Well, I'm getting buffering on fiber. Why am I getting buffering on fiber? Did you guys see that? That was not good. Okay, it's fixed now, but makes me worry. So she calls Adam over to the house. They hang out. They say she brought him over in case he could score some drugs. He didn't have any, didn't bring any. She's tired. She goes to sleep, wakes up in the morning. In the morning, there are drugs on the table. The door is open, and the guns are gone. So that part says that sounds like somebody brought drugs and took the guns, similar to other times when they have borrowed the guns and given drugs in return, like she testified to. So that makes it seem like maybe it was not Adam, because Adam did not have any drugs when he first came over. Otherwise, why would they be trying to score drugs and be unsuccessful? So that sounds like that there may have been a transaction, or at least somebody thought that a transaction was taking place in return for leaving drugs. They left a crack pipe with crack in it on the table, and then the guns are missing. So I'm thinking this looks a little suspicious. Is that too soon to say suspicious? Suspicious-ish. Ish being the name of one of the dealers that she purchased from and had borrowed and lent out guns to. Okay, yes, it was buffering, fixed now. I don't know why it buffered. I lost a signal just for a moment. This is fiber internet. It should not buffer. I've got a 2 millisecond ping on a 2 gig connection. It should be fine. Let's see. That was that. Okay. They're trying to use her to make the case for reasonable doubt. Well, I think they did right there, just in that bit. That bit of testimony is enough for me to say, hey, it's reasonable for me to assume that someone else came over and said, hey, I'd like to borrow the guns. Here are the drugs. I'll take the guns. I'll see you. It sounds like that's a possibility. The dealer is never going to leave drugs and take guns if no one else is there. They're going to take both. A robber would take it as well. Somebody who's, odds are most of the robberies that take place are for items that can be turned around and sold for drugs. So if there are drugs there, they're going to get stolen. If there are guns there, if there's cash, if there's jewelry, that'll be stolen. Those items will be turned, they'll be fenced, they'll be, pawned, whatever they are, sold, and in return for drugs. That's what the person who stole it was going to get. How long is this trial? It's probably going to be about a week. I don't know the exact date, Portland Trailblazers TV, which I think you are. Did you win the internet this morning? Or was that somebody else? I think you won the internet this morning, right? Do you have the internet today? Remind me, I have the memory of a goldfish. It's like orange and it swims in a bowl. That's a goldfish, right? That's what my memory is. So many iffy people. They're ishy people running around. It's questionable. Hold Your Horses won. That's right. Hold Your Horses. You're the winner today. I think Portland Trailblazers TV won yesterday. One of the live streams. It was a take one, leave one policy, take the gun, leave a drug. So in that case, it was a violation because 3 guns were taken and only 1 drug was left, but the crack pipe was left, and maybe the pipe's worth 2. The math might work. Goldfish are great crackers. Thank you, Sheila. I agree. Love them. Pepperidge Farm. Delicious. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you should. They're yummy. What's the purpose of this trial, though? Does it connect to the next 2 trials? Not directly. Parrot Court. Not directly, only that there is a pending case coming for the murder trial of the defendant's daughter, whose body has never been found. So that's coming, and had it not been for that trial, this case may never have been brought about. Can we have a poll on the witness returning, please? Okay. I'll do one. This is an odd question. Will Mrs. Frayne let's see. Okay, it's just a yes, no. I forgot will be her excuse. No, there's not. Jill says, I hope she runs. Jill, my heart breaks for her, first of all. This is not a fun situation to be in. Nobody wants to be there. But at the same time, it's like I hate they have to be there, but at the same time, this is the law. This is what you have to do. When you're subpoenaed, you've got to show up. I don't know all the details about his daughter and the age and when she went missing. I'm saving that a little bit till later on when we, either we cover the trial or we don't. But it's going to be right about the time. It's going to be happening right about the time that the BK trial ends. So returning handcuffs. I don't think they'll be that quick, Julie, because they can't do anything about it until the judge calls the case, says, come to order, where's the witness? At that point, up until that point, she can return at that moment and be fine. So if she returns in handcuffs, there'll be a break. I think she'll refrain, Adam. Oh, man. Too soon. I believe she was 5. The daughter was 5 when she went missing. 5 or 6. If you want good things for her, you don't want her to run. Running will get her arrested. It will, and here's what'll happen. She'll be arrested, and she might A, be compelled to be in court, and B, she might spend a day in jail. That spending a day in jail is probably going to have more of an effect on her work than her missing work because of the subpoena. But she needs to tell her boss. She needs to say, hey, I've been subpoenaed as a witness in a trial. I have to be there. And then the boss can't do anything about it. Hopefully she has told them. Is it jail time or ticket fine for contempt of court? The judge sort of gets to say. I don't know what the fine is. I think, first of all, the judge would compel you to do what it was that they were asking you to do, compel you to obey the order of the court, in this case, testify. And once they testify, I'm not sure if the judge would then say, hey, knock it off. Just know, the arrest was enough of punishment. I don't think the judge would then turn around and throw her 30 days in jail or something. But they have the ability to. But the prosecution took her to lunch just to be safe. I would be like, where do you want to go? Let's get your favorite food. I will call your boss. We're going to take care of this. Have faith she'll do the right thing. She was really wrapped, spun up when she left. Only want good things for her. Yeah. The big thing is if she's in recovery for 3 years, a major event like this is a crisis moment in her life. And these are the moments that it's very easy to fall victim to an old habit, to give in as the pressure builds and is too much. So I'm hoping she has a huge support system that can help her through this, and that this doesn't become a trigger for her.
What more do you need to see?
What more do you need to see? I think she has to go to work, and the rehab hospital near me is for physical, not drug. Okay, so physical therapy, rehabilitation therapy. First of all, that's awesome that she's got there.
Because he's the guy.
Because he's the guy. With the laughing simultaneously. If it's an at-will state, can they still fire her? They'll just have to say something like dereliction of duty or something. Okay, at-will states where an at-will state changes the employment structure, where you can be hired for, anyone can hire you and anyone can fire you without cause. So we can say, I chose to fire you.
Is that correct?
It's correct. That I just want to get rid of this employee. I've decided to have one less employee today, and you're the one. But if something like this happened and the work this afternoon turned around and fired her, I believe she'd be able to go to either a wage claim judge or to a court and say, hey, I was retaliated against because I served on the jury.
There's a lawsuit.
And no company wants to be in that position and be like, no, actually, because then they have to go back and say like, oh, we have all these records that show that she was a poor employee, or she wasn't showing up, and she had all these citations, warnings for being late to work, or you'd want to have that paperwork on hand. If they just turn around and fire her right there, that would look like retaliation to the court, and then they're in big trouble. And you don't want to have an employee that you are court ordered to keep employed. You don't want one of those.
Subject matter jurisdiction.
Thomas, welcome to the gallery with that the new light-colored courthouse. Congratulations on the update, and thanks for your continued support. Maybe she needs to remember that this is what he wants. He wants her to look bad. She needs to walk back in holding her head high and face him. How much more do you think defense even has for her? Probably not very much. I would guess. Oh, we've got a feed from the courtroom. So let's see. I didn't see any witness yet. It looks like they're going to bring the defendant in right now. I don't think they've got very much. I mean, her initial direct wasn't that long. Cross, they've covered most of it. The fact that she said that refreshing my recollection won't help, showing me the transcript won't help, I think that's that got her out of a lot of testimony that she wouldn't have to face. It's a secret get out of jail free card, and maybe Nicole or Matthew can chime in on this. But when the lawyer says, "Would it help your recollection? Would it refresh your recollection to see the transcript from the grand jury testimony or something like that?" And you say no, it wouldn't. Then they sort of have their hands tied, and they can't just have you read that and force you to read something where you said something differently. Say, no, but it wouldn't help. I still wouldn't remember. And she did that. She said, you showed me one. It didn't help. Showing me another is not going to help. So she wasn't able to show her the other. She just needed to breathe, had to get out of there. My anxiety would make me run for a minute as well. Hopefully she's been able to take a deep breath and reset and be able to wrap this up. Tennessee is an at-will state. We're in New Hampshire in this one. I don't know if they're at-will or not. I keep watching to see who's walking across. Okay, here comes the defendant. Nope. I'm not seeing the witness yet. She might be on the stand already. But she should walk in front of the screen if she comes in. Did you notice if she was eager to put her mask back on when she left? She was so worried about it first. I didn't see she was worried to put it on when she was leaving. Jamie, I think the mask was to to conceal her face, not worried about COVID. That's just my gut take. I believe that she does wear one in the medical field where she works. That's all true. I think she's back on the stand because the defendant's looking at the witness stand quite intently. Or was. This camera guy is unique. His style is much more suited for a dramatic recreation of the events than the documentary of the events as they happen. Right, audio's ready to come back any moment now. Shelby, thank you very much. This is a fun group. This is a really good group. I think you like it. We're going to go ahead and close out the poll right now because court's about to begin. So we're going to end the poll, and the results come in with 73% saying yes, she's going to return, 26% saying no. A quarter of you don't have faith in her. Did Adam steal her guns? He says no, and she said no. I don't know. I don't know. Was she asked? I think she said originally she thought he didn't. I'll have to see. Sheila, you're too kind. I think it's because of all of you. You guys, there's many more of you than there is of me. You guys are amazing. And people come into chat and say, I love this. The community is awesome. It's you guys. Let's chant Kim, Kim, Kim. I hope they wrap up soon and she gets released. This is tough. And I can't think of anything else that they need to get out of her that they haven't either tried or have already received by way of testimony. The chair is empty. The chair is empty.
Would you like us to have the witness retake the stand before the jury comes in?
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Give me just a second.
She might be out in the hall. They said, do you want the witness to retake the stand before the jury comes back in? And I think that's her. This camera. Yep. She's hiding from the camera. This camera should not be doing this. This is not... Okay, yes, this is a very good technique for filming, for camera work, but it is not the right way to film court. It is not the right way. This is not like a play. This is not... You're not trying to zoom in and get all the action at the moment it happens. You want to capture it, but in an objective way instead of this close-up manner that they're using. Oh, Stacy, thank you very much. 3 months. Good to have that green courthouse by your name. Appreciate you. Witnesses here. 76% of you are right. The camera work is good, Seven. It is good camera work, but it's the wrong style for court. It's very much more TMZ style. She's back. We're just waiting for audio to come in, and I think we'll get that any second now. Witness is on the stand. She is back. Everyone's in position, waiting for the judge to be seated. Somebody's being talked to right now. Possibly the witness. Everyone seems to be looking at the witness. The judge is still okay. Here we go. Greeners, thank you for the gifted memberships. 5 of them. Those went to Phoenix Rising, Annie L., Novell Leo, Julie Weaver, and Tina Sherway. Our audio's still down.
You had gone to the grand jury in March, and that didn't come out of nowhere. At some point, police, before the grand jury, came out and talked to you. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And at that time, and going back to earlier, at one point you said that you hadn't touched the guns. At another one, you did say that you moved the guns to the couch to be near, from the bed to the couch to be near them.
Correct.
The police asked you about the firearms in that interview sometime before the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And at the time you knew that Kayla was in jail?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You knew Adam was in jail?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Ms. Rain, I'm just going to ask you to please keep your voice up again. I know it's a big room, but it is important that everybody be able to hear you.
Okay.
And you were living away from everybody in Manchester, right?
Correct.
And you had gone through the rehab and you had a steady job, right?
Yes.
Feeling like you're separated from your former life, right?
Yes.
Not entirely separated from Chris because you two share a daughter.
Correct.
And you still talk to Chris.
Correct.
So when we talked about not liking the guns and not touching the guns versus moving the guns to the couch, when the police asked you in the interview before the grand jury about the guns, you told them that you liked to use the firearms at the range and would never get rid of them, right?
Right.
And that's when you said that the 4th firearm wasn't taken because it was in your vehicle, right?
Correct.
So,
the little guns. I don't shoot the big ones, just the little ones.
Okay. So in saying that you like the firearms and would never get rid of them, does that mean that you like the little firearms and would never get rid of the little ones?
I don't shoot the big ones.
Okay, so when you said you like the firearms and wouldn't get rid of them, were you talking about the little ones?
Well, all of them.
Okay. Okay. And when you said that you like to use the firearms at the range so you wouldn't get rid of them, you weren't talking about all of them.
Right.
Just the little ones, right? Pistols.
Correct.
45 and the Ruger?
38.
And now, you talked earlier about rumors that you said led you to kind of look at Adam differently about this, right?
Correct.
And the rumors actually came from Mike Sullivan, right?
Correct.
And originally you were accusing Ishmael Garcia and his friend Manny.
I might have.
Okay. And you and Mike talked about that, and later on Mike came to you, and after that you started accusing Adam.
Yeah, he told me.
Okay. And when you were talking to the police on that interview before the grand jury, the name of Ishmael Garcia was brought up, right?
Maybe, probably.
Okay. You told the police, let's see,
The police.
that you were somewhat familiar with Ishmael Garcia, right?
Yep. Yes.
And you told them that you thought you communicated through Facebook, but you didn't have a name or anything like that. Or was that about Manny?
I'm confused at the question.
Yes. I messed it up.
Sustained. Just rephrase the questions, please.
You didn't tell him that you regularly got drugs from Ish back in 2019, right?
Tell who?
The police officer who was questioning you.
I didn't tell them in 2019. No.
You didn't tell the police officer in the interview prior to grand jury in 2022 that in 2019 you regularly got drugs from Ishmael Garcia, right?
I'm not sure.
Okay. When they asked you about Ish, you told them you believed that Adam and Ish would have sold the guns for drugs and or money, right?
Maybe, yeah.
Okay. And you didn't tell them that you sometimes let Ish take the car and the 38, right?
I did tell the police that. I just don't know when I told them.
You told the prosecutors that a week or so ago, right?
I've been saying it the whole time, I believe.
Okay. Okay. We'll talk about that in a minute. And I think that you said, yes, you put the 45 back in the drawer before Chris got home and just simply didn't notice that the other gun wasn't there.
I said there was a possibility that I put it back. I don't remember. I just know I had it, and that's why it wasn't taken.
Okay. And you are aware that it was in the drawer before, when Chris got home?
Objection, Judge. That's asked and answered.
Overruled.
Is that right?
I just said I don't remember putting it back in the drawer, but I could have.
But you recognize that you were aware when Chris came home that it was...
We had the 45, so it wasn't missing.
And it's something that Chris saw or talked about or realized. You knew it was not missing, and he knew it was not missing on the night that he got home because it was in the drawer, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. But do you remember that it was, never mind. So then there was the grand jury. You remember talking to the grand jury?
Yes.
And that is still when you are out of Manchester, right?
Correct.
Clean, right?
Correct.
Working and living up north.
Correct.
Oh, sorry, one more thing about that interview before the grand jury is that you did tell police that there was crack in your home when you woke up the morning before Chris came home, right?
Yes.
So when you went to the grand jury, you swore to tell the truth, right?
Yes.
And you said that Adam came over because the two of them were trying to get drugs, right?
We were, yes.
Two of you, sorry.
Yes.
And you said that Adam also wanted to get some to bring back to Kayla, right?
Correct.
And one of the reasons you may have wanted Adam to come over rather than just calling your connections is that if you could make a connection, maybe Adam could drive out so that you could stay home with your daughter, right?
I guess so.
Okay. By the time Adam left, you had not reached a connection, right?
We both, yeah. We couldn't find anybody.
Okay. And then at some point, drugs are in your house, right?
They were there when I woke up in the morning.
So when you want to reach somebody, you reach Ish by Facebook?
Probably just texted.
Okay. Just a message on the phone?
Yeah. Yes.
And when he gets back to you, he gets back to you, right?
Yes.
But he does get back to you, right?
That night?
Anytime.
Yeah.
Okay. And when he gets back to you, you let him know what you're looking for, and he actually delivers it to you, right?
Yeah, or I would pick it up.
Okay. And on this night, you weren't leaving because you were alone with your daughter,
correct,
right? And so one of the people that you probably reached out to was Ish, right?
Yeah.
And certainly by the time that Adam left, you had not seen Ish, right?
Correct.
And when you talked to the police, to the grand jury about the guns, you let them know that all three guns, the AR-15, a shotgun, and a third, and I think you accidentally called it an AR-47, is that right? Do you remember that?
Possibly.
Okay. And that was just a mistake because they're both kind of assault rifles, right?
Right.
Okay. And, sorry, I lost my frame of reference here.
An AK-47 is what's more typical. Okay. AR-15, AK-47. They're both semi-automatic.
I'll move on.
Rifles.
Or maybe you remember, did you say that you didn't know any distinctive features of the AR-15 and the shotgun because you never really looked at them?
Yeah.
Okay. But they were guns that you moved from the couch to the bed and back,
They were
right?
in cases.
Cases?
Yeah.
Not blankets?
No.
Not
They're
two
big
blankets?
cases under the bed. I know the cases and the guns were under the bed, but I don't know if the guns were in the cases.
Okay. And at the grand jury, I read on direct that they actually asked you about your statement to the police the night that you got arrested, and you only sort of remembered that statement, right?
Correct.
And you said that that would never happen because you would never leave somebody at your house and say lock the door because Chris would kill you if you did that, right?
Right.
You didn't want Chris to think that you were doing very reckless things while he was gone, right?
He knew what was going on. He was involved with what was going on as well.
Okay. But the time that you had Ish over things like letting Ish borrow or take the 380, that was when Chris was not around, right?
Correct.
Because Chris would not approve of that behavior,
Correct.
right? Okay. So, you said, I believe, that you had told the police all along that you had given the 380 to Ish more than once.
Correct.
And you said that that wasn't something that you were hiding, right?
No.
Okay. And at the grand jury, you were asked the prosecutor was asking you about whether you, in the 4 guns that you talked about, the 45 and at least a couple of big ones that you called them, the AK-47 and the shotgun, did Ish ever hold, use, or fire any of these? And you said no. Do you remember that?
No.
Okay. And I will. There you go.
It's a weird situation for the defense. They got information out of this witness that is useful for their defense, but they're also trying to impeach the witness, which would call her testimony into question. So it's a fun line they're dancing.
You were asked if did he ever hold, use, or fire any of Chris's guns that you know of? And you said no, right?
Correct.
And then you said the only thing I can think of is maybe the 45 when we were together hanging out.
Correct.
And that's what you told the grand jury, right?
Correct.
You did not tell them that, yes, Ish held and possessed Chris's gun, the 380.
I let him borrow it, yes.
You did not tell the grand jury that when they specifically asked you that question. Is that fair to say?
The way you're saying it, it's like I'm thinking like when we're in the house, like we didn't fire it. I didn't mean it like that.
She testified in front of a grand jury after she got sober. So this is a year ago, I think.
I'm going to give you a copy of your grand jury transcript. And I know that you don't want to be too close for going back and forth to people who are ill. So I won't linger over you while we read, okay? If you hold on to that page, from the front it says it's the grand jury Henry investigation of Miss Montgomery. And then it has Kimberly Fran, March 21, 2022, right?
Correct.
And this, have you seen this before?
No.
So you didn't get a chance to review your grand jury
March
testimony when you talked today, right?
No.
Okay. So if you look at page 36, tell me if I read this correctly. And I think you'll actually have to go to the page before to see that we're talking about, or you all are talking about Ish. About page 35, line 15. Actually, let's make it line 13. Do you remember where he lived at this time? You said, I don't think he had. I think he was living in his car, to be honest. And the question was, Ish? And you said, yeah. And you were asked, do you know where he would park? Do you remember? And you said he would park at random places. You were asked, would he go to your house on Russell Street at all? And you said, yeah. And you were asked, was he there any regularly? How often? And you said, if I needed drugs, he would come by. And you were asked, was he selling drugs at the time? And you said, yeah. And you were asked, what kind of drugs? And you said, crack. And you were asked anything else? And you said, no. You were asked, was he one of the people that you and Adam might have tried to call that night to get crack? And you said, possibly, yeah. And you were asked, do you remember him coming over that night at all? And you said, no. And you were asked, was he there all night at all? Was he there at all that night that Adam was there? And you said, no. And then you were asked, so he ever, there's a pause. So we talked about maybe 4 guns, and you said, uh-huh. And the question was, the 45 and at least a couple of big ones, you called them AK-47 and the shotgun, and you said, yeah. And you were asked, did Ish ever hold, use, or fire any of those? And you said, no. And then you were asked, did he ever hold, use, or fire any of Chris's guns that you know of? And you said, no. Is that right?
Correct.
And that was not true, right?
Correct.
You knew that he had held and used, or at least taken, the 380, right?
Correct.
With your permission, right?
Correct.
And that is not something that you told the grand jury, right?
Correct.
But going on from there, you were asked, how certain are you of that? And then you said, the only thing I think of is maybe he held the 45 when we were together hanging out, because that's the one I take with me, but they stayed under the bed and I didn't bring them out.
Correct.
So I think that you said that you let him take the 380 and the 45 when he took the car sometimes, right?
Like twice total.
Okay. And that's not what you told the grand jury, right?
Correct.
And it was to the grand jury that you said, when they asked you if Ish knew where the other guns were, you said, I think he did, because he was a friend of mine, so I'm sure it came up, right?
Yes.
So Ish did know about the guns under the bed, right?
He could have, yeah.
And when you talk about what you did that weekend, or sorry, not weekend, while Chris was gone, you've had days of using drugs, right?
Correct.
And you're not done, right?
Correct.
You want more, right?
Yes, yeah.
You have been, I don't even know if you call it a bender, but you have been days with drugs, you're out of drugs, you want more, right?
Right.
And one of the people that you reach out to is Manny, right?
Possibly.
Okay. Adam is not your friend, right?
He was my friend.
Okay. Let me go on.
More impeachment from this grand jury testimony incoming.
Well,
If she can find it.
lost my place again, sorry.
Debbie, this is on cross, and on cross the defense or you can lead
You
on cross.
and Kayla were friends, right?
Correct.
You were pregnant together.
Correct.
And I think you said occasionally you babysat her children.
Correct.
Or her Seamus, just Seamus?
All of them.
Okay.
That means she might be called as a witness
Uh,
in the murder trial. If she babysat
sometimes, once or twice, they came over to your place, right?
Correct.
Together, right?
Correct.
But that wasn't a regular thing, right?
Correct.
Adam was over that night to try and assist you and he in getting drugs, right?
Correct.
And it didn't work, right?
Correct.
And were you crashing?
Yeah, I was tired.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Okay. Well, you've been going for days.
Right, so I was tired.
Huh?
Yeah, I was tired.
And it's kind of one of those tired's that doesn't feel real good, right?
I guess.
One of those tired's that make you want more drugs rather than make you want to sleep, right?
Correct.
It is one of those tired's that drive you to just give me drugs, right?
Correct.
And that's not a sleepy tired, is it? It's your crashing, right?
Correct.
And the next day when Chris came home, you were not crashing, right?
I don't recall.
And you didn't have money on your own very much from Dunkin' Donuts, right?
I did. I had what I worked was my paycheck.
Okay. And you spent a lot of that money on drugs, right?
Correct.
And you spent your money on drugs while Chris was gone that particular trip, right?
Probably.
And when you were contacting Ish for more drugs, you didn't have money.
I don't recall. I probably had money if I was trying to call people.
Okay.
So I think, yeah.
Actually, back in the grand jury, at one point you said that you had like $40, and then you said you really didn't remember if you had money, right?
Sounds right.
So you just sort of pick a number, but then when you don't actually know, right?
Well, I wouldn't call people if I didn't have money.
Well, one of the things that you have done in the past is let Ish use your car and take the 380 in exchange for drugs, right?
Correct.
That's not money, that's a different form of barter, right?
Correct.
So you would contact Ish if you didn't have money and you wanted drugs.
Correct.
Witness has been sober for 3 years.
And Chris is still a bit bothered by the missing guns, right?
When?
Now, these days. You and he communicate over your daughter, right?
Right.
And it still bothers him that those guns are missing, right?
He says he doesn't care. He never wants to see them again.
Okay. And when you were arrested in December of 2019, they let you go home after you talked to them about the guns, right?
I don't remember that, but I was only there for a few hours and then I left.
Okay. You left to go home?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. And you never got convicted for those charges, right?
No.
They were dropped, right?
Right.
Essentially, they were dropped because you said that you would go to rehab, right?
Correct.
And do you know if anything can happen about those charges down the road?
I have no idea.
Okay. If I may have a moment, Your Honor, I seem to have misplaced some.
Hopefully she's about done here. This is one of the few witnesses I think that the defense can really make look bad, that makes the defendant look better. There's going to be a lot of evidence coming in that makes the defendant look very bad, so they're sort of rolling around in this as much as they can to try to spread the icky onto the witness instead of the defendant.
You said that you had pawned the wedding ring
Just ask and answer.
2 months prior to Chris coming home and finding his guns are missing, right?
Correct.
And you've pawned other things as well, right?
Correct.
And sometimes you've borrowed money from other people to try and get those pawned items back before Chris came home, right?
Possibly.
Okay. Because you didn't want Chris to know that you were doing this, pawning things, or...
I didn't care because we hated each other.
Okay. So you didn't care if Chris knew, like, you pawned a TV at one point?
I did not care.
Okay. Thank you.
There you go.
Anything else?
I'm going to move this back, Your Honor. Is that right?
Yes.
We're moving furniture around in the courtroom. Dragging the podium back over with the microphone. Camera. Oh my goodness. He needs to iris down for this in case he accidentally shows the jury. Oh my goodness. Needs to black out the camera. Okay. Man. And we need the audio back.
Do you remember those earlier statements that you gave?
No.
They weren't the truth, though, right?
No.
In February of 2022, you sat down and you told the truth.
Correct.
You said, I pawned a ring.
Correct.
Sustained bleeding.
You described items that had been allegedly taken that night.
Yes.
Okay. Attorney Smith asked you why you never said Ish was there that night.
Correct.
In your first statement, in your third statement, in your second statement, in your grand jury testimony, you've never said Ish was there that night.
Correct.
And that's because he wasn't there that night.
Correct.
Sustained.
Was Ish there that night?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Who was there that night?
Adam was there that night with me. And that's it.
Attorney Smith asked you if Ish came after Adam left.
I didn't see him, if he did.
When you went to sleep that night, who was there?
Just me and Adam.
When you passed out, who was there?
Me and Adam.
And her daughter.
Attorney Smith asked you about your grand jury testimony.
Yes.
And she was reading it.
Yes.
And she asked you if Ish knew where those guns were in your home.
Yes.
And you said, I think I don't know.
Right.
And she read something to you.
Yes.
So, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, you may.
So, I'm handing you your grand jury testimony. Ignore the highlights. There's a box around several lines.
Yes.
And I want you to read those to the grand jury, the statements that are within that box.
Okay. So
Starting with Q or A.
Okay. It says, did Ish know that there were other guns? And I said, I think he did know. Why do you say that? Because he was a friend of mine, so I'm sure it came up.
Okay, and you can set that aside. So Ish may have known that there were other guns in your home?
Possibly, yes.
Would you be surprised that you were never asked if Ish knew where the guns were?
One more time?
Would you be surprised that in that grand jury statement, the testimony that you gave at grand jury, you were never asked if Ish knew where the guns were that in your home?
Right.
Do you remember being asked if Ish knew that?
No.
And that statement that you just read was about whether Ish knew that there were other guns.
Right.
We agree on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Attorney Smith asked you if Adam was your friend back in 2019. Was he?
Yes.
He was also your supplier?
Yes.
You'd call him if you needed, would you call him if you needed drugs?
Yeah. Yes.
Have you ever admitted involvement in the theft of these guns?
No.
Were you involved in the theft of these guns?
No.
Attorney Smith asked you about the rumors that you'd heard?
Yes.
Specifically statements from Mike Sullivan?
Yes.
What did Mike Sullivan tell you happened that night?
He told me, he didn't say anything.
There's some objection here.
I asked if it was Adam who took them, and he just shook his head yes.
Okay.
So he didn't say anything.
This is going to sound like a silly question. Do you know what happens when you're asleep? What happens around you?
No.
Did Ish come over that night?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you barter anything that night for drugs?
No.
Did you trade those guns for drugs?
No.
Did you trade anything in the house that night for drugs?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
I know she can keep it.
Is she almost done?
I got two.
She got 2 copies of her grand jury testimony.
Yeah.
One of the first things that you said on direct was that your early statements were a lie. Is that right?
They weren't the greatest statements because I wasn't in the right mind.
Okay. So when the prosecutor asked those early statements were a lie, you said yes. Are you qualifying that now? Were they a lie or not?
I never lied, but they weren't they weren't, I don't know how to say it.
So you didn't lie back then, is what you're saying?
I've never lied. I've always said I had Adam come over, we hung out, he fell asleep, I fell asleep, I woke up, I saw the thing on the table in the morning, the back door was open, and that is all I know.
Okay. And if you said that you saw Adam in the morning and told him to lock up behind you...
I don't remember that at all.
If you said that...
Yeah.
Would that have been true as well?
No.
Okay. We'll ask others if you said it, but if you said that, was that a lie?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So when the prosecutor asked you to read a portion of the grand jury about Ish, okay, and this is after on page 36, and I read that portion that came. Did Ish, it's referring to Ish, did he ever hold, use, fire any of Chris's guns that you know of? No. Is that right?
Correct.
And you knew that he used or held the 380 because you let him...
I'll allow some latitude, Attorney Smith, but we're not going over everything again.
No. Okay.
The objection is overruled.
You knew that he held the 380, right? Because you'd let him take it with him with the car, right?
Right, but the way the question was confusing. I let him borrow it. They didn't really ask me that.
Right, they asked. You were asked, did he ever hold, use, fire any of Chris's guns that you know of, right?
Correct.
And then on the next page, you sort of described maybe the 45 while we were together, right? That's on the top of page 47?
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then you were asked, the prosecutor said, just so I understand better, would people kind of just use drugs as a group at your place? And you said kind of yes, right?
Correct.
And the prosecutor said, what do you mean by kinda? And you said, I mean yes, right?
Correct.
And then he said, would any of these guns ever come out during that? And you said no, correct?
Correct.
And the prosecutor asked, why not? Right?
Correct.
And you said, because I didn't want people to really know I had them, right?
Correct.
And then the prosecutor said, did Ish know that there were any other guns? And you said, I think he did know, right?
Correct.
And it was the prosecutor asked, why do you say that? And you said, because he was a friend of mine, so I'm sure it came up, right?
I'm just assuming because even on Chris's Facebook, he has his profile picture shooting the gun. So it's like, I just assume.
Okay. But that's what you told the grand jury when you were talking to them, right?
Yep. Yes.
And you had moved the guns from under the bed to the couch area, right?
I think I did, but I'm not 100%.
Well, you certainly told the grand jury that, right?
Right.
And you told the police that, right?
Correct. That I could have, yes.
Okay. And when you said, when you sleep, you don't necessarily know what's going on, right?
Right.
But when we are talking about your sleep on the night before Chris got home, we're talking about the kind of thing that hits you when you've had days of crack cocaine, right?
Right.
That just keeps you wired and keeps you buzzing, right?
Right.
And when you feel like you're coming down, you don't want to, right?
Right.
You're going to do everything for drugs, right?
No.
You want drugs really bad, right?
I guess so.
You don't want sleep, right?
I think I needed sleep by that time.
Absolutely, because you are just wired to the hilt, right?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
This back and forth needs to be within scope.
Yes?
Okay, they're moving the microphone again, I think. Oh, no, they're approaching. Sorry. Yes, I'm having a little snack, a post-lunch snack. I guess I had breakfast earlier, so this is just a lunch snack. String cheese and Ritz crackers. So the prosecution is doing direct, and then defense gets to cross. And then prosecution does redirect, and then defense gets to recross. And each time they do that, they have to limit their scope to basically what was talked about previously by the other person. So it gets progressively quicker back and forth. Waiting for audio here. Until they're finished with all the questions. Yes. I'm opening another string cheese. Because I have a lot of crackers, and you can't just have dry crackers. Ivan, I love cheese. Fun fact, Mrs. R.A. and I will go to the store sometimes, and on a date, we'll just pick out a new variety of cheese we've never had before to eat it. But don't knock my Ritz crackers, Ivan. I want to still be your friend. Four cheese baked white truffle mac and cheese. Sounds good.
Go ahead, Attorney Knowles.
Thank you. Final question. Attorney Smith discussed you wanting to do anything for drugs that night. You'd been up for 3 days straight. What did you do that night?
I slept.
Thank you.
One question.
Okay.
I slept.
You may step down. Any objection?
No.
All right, you may be excused.
She's done. She's out of there. Camera's going to follow her because that's what the
All right,
camera
ladies and
does.
gentlemen, what I'm going to do now is we'll take a 10-minute mid-afternoon break, and then we'll go for the rest of the day, okay? Please rise for the jurors.
All right. Now I need to get rid of the Ritz cracker and cheese in my mouth.
Please have your witness ready.
10 minutes, please have your witness ready. Okay, we have a 10-minute break here for just a bit. We're going to switch here. I think we're going to lose the audio in just a second, but there we go. All right, a couple questions. It's just Lizzie Dog. I'm not a camel. I'm not a camel. No Arby's and chopsticks today. No Arby's. Mrs. R.A. is actually headed to the library right now. She just brought me in cheese and crackers before she left because she didn't want me to die from pure hunger during the day. No pickles right now. I'm pickleless. I need to make a run. I think tomorrow is our run to the store day, so I'll see if I can sneak pickles on the list without Mrs. R.A. seeing. Let's see. I'm seeing La Brie with mushrooms in it and white wine. Eat the cheese, it's calcium. I do feel really bad for the witness. She's not the one being accused of the crimes, but they're trying to make her look really bad and pin it on her. They've already tried to say it's Mr. Garcia that stole the guns and got them, but here they're saying that she sold them for drugs. When in actuality, she says, I just slept, and that was it. I don't know what the dinner party is you guys are talking about. It sounds delicious. I will tell you that for dinner tonight, Miss R.A. just came in and told me the menu calls for, fried onions and peppers. It's going to be a Philly cheesesteak with all the fixins. Hopefully with pickles, because that's good too. I quit smoking a month ago, and that's all I crave is string cheese. All hours of the day and night. Good. String cheese is yummy. It's delicious. Don't listen to Ivan. It's good stuff. Let's see, we're still seeing the courtroom here, even though we don't have audio, so we'll keep an eye on that just for a second. Dinner party. Yes, we have lots of breaks in this court. The judge is a big fan of breaks. Philly cheesesteak. Hey, you know what? During this break, let me just say this. I've told you I'm going camping, right? It's actually the specific camp out I'm talking about is in July. And I've been put in charge of the menu. And so if you know me, I'm not very good at getting organized. And so when I get put in charge of the menu for a camp out for a lot of people to go out and enjoy, the great outdoors, this is a recipe for us to starve for the week. It really is. So what I did is I downloaded an app. Now this is not I'm sponsored by anybody, but I downloaded an app called ChatGPT, which is basically the internet's big brain, a computer somewhere that scours the internet for information and then answers questions in a very human type way. And so I said, dear internet, please give me create a menu for an easy to cook menu for camping with X number of people for 6 days, and include a grocery list for all their necessary items. That was my search window. Imagine typing that into Google. That was my search box. And it replied, and it's like, here's your menu. And it goes breakfast, lunch, dinner, and it's got everything on there. And then, boom, it's got down below it. It's like, you need this many pounds of ground beef. You need this much sausage. You need this many eggs, this much milk. I cheated. I did. But this is how scary it is. The internet was right. It just nails it. It knows, you've got this many people. This is how much each person eats. This is the average size. This is what you need to buy. This is how much the size of the packages are. It is completely cheating. The AI is so good, that it will just create this. And this is not a menu that's like, I found this website that has this list for you. It created this on demand. So now I'm going to start hiring out that service. I will create menus for you. Unique menus for your excursions in the outdoors. I just type it into ChatGPT and it comes back up. So, yeah, we're definitely going to have some spicy maple bourbon pickles in there somewhere. I'm going to squeeze that onto the list, even though ChatGPT did not include it. I think that was an oversight on the AI part. But I don't call it cheating. I was very efficient. And better yet, it will create it in like this ready-to-print, nice bullet points, great fonts. It does all the work. I need a job where all I have to do is put my tasks into ChatGPT, and it just does it for me. I think the only job I can think of that can do this is, lawyer. There are people who have tried doing this where ChatGPT will write their legal arguments for them, their filings. It'll produce all their filings. They just say, create this document with these parameters, and it will do it. Just crazy. The world is a scary place. You can't trust anything on the internet anymore. You can ask it to make your own work look better. Yeah, it'll proofread things for you. Now all I need is someone to cook. I can do some cooking. I'm not bad. Vinegar-based barbecue chicken. Oh man. I can do the vinegar-based pork. I can do the barbecue, but not on the chicken. Man, don't mess with lemon chicken. A little bit of seasoning, lemon chicken, rotisserie style. Can't beat it. Oh man, Lost Souls, hope you're feeling better. Thanks for popping in. Danny's kept us company a little bit. We missed you though. Good to have you back. Now we need a ChatGPT vending machine. Students love it too. Oh yes, they do. Cheating has reached a new level. Can you imagine having a robot that can spit out unique reports, completely formatted APA style, whatever it is you need. You put this in. Write a 5-page report on, the history of national parks in the United States in APA style using 6 citations. It will do it. It just spits it out. Copy, paste, done. And nobody has ever. This isn't like, I copied this from somewhere. Somebody else posted this, and I'm putting it there. The computer built it using its big brain. It's scary stuff. I take it you're one of those that put relish on a hot dog. Well, they call it hot dog relish for a reason, Teresa. Yes, I do put relish on a hot dog. I relish the idea of putting relish on a hot dog. Even now, I'm thinking about it. Why is this just about guns and not about harmony? Don, great question. The state, New Hampshire, has divided this up. There are 2 separate cases. The guns involved. There's no indication they were involved in anything that had to do with Harmony. So this is a separate charge. They found this while they were investigating the Harmony incident, and they found these charges, and they said, we're going to charge them with this as well. So it is separate. We're going to have this done and decided, and a verdict come in on this before the Harmony case even starts. That's going to start later in the year. Pickles delivered on demand. Truly, this is the future. You upload your opponent's brief and it generates counter arguments and cases opposing theirs. It's amazing. Does it take the bar exam for you, Goodman Law? That's the one thing we need. I could be a lawyer. I mean, I would do it tomorrow if it would take the bar for me. You can put the ingredients you need to use and it will give you a recipe. There's something out there for that. So, Jamie, the next level of this, and let me tell you, it's because it's coming. It really is coming. The next level is you can take your phone and just take a picture of your pantry, and it will be like, and here's what you can make. We just need to connect those dots because already we have the image recognition is already there. I've played with camera tools where you can point the camera in your room and it will just start picking out objects and recognize this is a speaker, this is an extension cord, this is a book, and it can recognize people, it can recognize cars, it can track the speed of vehicles, just amazing things. Relish and black pepper, yum. What's relish? Clearly, Ellie, you have never had a hot dog. If you don't know what relish is, it's like a chopped pickle base condiment that's placed on top of everything else. So you got mustard, ketchup, and relish on your hot dog, and those are the 3 condiments you eat it with. Anything else would be a sin. No chili, no cheese, just mustard, ketchup, and relish. There's an app called AI Chat, does the same thing. Everybody's doing this. All the big guys, the Amazon, IBM, Microsoft, everybody is making one of these big, these AI tools. See, Sharon, welcome back. Took a short break from tiles. Now I'm really sick, feeling very depressed for some reason. So I thought I'd come here to cheer up. Sharon, we have a lighter case today. No murder today. Unfortunately, the defendant you're seeing on the screen right now is charged with murder of his daughter. Different case. That's starting later in the year. This case is just a firearms case where he allegedly was in possession of a couple firearms that he should not have been as a 3-time convicted felon. And so we're going into that. It has been proven to be able to pass the bar, says Weather Watch. So now I'm good. Let me just, as long as I can bring my phone in with me with the bar exam, I should be good. An attorney is in trouble for using that. I saw that news story. Actually, a case, there was a company that tries to use this, and that got thrown out because the AI is not licensed to practice law. Put relish in deviled eggs and tuna salad. Looks like judge is back. Everyone's standing for the judge or the jury, one of the two. Mustard only on my dog. I do mustard only if we're doing brats. A brat I don't do ketchup or relish on. But no sauerkraut was an accidental invention that no one should eat ever. It was an accident and it's yucky. I'm not a big fan. Yes to sauerkraut. Oh man, I might be outnumbered here, but I'm going to hold my own. I'm not a fan. Hubby hot dogs tonight will consist of relish, chili sauce, cheese, and onions. It does sound good, but really you're treading on dangerous ground. Only kids put ketchup on hot dogs. I'm still a kid. Sharon, I'm glad we can help a little bit. Good to have you here. We need our inappropriate close-ups from the cameraman here as we get started after this little break. And we're back. Debbie, you guys are hating me on the sauerkraut. There's Reverend Beasy.
All right, so jury?
Baby Bear, you sent me some good stuff, but I'm not sure if sauerkraut would be on that list. Only eat Nathan's hot dogs. When you eat Nathan's hot dogs, you have to eat like 100 of them at a time, right? That's what they do in the competition. Baby Bear just gifted 10 memberships. Wow. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Lindsay, Laura, Lex Luthor, Deja Vu, Sandy,
Brenda Cald's next witness.
Brenda Meyer, Teresa Galvin, D. Robinson, Distilled Illusion, Cindy's Crazy. Thank you, Baby Bear. That is amazing. Thank you so much for a generous donation.
Yes, sir. Be careful. Wisely, please, and just be careful more around here, okay, sir?
And if you could stay standing and raise your right hand.
This guy.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give?
I'm not sure, but I've heard that he has some tattoos. I'm not sure if you'll be able to notice at all, but I think he has some ink.
Can you start by stating and spelling your first and last name for the record?
Mark Reed, M-A-R-K-R-E-E-D.
How are you doing?
I'm all right. How are you?
A little nervous?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Can you tell us where you're currently living?
In Bristol.
And how long have you lived there?
Not that long.
How long, if you had to guess?
Like a couple months.
Okay. Where were you living before Bristol?
The motel.
Okay. Was that also in Bristol?
No, it was in Ashland.
How about before that?
Before that, I was staying with a friend, and before that, I was in prison.
Okay. Were you in prison here in New Hampshire?
Yeah, Concord.
Why were you in prison?
Because I got arrested in Franklin, and I went to jail, and then something happened there. I got a new charge there. It was conspiracy to commit theft by extortion.
Okay.
And then that's when I went to prison.
Were you were convicted, obviously, if you were in prison? Did you go to trial, or did you accept responsibility?
No, I took the deal.
Okay. Silly question, but was prison a good experience for you?
No, I hated it. But I mean, I learned my lesson.
Have you made lifestyle changes since release?
Yeah, I'm sober. I'm trying to get my own apartment, my license back, a car, trying to do everything. It's just, you know, it's rough.
Is it a constant struggle for you?
Oh, yeah.
When you said you're sober, when did that change happen?
When I went to prison.
So that's what it took for you to become sober?
Yeah.
When did you go to prison?
It was October 10th, 2020. No, wait, sorry. I went to jail that day. I went to prison, I think it was March or April or something like that.
Of 20?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Mm-hmm.
When I asked you, you said you currently live in Bristol. Who do you live with?
My mom and my grandmother and my brother.
So I want to turn your attention to back in 2019, specifically between June 2019 and November 2019. Where were you at in life back then?
I was a drug addict, selling drugs, doing drugs, anything really to make money. Didn't have anywhere to live. Was homeless. It was a bad time.
It was a bad time. When you say you were doing anything to make money, was that to support your you said you were a drug addict, to support your addiction?
Yeah.
How were you making money?
Selling drugs, selling guns, anything to get my hands on.
Sorry, let me back up. I want to unpack all of that. When you say you were addicted to drugs, what drugs were you using back then?
Heroin, meth, Xanax, Klonopins, anything.
And when you say you were selling drugs, what drugs were you selling?
Heroin, meth, mostly those two.
Heroin and meth?
Mm-hmm.
You also said you would sell firearms?
Yeah.
And can you explain that for me?
Well, I knew different people that I can get them from, and I did. I got them cheap, and I knew other people that would take them, and I would flip them because there's quick money in it.
Let me ask you this, Mark. Are you okay with me calling you Mark?
Yeah.
So back then in 2019, were you able to legally possess a firearm?
Yeah.
How about now?
No.
And is that because of your conviction?
Yeah, I'm a felon.
And you said you could buy firearms for cheap and then just offload them?
Yeah.
Was that easy money?
Mm-hmm.
So back in that time frame that we talked about, did you know someone named Adam Montgomery?
Yeah.
How did you know him?
Well, I first met him. He hit me up on Facebook saying that we went to high school together, and then we hung out once. And I don't know. After that, I realized I never met him. I never went to high school with him. And after that, we just started talking more. Before I figured out I didn't know him, we talked more and just started making plans to do things to make money and hanging out and shit.
So I'm going to ask you to move a little closer. There's a microphone right in front of you to your left.
Oh, yeah.
And just I want to make sure that everything you say is being picked up.
All right.
So if I heard correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, he reached out to you via Facebook saying you went to high school together? Okay. And then you said you hung out?
Yeah.
Okay. How often would you hang out with the defendant?
Not that much. I think in total 3 times, 4 times, something like that. It was not a lot.
Did the two of you have a drug connection?
What do you mean?
Did you do drugs together?
Yeah.
What drugs would you do?
Meth. I would do heroin by myself, but he would do meth with me.
In those limited actual face-to-face interactions you had with him, did you ever have an overnight with him, spend the night in the same place as him?
Yeah, one time.
So, sorry, I don't want you to elaborate on that.
Oh, okay.
A yes or no. Thank you. Did you conduct regular business transactions with the defendant?
Yes.
On one occasion, did he offer to sell you his family pet?
Yes.
And had you met that pet before?
Yes.
So I mentioned Adam Montgomery. Do you see him in the courtroom here today?
Yeah.
Can you point to him and identify an article of clothing he's wearing?
A white shirt.
And can the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant?
The record shall so reflect.
Did you ever visit the defendant's home?
Yes.
And was that here in Manchester?
Yes.
Do you remember the address?
I think it was 70-something Guilford Street or something.
Do you remember who he was living with at the time?
There was the dog, and there was the Kayla, right? I think that's her name, Kayla, something like that. And the kid.
Okay. And when you say you think Kayla, was that an adult or a child?
An adult.
Was that the defendant's partner, or do you know?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. And so how many times did he go to his address on Guilford Street?
I think it was once or twice.
And during those two occasions, was there anyone else there?
I think he said one, and he said during those two occasions. So I think misstating the facts.
What did you, Councilor Pro Tem? The objection is sustained. You may rephrase the questions.
So again, Mark, if you can move that mic actually closer to you so counsel can hear.
Yeah.
You said, did you say you went there once or twice or just once?
Once or twice.
Okay. The times that you went there, were there any other individuals at the home?
Just Kayla and the baby.
Okay. So you mentioned the defendant reaching out to you on Facebook back then?
Yeah.
Saying you went to school together. Was that the primary mechanism that he used to reach out to you?
Yeah.
Did you have a working phone at the time?
Did I?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. But it was Facebook Messenger that we're talking about? Okay.
Yes? Yes, you may.
So, Mr. Reed, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 34, and I'm just going to ask you to take a look at that. And you can go through it. Just look up when you're done.
All right.
Okay.
What did I miss?
Do you recognize what that is?
Yeah.
And what is it?
Messages between us on Facebook.
Okay. And can you do me a favor and turn to the last page?
Flight Radar 24 is the airline app that I use.
And so the bottom message on that page, if you can look at the left, the box to the left, there should be a number.
1131.
Okay. Would it surprise you that you exchanged back and forth 1,131 messages with the defendant?
That is a lot. That is surprising.
And what was the date of that last message?
4/7/2020.
Okay. And if you can flip back to the first page, the first message, what was the date on it?
It was 7/1/2019.
So you can set that aside. Sorry, are those the messages you exchanged with the defendant?
Yes.
You can set that aside. I want to go back. You said you were in prison at one point in 2020. Were you approached by police officers in relation to this case at some point?
Yes.
And during that interaction with them, did you consent to the search of your electronic devices, specifically your phone and your Facebook account?
Yes.
Judge, may I?
Yes.
Lots of approaching. I will tell you, in the hearings before this trial started, there was some evidence that was excluded that was not allowed to be brought into this trial, and I purposefully do not know what that is. But it sounds like we're dancing around the edges of it. We already heard earlier when he said, "Have you ever done an overnighter with the defendant?" And he said, "Yes." There was one time he's like, "I don't want any more. Don't go into that." It sounds like something may have happened. Probably some other. I'll say crime, something illegal activity that happened there that they're trying to not allow in. Have you considered hosting a ADS-B receiver for Flight Radar? No, that's I could put it up on. I could sneak up on the water tower and put it up there. How do I host one? I definitely have the bandwidth to handle it. Kevin, tell me. I need the deets. Give me the details. You do it. Tell me about it. How do I do that? Yeah. So this guy is going to be very truthful, and he's willing to share all the information he wants, and some of it I think is not allowed in. We need the audio back. Audio, come on. They muted us, Mr. Cameraman. Man.
Okay, and have you had an opportunity to compare that with the messages that you still have?
Yes.
And let me back up. All those messages that I just showed you, the over 1,100, are those still on your phone?
Yeah.
Still in your Facebook account?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the items that I just handed you? Is that a fair and accurate representation of the messages that you exchanged between back and forth with the defendant between September 25th, 2019 and October 4th rather of 2019?
1,100 messages in September and October.
Same messages?
Yes.
So at this point, Judge, I would...
Is that enough foundation? They're objecting to the foundation on this one. Jimmy, I can go into this as a little bit longer of an explanation.
Any objection?
We might go into this on the podcast on Friday, Jimmy. I don't know where Thomas is going to take the interview, but if we got another break, I can start now. But as soon as I start telling this story, they're gonna end this. And okay, Okay, here's what I did. Jimmy, I named this channel Recovery Addict because I was addicted to recovering artifacts from the ground. I'm a metal detectorist. Well, that's the intro. That's not the whole story. There's more, but another time maybe.
Objection to
35?
35.
The idea is stricken on Exhibit 35. It's entered as a full exhibit.
All the messages are in. 1,100 messages. This is going to
You
get
still
good.
have the exhibit mark?
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask that you read the first message on the first page. It should be in the top right.
I miss you too, Doug. I wish you were. Should I like say what it said, bleeped out, or just read the F?
So is there a redaction in part of the message?
Yeah. I know what it's supposed to say, but it doesn't say it.
That's fine. You can just say F.
All right. I miss you too, Doug. I wish you were F close the case, because I'd be there every day. I mean, dude, even Tilton's a effing haul. I mean, an effing hour drive from where I'm at right now, bro. You F 45 minutes north of there, so it's like I want to come up there and kick it and S, bro, but I don't get the bread, bro. Me and my wife and my kids about to be out of the house in like 2 weeks, bro. So I'm trying to save up the F bread right now, hopefully to get us a place to go, bro. Like, if you can make me some F plays, do make me any place, bro, like, and I'll come out there, and then I would like to come out for like a stick, but you make me some place, dog, and I'll come out.
And what's the date associated with that message that you just read?
It's 9/25/2019.
And so it sounds like the defendant is and that's from the defendant to you?
Yes.
Okay, and it says incoming?
Yep.
Okay. It sounds like the defendant is describing being kicked out of their...
Sustained.
The defendant mentions bread.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Money.
So I need money?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Thank you, Missy Baker, for the gifted membership. That one went to, is it Danny, Carolina? Danny, Carolina? Lots of objections here. We got one message in, which was read successfully without saying the bleeped out words, which was impressive, which was very impressive. Yeah, there's lots of F's in this, and if we're going through a lot of these messages, I imagine there will be very few messages without F's in it. JD Carroll, I think you are behind on the live stream. She has not only returned, she's testified, and she's done. So rest at ease. All is good. I'm sure, yeah, we hear worse just going to the store, but I'm sure one is going to slip out because he knows what it's supposed to say, and as he's reading through, he's going to slip out and say what it means. So just be on the alert. Yeah, but Weather Watch, once she catches up, she'll hear me say that. In what? Well, lunch was an hour, so maybe an hour and a half she'll hear me say that. Unless she's watching on high speed. Although if you say something in chat is real time. I think chat runs real time all the time on the chat. So when she's typing is right now, and you could type and respond to her in the past, and then she'd see it in the present and know that she's in the past. It's like an Inception thing, but I think it works. This guy's just chilling up there. It does use portal screeners. That's how the chat works. Mind blown. Don't ask me to explain it again. I won't be able to do it the same way. So these guys knew each other for a very little amount of time, and in a 2-month period, they texted each other 1,100 times back and forth. I'm guessing most of them were about drugs or earning money or making money. Thomas, there's another level of fun to be had here. I love how we can chat in the past. You can establish an alibi is what you're doing. You're going back and saying that you said this a long time ago. 1,100 texts isn't as many as you might think. Christy, it sounds like that is both an educational comment as well as a confession. Is that what we're getting from you? Are you a textaholic? Is this the guy they're claiming he bought the illegal guns from? Mark Reed. I thought they said Garcia. Didn't they say Garcia was... Ishmael Garcia was the dude that... Oh, no. This is defense. I'm trying to think back. Defense said that Mark Reed was trying to sell the guns and he was trying to sell guns to him or for him. So yeah, this guy's connected in a little bit, but I'm not sure if he's the one who had the guns or possibly was the guy who was thinking about buying them from the dude who had them. We'll find out here in a minute. I love that shirt. I've seen that one. That is a great one. It's not a lot until you have to hear them read out loud. When you replay the video, the chat is current. The replay, for those that don't know, I leave the replay. Chat is up on replay. So you'll be able to see chat if you're watching this tomorrow. Unfortunately, it takes like a couple hours to 12 hours for YouTube to sync the chat up with the replay. So if you were to start the replay that ends, if we end and then start like an hour later, you start watching at the beginning, chat will not be there. And everyone's like, why did you turn off chat? I didn't. It's just YouTube works that way or doesn't work that way. It'll be there if you wait another day. I was here in chat June 1st. I killed no one. Thank you, Judy. We can vouch for you on June 1st. You're good. Getting charged per text. Oh, that was awful. That was awful. Even just 10 cents or 5 cents or 15 cents was too much. I ran up a bill on AT&T back when the plans were awful and you paid per minute for the phone. Oh, I hated that. Ever since then, I've done unlimited phone calls. I've paid for the unlimited data and the unlimited calls and texting. I will, Kevin, I'm going to look into this. See, I think there was a previous message I missed from you. Let's see. I'm sort of out in the country, so I'm not sure if it's the area they want. Where's your other message? Okay. I know.
The ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits.
done with this inappropriate close-up, we're going to zoom back on the witness here.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
So, Mark, I'm handing you what's been marked for admitted as State's exhibits 8 through 17. And I'm just going to ask you to take a look at those. And look up when you're done.
Look up when you're done. I've never heard that one before. Look up when you're done. Don't say anything, just look at me. Party lines. Oh man, I remember hearing about party lines. I don't think I ever used one. I was alive when they existed, and we had one. Or at least I think we had one. I remember hearing about the neighbors being on the phone, and we need you to hang up the call so we can make a call.
Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes.
What are they?
They're messages from my phone on Facebook between me and Adam.
Okay. And are those fair and accurate photographs of the messages that were on your phone?
Yes.
Do you recognize the phone that's in those?
Yeah.
It's mine. Yours?
Yeah.
And Your Honor, at this point, I'd ask to publish.
Yes, you may.
One big drawback on this trial, we do not have a good view of the display. With rotary phones, if you had to call 911, you would bleed out before you finished dialing. It took so long for that 9 to come back around. Oh yes, nights and weekends free. AT&T gave me that. But they also rounded up to the next minute during the daytime. Waiting for the display here as they put his messages up on the screen for the world to see.
Okay, and starting with the first image that I handed you, Mark, if you could just describe what's depicted.
He's telling me where he lives and that he can come to me, but I don't know.
And so that address that's mentioned there, the 77 Guilford Street, is that where you met the defendant?
Yes.
Move to the next. There's a phone number that was provided.
Seriously, Mr. Cameron, I didn't need that. And again, we have big screen butt happening right now.
Is that a phone number that you would use to communicate with the defendant?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
And I'm skipping to
you guys, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about
And
this.
so this is the October 3rd, 2019 at 10:26.
That was super inappropriate.
And if you could just read that communication, starting with the first bubble, looks like a call.
He doesn't have good focus on this. He can do a better job.
It says you missed a call from messenger user.
Okay, and the next one?
Your Mark, hit me up, dog. I got something you really going to like. You got to hit me up now, ASAP.
Sorry, just a sec. So the person that's writing, I got something you're really gonna like. Is that an incoming? So is that you that wrote that, or is that someone else?
No, that's somebody else wrote to me.
Okay. And this is your communication with the defendant?
Yeah.
All right. And if you can go on to the next message.
You got to hit me up ASAP. You're going to miss out on it, bro. If you don't hit me up now, you should girls phone something and call. You missed a call from messenger user. 603-858-333.
Okay, so the individual is providing you some phone numbers. Okay, you can go on to the next exhibit. And if you could just read the exhibit number that you're on.
12.
12? Okay, and so you can read 12.
Well, then you're gonna miss out, 'cause I'm not messaging this shit. What the fuck, bro? Come on. There's a house phone there. You guys have cell phones up there. You guys have some type of service. Bro, Facebook is too choppy and it's too notch. I don't need shit like, S like this on messages and then Facebook. Dog, you got... Okay, buddy, I called you first because... Yeah, I called you first because I know you were going... I don't know what it says underneath that one. Going... Something like this. I can't read what it says underneath that.
Yeah, that's fine. Let's go to the next message.
All right. There's no way you can call. Just let me know that, because I don't want to sit here and keep playing this game. I got 100 other people that be looking for a dog.
All right, let's go to 13.
How much I want. That's from me.
So you wrote how much I want?
Yeah.
And what was the response to that?
He said, which one do you want? Both of them or which one? And I said, price of each.
So at the top of that exhibit, 13, it looks like there's some other messages. For how much I want.
Sorry, I mixed it up.
It's okay. So.
I think we're going to do a cursey counter on this one. Does that work? Give me a second to get it ready. I think he's up to 3 on this witness. I think that's all the curses we've had in the trial so far. It's just 3.
Okay. You've reviewed those. They're fair and accurate?
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you to turn back to the Exhibit 35 that I handed you. And I'm looking at page 2. And the top of page 2, if you can start with the incoming message, then you're going to miss out.
Yeah. Then you're going to miss out because I'm not messaging this S. And then I put, what the F, bro? Come on. There's a house phone there. You guys have cell phones up there, you guys have some type of service. Bro, Facebook is too choppy and it's too notch. I don't need S like this on messages and then Facebook, dog, you got. Okay, buddy, I called you first. Yeah, I called you first because I know you were going to want this, but there's no way you can call. Just let me know that because I don't want to sit here and keep playing this game. I got 100 other people that be looking for a dog.
Okay, and then is there a call after that? An incoming call?
Yeah.
Okay, and if you can go to the next message.
All right. It will, don't ask me for this S later on, bro, because you're slacking right now. I have something right now that you've been looking for a grip, bro. Hit me up ASAP. And then I write, yo, if it's metal, I want it.
And let me stop you right there. What does that mean? You wrote that. If it's metal, I want it. What does that mean?
Guns.
Guns? Okay. If you can go to the next message.
Sir, I'm just going to ask you to please keep your voice up. It's a big room and everybody needs to hear you.
All right, sorry. It is, bro. It's the big boys. How much?
It's the big boys.
If you can flip to the next page and continue.
It's a cuss counter. Yep.
I can't hold it. First come, first serve. Damn, bro. Unsent.
You write in damn, bro.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then there's 3 unsent messages.
Okay, and let's talk about that. Those are incoming messages?
Yes.
That were unsent?
Yep.
What were they?
Pretty sure they were the pictures.
Pictures of what?
The pump and the AR.
Okay, the pump and the AR. And when you say the pump, what does that mean?
Shotgun.
Okay, so pump action shotgun?
The 12 gauge, yeah.
12 gauge. Can you describe the pictures to the best of your recollection?
All I remember is that the 12 gauge had something special on it. That's why he wanted more for it and not what I offered him. I don't know. I know it was black. I can't really remember much.
Were the photos, were the firearms that you just referenced, were they resting on something or being held?
I think they're resting on something.
Let's go to the next message after the unsent photographs.
How much?
You can continue. So you wrote how much?
Yeah. And then I want, and then he put, which one do you want? Both of them or which one? And then I put price of each. And then again, unsent message.
Do you recall what that unsent message was of?
I don't.
Okay. Let's go to the next message.
But we can work something out. What's some other S? This is why I need you to call me.
And that was from the defendant?
Yeah. But I literally have people blowing me up right now as we speak. But you, my dude, so I called you first.
This is high pressure sales right here.
And
Dude, you gotta buy these right now, or else I'm selling this.
A bunch of zeros.
So there's a phone call right up here?
Driving off the lot.
And that's an incoming phone call?
Yeah.
If you can flip to the next page and continue reading.
I want the 12 gauge, but I don't got 3V.
And let me stop you there. 3V, what does that mean?
I think it was 3 sticks at the time.
And what do you, when you say 3 sticks, what does that mean?
A stick is 10 grams of dope.
Of dope?
Yeah.
And sorry, again, just
Heroin.
another detail. What is dope?
Heroin.
Heroin.
Yeah.
We've got a Kersey counter going on.
So 3 sticks of heroin?
Mm-hmm.
That was a quiet
How much
one,
is a stick?
It all depends where you go and who you get it from. But usually like $200.
Sorry, not the price, but the quantity. Do you know the
10 grams.
10 grams.
Yeah.
Get it to
So
you
that'd
for
been 30 grams for
30
3
grams.
sticks.
And you can continue reading.
All right. Cause 8 gotta pick up and down. I'll take it. How much? I'll take a stick for the pump, but I also need like $80 cash. So let me know.
And so those were from the defendant. I'll take it. I'll take a stick for the pump.
Sustained.
The messages that you just read, are those incoming or outgoing?
Incoming.
And so you left off, so let me know. You can continue.
Yeah. Cause if not, so what's the deal, bro? Cause I can't wait around all day. Is this a yes and no, maybe so? What's going on? And then I put, I'm trying to figure it out.
Okay. And does it continue?
Yeah. Hi, man. I mean, if you get to me first, then awesome. But you're trying to figure it out, so that's basically saying no, or that you don't have it. So I told you, buddy, I can't wait around with it, bro. So I mean, if you hit me up before anybody else does, then it's yours. But if somebody else comes here with the bread, then I got to take. Cause we need the bread ASAP, bro. We're about to be kicked out of my any day now house.
And I think you mentioned earlier, but bread refers to money.
Yeah.
You can go to the next page.
Yo. And then after that, there's a bunch of, it's incoming call. And then again, yo.
And that's an incoming? Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that incoming?
Yep.
And the next
then-
message?
What?
The next message?
It says, you missed out.
And is that incoming or outgoing?
It's incoming.
Okay.
And now it's outgoing. I said, can you send a pic? And then again for me, yo.
Okay, the you missed out is incoming though?
Yeah.
Okay. So you can set those aside. When you would communicate with the defendant via this Facebook account, how would you know that you were communicating with the defendant?
Well, because when I'm talking to him, it's like when I'm talking to anybody else. If you know who you're talking to, or if you talked to that person before, it doesn't matter how they say it. Like, you don't have to hear their voice to know it's them. Just the words they say and how they use their words. Plus, later on in some of the messages, I was talking to Kayla, and she wrote her name, and the way she writes, you can tell the two apart.
Okay, did he have a particular way of speaking or referring to you?
Yo, dog.
Does anyone else call you that?
This guy's never been deep faked. That's what I'm learning.
When you would arrange to meet with the defendant, who would arrive?
Huh?
When you would arrange meetups with the defendant, who would arrive?
Him.
Okay. Not Kayla?
No.
Little Miss, I think that's your notification. Something's wrong with. You might want to check to make sure everything's on the up and up.
I think you testified that you still have the communication on your phone.
Yes.
And in your Facebook account?
Somebody mark the time.
Do you still
on
have the same Facebook
the
account?
dog.
Yes.
And how about the, how about the profile that you communicated with?
That I was talking to?
Is it still in existence?
It's, I think it's deactivated, but it's still on mine. Like, I can see everything there. Just, there's no name now.
There's no name now?
Yes.
Back when you communicated with that account, was there a name?
Yes.
What was the name?
Adam Montgomery.
Did you want to purchase the firearms?
I mean, I did, yeah, but I didn't end up doing it.
Did you want to purchase both or just one?
Just one.
Was that the shotgun?
Yes.
Why?
I don't know. They're easier to get rid of.
I could have just a moment.
Only 6 curse words during this portion. Generally, the defense might read the bad words if they're going over this. So let's see if they have the same courtroom
One of
etiquette.
the messages that you read aloud mentioned Facebook being 2-notch. Do you know what that means?
I assume that's like...
Hold on 1 minute. Basis?
Objections. Assumption. He doesn't know.
Go ahead. You may answer the question.
All right. I'd assume that it's like... It's...
Now the answer is
approach.
He starts out his answer with "I assume," so he's speaking. He's speculating. He's not an expert witness, so he's not allowed to speculate on this. So the objection is to his saying "I assume." If he just said "it means," then it would be okay. So the judge should sustain this objection, or maybe ask the prosecutor to ask the question differently. Thomas, can you send that in chat somewhere, like a text message straight to me or something? I'm not going to find it again.
Sustained. You may rephrase the question.
There it is. Sustained, rephrase. I'm getting
Mark,
smarter.
do you know what that means? 2-notch? Facebook's 2-notch?
It's too smart. Like, it's...
Overruled.
She was objecting non-responsive. But
It's always there. You know, it's... I don't know how to say it.
So it's always there.
Yeah, I guess it never goes away, you know?
It never goes away.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we discussed, I think some of the messages you read, maybe the one that's up on the screen, it discusses, you read, message was unsent?
Yeah.
What does that mean, based on your experience with Facebook?
That the person that sent it, unsent it, they, I don't know, I guess deleted it or whatever. But it would say unsent.
Is that something you're familiar with on Facebook?
Yeah.
Facebook does not
Thank you,
allow
Mr. Reed.
firearms sales to take place on it. So he has to be very careful putting it in Facebook. I don't think it means always there. So his understanding is different than mine.
Yeah. Hi,
Hi.
I'm Carrie Smith, and I have some questions.
I'm going to get you to cuss on the stand.
Too far away from you. So,
They're fighting over placing the lectern.
now do you have the exhibits that are the regular pages, not the photographs? You have them there with you?
35.
Exhibit 35, thank you.
Yep.
And iris down as we move the camera, just so we don't get dizzy.
Okay. So let's just get a couple of things clear for the jury as they look through this later. There's a time column in those pages, right?
Yes.
And let's look at the first message. It's 1, 2, 3, third message that says, "Your Mark, hit me up, dog. I want something. You really gonna like this." Do you see that message?
Yes.
I sense
And
a
going
cuss
over
word
to the time column, it says 2/29/02.
2/29/20.
Thank you. 2/29/20, right?
Yep.
But your phone actually has a different time, right?
What do you mean?
there's different times reflected on your phone messages than are on this piece of paper, right?
What?
I'm confused.
I
Sorry.
understand. So, do you have the photographs here?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's get a photograph that shows the message time on your phone, okay? Let's see.
Big pictures.
Here's one.
She's saying the screenshot time.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong about this. Maybe they are at the same time. Can you send a pic? Is sent at 3:44? Is that right?
Hold on, let me check.
I think I'm going to take that back. They are the same time,
Yeah,
aren't they?
they're the same.
Yep, they're the same.
Can you? By the way, can you send a pic? That refers to the dog, right?
I don't know. I think. Shit.
There it is. Heard it. S word.
Can I go back and reread?
Sure.
Okay.
She was wrong about the date. She's wrong about the timestamp. They're saying that he tried to sell the family pet. Or trade the family pet for money or drugs or something as well.
I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. So we'll go through some of those messages, and it seemed like from what I saw on direct, it's easier for you to read from the pages than it is from the photographs. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about the message at 2:45:12. It's an incoming message, and it says, I have something right now that you've been looking for a grip, bro. Hit me ASAP. Is that right?
Yep.
And from the word grip, you understood that it referred to a gun.
No, a grip means a long time. The metal was what I identified as the gun.
Okay. So, you asked Yo if it's metal, I want it.
Yes.
Meaning that you would take, you were in the market for a gun.
Guns.
Not necessarily for yourself, but to flip it.
Yes.
And one of his responses was, I keep talking about his. Your Honor, at this time, can we introduce the stipulation with regard to the address?
What?
Any objection from the state?
No objection.
There's a stipulation. Let's hear this. Yeah, you can't read these literally.
Attorney Smith, stipulation A is to be read now. Is that accurate?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to read to you a stipulation. This is a stipulation or an agreement by the parties. The parties stipulate as fact that the October 3rd, 2019 Facebook communication that Mark Reed had regarding the sale/purchase of firearms was through a Facebook account number 100090078858803, that Mark Reed had communicated with Adam Montgomery through regularly. I'm going to read that again, okay? The parties stipulate as fact that the October 3rd, 2019 Facebook communication that Mark Reed had regarding the sale/purchase of firearms was through a Facebook account that Mark Reed had communicated with Adam Montgomery through regularly. Okay?
I need the 1000
I didn't read the
again.
account number again because I know you all have that memorized.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Ivan, thank you.
We will be clear. As
Again.
far as you're concerned, you are communicating with Adam Montgomery, right?
Yes.
Because you've communicated with him before on this address, right?
Yes.
And there's no doubt in your mind because of the address, the dog that you recognized, and his manner of speaking, right?
Yes.
And one of the things in his manner of speaking is a little bit in code, right?
Yes.
It's like, I got 100 other people that be looking for a dog, right?
Yeah.
That was kind of code. Yeah. And when he was talking about Facebook being, what was that word that was used?
Top notch.
Okay. That was code, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you said if it's metal, I want it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And his response to you is, it is, bro, it's the big boys. You asked how much, and kind of at the same time, it's like interchanging messages. I can't hold it first come, first serve, right?
Yeah.
So he's telling you that he can't hold it for you, right?
Yeah.
And he sends pictures, right?
Yep.
And these pictures are with the guns on something, right?
Yeah.
You said that they were actually on something, they weren't being held, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you were interested in the 12 gauge, you said, right? But when you, I'm sorry, you have to say.
Yes. Sorry.
It's okay. When you were having this conversation with Adam, he asked you, which one do you want? Both of them or which one? Right?
Mm-hmm.
And you asked, well, what's the price of them? Right?
Yeah.
So you weren't turning down either, right?
No.
You want more information.
Yeah.
Might be one, might be the other. Okay. And there was some sort of message that was sent and called back, right?
Yep.
And then there's a message that says, we can work something out. That's why I need you to call me, right?
Yes.
He says, I literally have people blowing me up right now as we speak, but you, my dude, I called you first.
Yep.
And this, by the way, is around 251.49. Exactly 251.49, right?
Yes.
And so you say that you want the 12 gauge, but you don't have the
bread.
The purchasability.
Yes.
And the other thing is that you have to go pick it up if you get it, right? Is that what pick up and down was?
Oh, I had to go pick up and down as in meth and heroin. Yes.
Ah, so you're saying that you have drugs both that for up and down
Yes.
as purchase abilities.
Yes.
Okay, so you're making the offer out there for what you have to be able to get the guns, right?
Yes.
And Adam says, I'll take it. Right?
Yes.
And you say, how much? Right?
Yes.
And he says, I'll take a stick for the pump, but I need $80 in cash.
Yes.
So I think that you were saying a stick is
10 grams.
10 grams,
Yeah.
but you didn't have 3 sticks, and he agrees to take a stick and $80.
Yes.
And a stick is normally worth $200?
Usually.
Okay. And that didn't work out, right?
No. 'Cause I didn't have the $80 cash.
Okay. And he couldn't hold it for you, right?
Right.
And so he told you later, can't hang around all day, right?
Yes.
And eventually it was that you missed out.
Yes.
In the meantime, he let you know he needs the bread ASAP because he's about to be kicked out any day, right?
Yes.
And that was sort of something you knew, or he had actually told you that that was why he wanted to sell his dog to you, right?
Yes.
That wasn't for you to resell on, that was for you, right?
Say that again, please.
The dog
Yes.
was for you,
Yes.
if you wanted to buy it.
Yes.
Because he couldn't hold on to the dog because he was being evicted.
Mm-hmm.
And he sent you a picture of the dog with his child.
Yes.
Right? And that wasn't related to the business of buying and selling. That was hoping that you would take the dog because he was being evicted, right?
Yes.
And your felony was conspiracy to commit
Theft by extortion.
theft by extortion. And that was a crime that you committed while incarcerated.
Yes.
And you got some time that could be suspended on that, right? You got time plus you could earn a suspension of some of the time, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the police, you went, that conviction was on 3/17/21? Sound right?
Yes.
And it was about a year later that police came talking to you about Adam.
Yes.
And you agreed to talk to him,
Yes.
told him about the messages. I'm hiding nothing, right?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's it. Her big "I gotcha" was the timestamp thing, which turned out to be a nothing burger, and she was mistaken. She wanted to show that the timestamps were actually not the timestamps, but they were timestamps, and she was wrong. And so instead, she just reiterates everything that the state elicited from the witness on the stand and calls it good, calls it a day. They're still fighting over the placement of that microphone. And now the cameraman's going to iris down and move the camera because he hates his shot being blocked.
Mark, I have a silly question for you, but what does first come, first serve mean?
And the first person gets there, it's theirs.
Okay. Attorney Smith asked you about your conviction?
Yes.
And about your sentence. When police approached you at the jail, first of all, do you remember who you spoke with at the prison?
No, not. I know there was a marshal, and I think the other one was a Manchester detective.
Does Detective Dunleavy sound?
I think so.
And when you say marshal, U.S. Marshal Services?
Yeah, I don't know his name. I forgot.
Okay. And so these gentlemen approached you, and they wanted to talk?
Yes.
Did they promise you anything?
No.
Throughout all of this, have you been promised anything?
No.
So
Did you ask for any favors?
No.
Do you mean lectern?
Did you ask for any deals?
No.
Did you say, let me out of prison?
No. I wish it worked like that, but no.
So you've got nothing for your testimony?
No.
You just told the police what you knew?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. No further questions, Judge.
Right. So, I have to find the
I have to move
police,
the
when they
microphone.
came to you when you were in prison, your deal was complete, right?
Yes.
And you were serving your time, right?
Yes.
And you were earning that extra time to try and get out early, right?
By doing a resident treatment unit there, yeah.
At Focus?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, not Focus, sorry. It was, I was supposed to go to the Focus, but I ended up being able to do an outside program, a sober living, and then a rehab, then sober living. But
so you were in the halfway house at the time?
no,
Oh, okay. So anyway, you were earning your time out, right?
Yes.
And when did you get released?
it was May 26th of last year, the day before my birthday.
Congratulations. So when the state asked if the police promised you anything, it was your intention, although you said it would have been nice if you could just do it that way, to put your head down, work through this, and make the changes that you wanted to, right?
Yes.
And you you were not a felon when you were having this conversation with Adam Montgomery, right?
No.
It was after the fact that you got in jail and then in prison.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
What's that?
Your Honor, can this witness be released?
Any objection?
No.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
And this witness is excused. Counsel approach.
Do I?
The witness is like, can I leave now? Can I be done? Great witness. I realize he's done basically everything in the book as far as the crimes go. I mean, it's pretty bad. It's pretty low to be the arms dealer to bad guys, because then it sort of makes you as an accessory to the crimes that are committed with those guns. It's a bad thing, but he's changed his life around. He no longer buys and sells guns online on Facebook. But wow, the defense got an education today on slang, on some of the code words and terminology that's used to discuss these things online. So that was fun. He was a good witness. He cooperated. He was polite. Very good. He said thank you. He tried to edit everything for us. We had 7 curse words. Not all of them were his. He's a jolly good felon. Oh, my goodness. He's a good guy. Probably has some regrets about some things he did in life in his past. But looks like he's cleaned up. Urban Dictionary would have helped a ton on that. There was an actual dog, yes. So this defendant, the guy sitting there facing away from us on the right-hand side of the screen, is accused of trying to sell his dog for drugs or money, in addition to firearms for drugs or money. Because apparently he was about to be evicted, and he needed money for rent. So I'm not sure what the drugs would help with, but unless he was going to resell those. Yes, you missed 7 curse words, 80s Music Man, because you were out riding dirty on the Walmart scooter. Yes, we don't have to consult. We have our own translator here in-house. He was trying to sell his dog. This was the dog. This is a different dog than the one that would bark at everyone who came in. But he said he was trying to sell his dog. You're here now. Here now, that's good enough. Amelia MCA. Why is the perspective I'm seeing on my phone different than the one on my TV? They're both on your channel. Sharon, you're at different times in the video, and the cameraman is moving his tripod. He's moving it back and forth depending on who blocks the shot. Apparently, the judge has no restrictions on what the cameraman can do in the courtroom, and so, barring showing the jury, he's pretty much done it all.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've had an opportunity to talk to the lawyers about what we're going to be doing next. I think it makes sense to release you a little bit early today, so I'm going to release you now for the day. I want to remind you, as I will every day, do not do any independent research. Please make sure to avoid any television, newspaper, or online coverage. I know there was a question that I received through one of our court officers about, checking your own personal online accounts, for example, because you may need to check something personal or have a communication, that's fine. But do not read anything about this case or the associated case related to Harmony Montgomery. So make sure to avoid any coverage at all.
Wow.
Don't drive by any locations. Don't look up any witnesses. No independent research. Don't talk to anybody, not family members, friends, or each other. You'll have an opportunity to do that once deliberations are concluded at the end of the case. Obviously, you'll talk to each other during deliberations, but beyond that, not until after the case is concluded. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for your time and attention today. 8:45 tomorrow morning for a 9 a.m. start.
All right, jury.
8:45 for a 9 a.m. start. That means we have to start early in the morning as well. I'm very surprised she mentioned that. That seems almost reckless. I guess it must have come up in the jury questioning.
Yeah, was it? Thank you for asking. Let me turn to the lawyers.
She's whispering into the microphone.
Counsel, just approach for one moment, please.
Counsel's approaching. We're going to get another close-up, highly inappropriate close-up of the defendant. Looks like somebody's trying to roast an olive on a stick by his ear, but really that's a microphone that's set up for a lectern behind the... Must be for, like, victim impact statements or something. Secret, secret, secret. Well, I'll be late again, says Lemis. I'm your dog. Sweet. Or should I say that's totally fly? What? I'm so out of date on my slang, my terminology. They know who he is. Yeah, we're in New Hampshire. Everyone's heard of this case. It probably came up. They probably had to ask about it because, it's the same guy, same defendant. It's a giant Q-tip. It looks dirty.
Yes.
Okay, good. Yes. And if there are any medical or other issues that you need to bring to the court's attention, please let the lawyers know. You all will let the clerks know if you need to see me early. We can do that if we need to do that for any reason.
Pretty fly.
Okay, so before you go, if you wouldn't mind just staying a few minutes, because I think there are a couple of other issues. It's my understanding that it is Mr. LaBelle's intention potentially to invoke, and we do have...
What? Why did you turn it down? Why'd you turn it down? Don't do that to us. We're just getting to the good part. Dwobble says I'm 75 and I know what they're saying. The words change, but the meaning's the same. We all know what they're saying. Somebody wants to invoke. Legal minds, what are they going to invoke at this point? Well, she just climbed under the desk to talk to him. She sat down on the ground. Invoke the fifth. Oh, a witness wants to invoke the fifth. A witness wants to invoke the fifth. That's right. So who was it that said Mr. So-and-so wants to invoke the fifth? He has to do it on the stand, I think. I think he has to take the fifth on the stand. Pleading the fifth is talking about the Fifth Amendment, the right to not self-incriminate yourself, to not incriminate yourself with your testimony by answering questions. The witness wants to invoke the Fifth Amendment. I wonder if this will be the only one who does it. Yeah, it's the main feed. Turn the sound down for this discussion. It's sort of like a sidebar. How frustrating for the state. The state calls this witness. They want to get some evidence out of him, and he pleads the fifth. Is it Ish that's going to be doing it? Is it Ish? It's probably Ish. Ish has been dragged through the mud on this trial already. Everything is Ish. Ish has done it all. But I thought his last name was Garcia. If they haven't been charged or convicted of a crime, they should not testify unless they take the fifth. Yeah, the only downside is you're basically admitting that, hey, there's something there, and if I talk about it, I'll get in trouble. But you don't know what it is yet. Ish is Ishmael Garcia, I believe, who was one of the main players in this whole mix. The defense is saying he's the guy that stole the guns. The prosecution is saying he's the guy that was supplying drugs to our second witness. He's a rough guy. The first witness was scared of Ishmael, I think. Or was he scared of Adam? I'm not sure. See if we get any other news here right at the end of the day. But we know we're going to start early in the morning, so we've got to start probably about 8:30. If we do an 8:30 start tomorrow, I know that's super early. 8:30 start. We're going to get going with court at 9. I believe Ish isn't that bad. Watch him come in. He's like this little tiny dude, like a little like a matchstick, with a little squeaky voice. Just like, hi, I'm Tiny Tim. They call me Ish. I don't know. And he might be like 6'4" and 400 pounds and pure muscle, and eye patch over one eye, and fire glowing out of the other. I don't know. That's just he sounds like he's been described as a very scary dude. He's the real Ish.
From
Mr. Ivan.
Ivan, what's happening? Are you here to tell me who Ish is and what he looks like?
Well, this case is so in my wheelhouse, I can't get over it. I mean, like, there is just every element from this, that, the other thing. I mean, it's got so many different players and personalities and lies all up and down. Like you said in the beginning, and you accurately sort of depicted what we were in for. Everybody in this case is going to have a past that most of society would cringe at.
Probably the most colorful case we've listened to as far as that goes.
Exactly. And so when you have a case like that, it puts everybody in a unique situation. And by everybody, I mean everybody. Like, forget the jury. It puts the DA in a weird position. It puts the lawyer and the judge in a weird position. And I promise you, it just cracks me up when they say a jury of your peers. Well, let me tell you something. I promise you, with everything I have on this earth, there is nobody on that jury that is not a jury of this guy's peers, okay? Okay? These are not his peers, okay?
He's never seen these guys before in his life. He's like, these are not my people.
These people would walk across the street if they saw him, okay? They are not his peers. They are his people. They are not anywhere near this guy on a day-to-day basis, okay? And so that's why it's funny off the bat. But I just have a sneaky... I hope we get to see Ish, because, boy, the way they have propped him up, he better walk through that gate like he's coming down like The Rock, in a WWF match. Like, the way they've made this guy out to be. Like, they have turned this guy into an urban legend, for goodness sake.
He's going to be wearing a suit coat, a tailored suit coat with a black shirt underneath, okay? Like, black tie, black shirt. God, probably shades in court. I'm thinking...
He's either Tony Montana, Rambo, or a supervillain. A Bond villain.
There will be music. Theme music will play as he comes through the doors, and he's going to stand and he's going to look around the courtroom, and then he's going to walk down the aisle, and it's going to be that swagger. I mean, this is Ish. This is the Ish I'm expecting by all this build up.
It'll be the first witness in history that gets his own walk-up music.
Purple Haze says fedora. Eileen says lots of chains. Got to have the chains on the outside.
Yeah. He's gonna get his own pyro. Still have pyro going behind him. Boom, boom, boom. Like, here's Ish. You know, he'll have his own like finisher. It's gonna be a whole scene. But I don't know. I just think
he's gonna like finish off a beer right there in the aisle as he walks up on the stand.
He's gonna do the Stone Cold where he clacks 2 beers together and pounds them both right on the top rope. You know,
shotgun
that'll be his entrance right on the witness stand.
Yep. Man, this is it's funny.
I don't know.
A lot of buildup, but apparently a lot of people are scared of him.
Yeah.
He's a main player here. He was connected. He knew all the people.
Well, but you got to remember, they say they're scared of him now. Like, you have to remember, like, as somebody who's been in that world, and I can't tell you how many people I know who've taken the stand, and the way that they paint out these pictures of these people and the actual reality of it, they're nothing like that. Like, The Sopranos, like, had a gig about that. You know, like, when some low-level guy would get busted or killed, and then they make him out to be this, like, high-level ranking mafia figure, and they were like, that guy was nothing. You know, a lot of that goes on in these cases because everybody's lying. Like, and even if they're not lying today, they were lying before. Like, even the last one, she admits she was lying before. And so when you have an endless timeline of lies and a lot of shady people who want a lot of things kept secret, it makes it quite the gosh darn puzzle for somebody to put together.
So I'm reading this as you're talking, Ivan. I'm looking at all these. I'm building the image in my head from all the different comments. So I'm thinking like a purple pimp suit with the fedora, with the feather, fur-lined neck with the chains. The chains have to be showing. Got to have rings. We're talking diamonds all over. You know, he's covered in ice.
Man. He better walk in. He better walk in with 3 escorts on each side. Okay, if not, like, forget it. You know what I mean? Like, he better walk in with a whole parade of escorts that lay out a literal red carpet, and they roll him up on the chair, and he sits up there like Don Juan.
What?
You know, like anything else.
Miss J says, "What if he's in jail, or why isn't he in jail? What if he comes in and he's like shackled in his orange jumpsuit? It's like here's it.
They got him shackled like Hannibal with a whole cage around his face."
Yeah. That's the end of our court feed for today. We didn't hear the audio, but it just dropped. I just barely caught the bars and tone.
These kind of cases are always hilarious to me because, like you said in your preamble, and you even sort of warned everybody, look, we're not calling them liars, but everything that every witness has to say is under scrutiny. And let me just tell you, I will forgive a lot of things, and I have to because of my own past. Anybody who sells their dog for drugs, RA, let me tell you something.
Yeah.
There was one particular instance when I was a subcontractor for the clubhouse, as I call it, and a young gentleman tried selling his dog for methamphetamine, and the response that man got, I won't even talk about on
not good
on a phone. But no, the reaction he got, and guess what else happened? We kept his dog, adopted it, and sent him home. Okay, because anybody who's willing to do,
I'll take half that deal. We'll take the dog. You can see yourself to the door.
Yeah, we kept the dog, we adopted the dog, and sent him home in a shape that you wouldn't want to write home about. But anybody who's willing to do that to a dog doesn't deserve to own it. Okay, that's just it. But God Almighty, to me, I'm not going to equate the dog with a human being. But damn it, they're second on the tier. And pardon my language. And so if you are willing to
add one to the cuss
with
counter, now we're up to 8, Ivan. Thanks to you.
Sorry, I'll make a donation when the call is over. But if you're willing to do that with a dog, that tells me you'll do anything, okay? And if you'll do anything, God help you. So anyway,
okay,
it's been a good day.
I don't know who sent it to me. I don't know who sent it to me, but I just got a picture of Ish. He looks like he's seen some stuff. Well, I'll hold off. I'm not going to share it with you now. But here's what I want you to do. Everyone tomorrow,
Yep.
everyone come to court
Yep.
dressed as you think Ish would be dressed. And then send me your pictures. Send me your pictures of how you imagine Ish is going to show up in court when he's called to testify, assuming he is.
The casting party?
Yeah, we're gonna see who wore it better, and we're gonna share the pictures online.
It's casting party, huh?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll have to wear my purple
All right.
shirt if I
Love
can find
you.
that. But thanks, Ivan. Good talking to you. We'll
I'll
catch
talk,
you tomorrow.
Yeah, talk to you guys later. Have a good day.
Yep.
Bye.
Bye. Good stuff, man. Ivan's awesome. You guys, it's a blast. I realize all these cases are hard and they have issues that they bring up, and some hit very close to home. We do try to have some lighthearted moments to sort of laugh together and have fun together, and realize that we have a good thing. We have each other, and we can lean on each other and help those that need help in the rough times. I appreciate you guys being here. I appreciate you guys being what you are and making this community as amazing as it is. We are going to pick up this case tomorrow morning. We'll have to start. Mrs. R.A. is not going to be happy because the earlier I start, that cuts into our exercise time. So 8:30, 8:45 is going to be our start. Trial's going to start. The court starts at 9, and it looks like it's just going to get better and better as we go along. We saw Ish from your phone screen. You peeked over my shoulder. Oh man, I thought I was sneaky, but now you've got an idea for how to theme your attire. Dress as gangsters tomorrow. I'm going to forget. I will tell you that right now. I really will, but I expect you not to. Thank you, Little Miss. I did get a couple articles sent in, as well as some photos of him sent to the burner phone. Dog tomorrow, Purple Haze. We'll see you tomorrow. Let's see. Mrs. R.A. isn't going to be happy. No, she'll be all right. It's funny. Let's see. Here's what we have. We have the end of the day music, which is starting, which means we need to wrap things up. Debbie, it's super early. I'm sorry. We'll catch you up on anything you miss if you have to sleep in. I understand. Thank you all for being here. It's been fantastic here once again in the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addicts. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again. It will be at 8:45-ish. 8:45-ish tomorrow. We'll go with that. Thank you all. You guys are amazing. Appreciate all of you. The sound effects are in full force and will be tomorrow morning, at least for the first 15 minutes or so. Last one out's going to turn off the lights. We're all good. Let's see. I need to play. This is my new favorite sound effect. I forgot that I had it.
Is the next search on February 28, 2020? 7:44 p.m. How, does the FBI find people? The people is misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E. Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
Boom. All right. Thank you, guys. It's been a lot of fun. We will see you tomorrow. I sort of ended on an up note. So we'll see you tomorrow. Bye. I'm going to send everyone over to Brandy on the way out if you stick around. Just so you know.
Is that correct?
That's correct.